this is called a gun. We have things in America called guns. I don't know if you've heard of them before.
Okay, we're on the air.
Yes, I actually
All right,
shot
just
my
give me a
first
quick
one
second.
when I
I'll
was
be right
about
back.
11 in Soviet Union, and killed my first animal at that age too.
Okay. Soviet Union. Well, that's not the. I'm thinking of England. You Russians love your guns. You make some of the best guns in the world.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We are on the air, and this is the third part of the Traversable broadcast for 24 hours. We've completed 16 hours of that. We're going to bring it home to midnight, and whatever we're going to talk about, I think we're going to start off with the value of gun ownership. Let's just introduce back Sam Android, Zeta, Male Feelings, James, another James Denton, Heartburn, and Element X. How you guys doing today?
Good. How you doing?
Beautiful.
Good.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy
Hey, Merry
holidays,
Christmas, everybody out there. I hope you're having a... Well, it's not Christmas for us yet, actually, but it is Christmas for Australia and England.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think the time zone. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours ahead. It's 12 midnight for England, and it's way into Christmas for the people down under. So looks like we got 12 people in the room already, and
yeah, the chat room is filling up too as well. We got 13 people in so far. We've got the usual suspects back in the chat room there. From all over the world, we've got folks from the Netherlands and folks from Portugal tuning in. This is we just need some more guys from India and hopefully Japan.
Yeah, we're still waiting for our first Japanese troll.
That would be interesting.
That would be interesting, man. Oh, we did have a Japanese girl in last week, didn't we? She had a summit, and we had to kick her out. So,
is that what happened? I don't remember that.
We had a Japanese troll.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
There's an American living in Japan. Maybe you guys have seen him before. He's a Mgtow. He's one of those herbivores. And how come when I'm talking, you talk?
Yeah.
Jesus
Go
Christ.
ahead, Bern. Go ahead, Bern.
Anyway, there is an American who is a Japanese herbivore. One of those. And in fact, if I find him online, he'd be interesting to talk to about that subject. I hear you guys mention that once in a while. I don't know if you've ever found anybody that has first-hand experience with that. He can tell you horror stories of what it's like for a man in Japan. Boy.
Right, what were you guys covering? Like before I left, I'm so sorry.
Are you talking about Shinu, Burn?
I think that's his name. Yes.
No,
he's a white American with long brown hair. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on ban.
Oh, he is. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, forget about that.
I like him. That's
I didn't have any problems with him. I just saw him once in a while.
Yeah, he just kept making video after video after video about us. And
did he? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. It had to happen. It's like, come on, please stop, And finally, we had to, dig into him a little bit.
It was like he was Anakin, and you guys are Obi-Wan telling him not to jump. You have the high ground.
So, yeah, that was a little bit of a problem. So,
I think Burn's gonna enlighten us on the virtues of gun ownership.
What did you get, Bern?
Well, I'm in the mood. Let me turn my camera on. I think I can do that. I know I won't short it out this time. I want to show this thing off. I want everybody.
How come I can't hear Burn?
Test.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
I can't. I don't know. It must be. Let me see something. Because it shows all three of you guys on there.
Oh. You've got a dirty Harry.
Yeah, this is
nice.
7 rounds of 357 Magnum, bitches.
So, do I sign out and then try to go back in?
Yeah, you could do that and try to fix the.
Everybody needs a gun.
I agree.
Like the
I
audio and stuff.
recommend for everyone to
Okay,
get a
I'm about
shotgun.
to try that right now.
Get a Saiga or Vapor 12.
Yeah, handguns are they're more practical for where we live. There'll be no long distance shooting in a suburban area.
Yeah, I mean, my revolver's for home defense, just being in close quarters, and it's appropriate for my needs. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a 12 gauge.
At least you did get that 50 caliber.
Oh my gosh, it's a lot of freaking people.
Yeah, just in case you need to shoot through your house and through your neighbor's house into your neighbor's refrigerator and hit somebody.
Yeah, no kidding. 50 cal. That's got a lot of kick on that.
So that's a 357, Bernie?
What's that?
What you got there is a 357, did you say?
Yeah, 357. I mean, that's plenty of. That's a pretty damn powerful round, but it's not excessive for personal defense. I think it's just right, and it can also shoot 38 special. So I got flexibility with ammo.
Oh yeah, it'll shoot 38s. Okay.
I think it's a great idea to have a gun because, I mean, I think at this point, anybody that lives in the United States particularly understands the situation, whether they like it or not, that, we have a government that's doing some pretty awful things. And so, I mean, having a gun is just the most basic thing to defend yourself, because if you don't have that, then you're in some serious trouble. And at this point, particularly in history, I think it's extremely important that everybody protect themselves. That's the only thing we have left.
Yeah, a handgun and a rifle would be, just a nice thing. You can seriously protect yourself, and even a shotgun. God, I want a street sweeper.
What is a street sweeper?
What's that?
It's the shotgun, the semi-auto shotgun with the barrel on it.
What do you? Weapon now. It's outlawed.
Yeah, it's outlawed. It shoots like 30 shots, I think, plus whatever you can get into the actual new gun. Yeah.
Joe, Vapor is just like that, but it can actually cycle more varied rounds.
Yeah.
It's a better version of Saiga.
That's freaking overkill, man.
Yeah, if you use double odd buck in those things, they're really, it's just awesome. You could just take apart almost anything. The Vapor 12, okay. So, yeah, I was watching a video the other day on a modified 410, because you can put almost 100 in those canisters, and they're just like regular bullets.
Wow.
And that comes out to a 45 shell.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. It's a
You
lot of
can
lead.
cut the barrel off, and you do all kinds of cool things to them now. There's just a lot you can do to them.
So is there, for home protection, I mean, sometimes it seems like a rifle is overkill. I mean, is a handgun enough?
It is overkill. I do think a handgun is probably enough.
A really accurate one.
Yeah.
I think shotguns are,
Like a P229 or something like that.
Yeah, when you're close distance inside the house, you want more of a target gun, with a nice sight on it, rather than like a 38 that is stub nose that you could be shooting like 3 feet away from them when you think you're, But if you get like a regular simple Mach 5 22, you ain't missing. I mean, you're gonna hit them right dead between the eyes from and pretty much up to 100 yards.
yeah, I think,
Wow.
I think a shotgun really is also a good home defense weapon, because you don't have to be that accurate, of course, if you have the right, bullet in there. But I think it's also good depending on, the size of your house and all that kind of stuff, because, in the middle of the night, if you start hearing a bump or something, and, most people, if they're not used to dealing with stress in their combat, or being able to hold the weapon and be in the same mentality that you have to be to really get ready, if you have to, you might have to take someone down. So your accuracy is going to be affected by your stress rate. So I think a shotgun is just pump it and pull the trigger. I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, that's always good. A couple of extra things, you can always have to help you out. I keep a strobe ball too. It's a light ball that I turn on, and it strobes, and it just boom, 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 and it confuses everything in the house except
That's
for
a
me.
pretty good idea.
yeah.
Yeah, and, if you want to throw it in a room before you and then enter, kick it around as you go, it just confuses the shit out of anybody in your house.
Hello, Betty.
Betty has joined.
Betty has joined too. Okay, yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got the regular 8 in here now. Cool.
Yeah, he's got his mic
Let's
mute.
fill the room.
So if everybody talks for 1 hour, we're just gonna wrap this thing up. For most of us, that's really easy to do.
So that's the best gift this year would be maybe a gun right?
Yeah, I got my mom a gun, and that got me inspired to get another gun.
Hey,
Sign your mother's gun.
Vern, I'm actually going to Vegas in January. Where would you recommend to stay while there?
I always stay at the Monte Carlo right on the Strip. That's the best bang for the buck.
What's also a good place to do a poker?
Right there at the Monte Carlo. It's adjacent to the Aria. It's adjacent to MGM. It's right down. You take the tram down to Bellagio, Caesar's Palace. Cool. All those are good.
I was actually thinking of renting a car when I'm in the airport. Do you think, or is public transportation pretty good there?
So if you're just going to the Strip to play poker, you don't need a car. You can just take a cab for $10-15.
Oh, are you serious?
Well, I mean,
it's not far.
The airport's within view of the Strip. I mean, you can see the airport's a small little airport.
Yeah.
It's right down. It's 10 minutes to the Strip.
You don't want to go walking around that place from building to building because, man, you think it's going to be a short distance, and then before you know it, you are worn out.
Hey, Harper, I have a question. I know that you do you play a lot of poker. Have you ever noticed a difference when you've gone to Las Vegas or any other place between the different resorts and casinos? Is there any particular difference between any of them, like the MGM versus the like you said, the Monte Carlo, or are they just all the same?
Well, what it comes down to is the style of players that you'll see, or if you just like the accommodations. I mean, the Aria is probably the nicest to be in, but if you're playing at a lower level, you might want to play over at MGM because there's a lot more bad players at a lower level there. Little things like that, but they're all basically the same.
Yeah, because I do know that, like you said, some of the accommodations as well as the price to stay there versus, if you want to, get the high roller suite, if you can afford that or not, then it's a whole nother thing. And also, I guess they give you those little gifts or so ever of how many times you go in there and spend money, you'll get a voucher for money or something, That's.
Oh yeah, you get a player's card, and they will meter how long you've been sitting at their tables or how much gambling you're doing. Then you can cash that in for whatever's in any of their hotels. Like M Life, it's anywhere in the world that they have a hotel. You can, use your credits there to hotel stays, and I get comped all the time. I usually end up if I spend 4 days in Vegas, one of them gets paid with the comps that I make. So
I see.
Yeah, look, it's a little bonus.
That's cool.
Yeah, you get dinners and stuff like that with it too. It's cool.
Yeah.
And then your poker pays for the rest, right?
You're damn right. Didn't this time I broke even, but most of the time I end up paying for something.
How is it up there?
To get again.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody want to pick a topic? Where are we going to start?
That's a good one.
Yeah, where do we leave off? We kind of covered a whole bunch of things in the last hangout, and it's
How about Mgtowns?
Mgtowns. Oh yeah, you're interested in building that Mgtow, the John Galt thing, James?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A John Galt project.
Yeah, the Galt. What do they call that?
Galt's project.
Galt's Gulch or Gouge? Yeah, that was it.
Galt's Gulch.
Galt's Gulch.
Galt's Gulch. I mean, say that 5 times fast.
Yeah. That movie, he had a unique idea of bringing very skilled people into that town. I don't know. It's kind of fantastic that people think that they can actually build a town or get a town incorporated on your own. I don't know how hard it would be to incorporate a town nowadays. That would be really, really difficult.
It probably would be very difficult considering the government and politics behind having to do something like that.
Well, the Google campus, right? That's pretty much the size of a small town, and it's incorporated.
Yeah.
Or like probably 2 or 4 townhouses where all of us live in, or something like that.
Right. Unless you buy.
Do we move on from there?
Yeah, an old mall that's just closed up. There's a lot of old malls around, which has huge property.
I probably would do that and get everybody, you all the way down to Mestre Rising.
Yeah, that could cost a little bit of money. You plan on making that much money in your life, James?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wish.
There's a good topic. How to make some money.
How much money are you making, Because as Mgtow grows and the young kids come up and they start employing these methods in their life and they start seeing that they work out, Mgtow may, in 20 or 30 years, be a very wealthy community.
Most definitely, dude.
Yeah.
And therefore, one of the most hated groups of people on the planet. Everybody else is suffering, and we're the ones holding all the cards.
Yeah.
They're going to hate us.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We will start resembling the patriarchy, won't we?
That's one thing.
Yeah, but not in that town, though.
Yeah. Well, there's one word in Portuguese to describe all that. Do you guys want to know?
Yeah.
Because the guys in the chat room do, the Portuguese ones. Are you guys ready to repeat this? Repeat after me. Caralho. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Caralho.
Caralho.
There you go. It's like in Spanish, carajo. But you say caralho.
Carajo.
There. I think they're happy now. They're gonna. Yeah.
Yeah. We might better get Venezuela really cheap nowadays.
What does that mean, Zeta?
Yeah, they
Carajo. Carajo is your dick, man.
Oh, it's your dick.
Yeah, they followed feminist economics, and that didn't work out too well, did it? Yeah.
That Argentina lady?
Yeah, the Argentina lady? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. What was her
Well,
name?
hey, Zeta, there was
What's that?
There was one thing that I wanted to touch upon earlier that just on a side note that you mentioned in the previous chat that Sam was talking about.
Okay, what was that?
Basically, what I read here is that he was talking about basically applying Mgtow and moving on, and I just wanted to I think that's a really good point there because I'm kind of at a similar position because I've kind of been taking a break from making content simply because I really haven't had anything to say, and so I think what I'm doing is I'm trying to apply it, and I think it's a good idea to have that opinion in there as well because at some point what I've noticed is that I think people get really a lot of what we deal with here in the Mgtow community I think is a lot of negative stuff about what's going on in the world. And that's just the truth. I mean, the truth is not always a pretty thing.
Yeah.
But also, I think we have to realize that we have to understand that if we keep exposing ourselves to negative information all the time, subconsciously we're going to be affected by that, whether or not we see that. So we're going to kind of work ourselves into the cycle of depression. It almost seems if we don't take a break. And I think I just wanted to touch upon what Sam said and just say that I'm kind of at that same point where I don't really have anything to say with my content because it's all been said before. What's the next step? And what I've noticed is that my mood and just my behavior has improved so much from taking a break. So I think I wanted to see what people's thoughts on that were if we ever get around to that. I don't know if there's something you want to discuss further, but I just thought that was something that was more important than maybe it was touched upon. But I think that's a really, really important thing.
Yeah, there's probably a couple different ways to look at that. if you need to move on and you get everything you need, that's a great thing to do. Come here, learn about Mgtow, learn how to live a Mgtow lifestyle, and move along. If you're a dedicated content producer and you take that seriously, you might be here forever, and that becomes your job. You want to keep these guys flowing through. If everybody leaves, then there's going to be no one to share,
Yeah.
And so there's going to be dedicated content producers that just keep on going and going and going and going and going until the day they die, probably. I'll probably be one of those. It's just worth it. Mgtow's worth it, and you guys are worth it. Every time I see people come on through, and get something, I'm happy.
Yeah, Traversable, I think that's you come to Mgtow and you learn some things, okay? But the thing is whatever you do, you develop relationships, right? So to some extent, you develop relationships with these guys, and then it's like, why would you just cut that off? I mean, it's just like anything else you do in life.
Yeah.
You develop relationships, and they may endure, So, there's nothing particularly wrong with this, with continuing on a social level, on a social basis. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For some people, that might be hard to do too. They might have a hard time like seeing guys go, and they go, oh, But I think I've been around here such a long time that I'm getting really, really used to guys coming and going, and it hardly even bothers me anymore. It's like, okay, next, and you don't get emotionally attached to a lot of things.
I think that's the great thing that you did here, Traversable. Just to comment on that, I think you did. Excuse me. I think you did something really good with making this hangout, because it allows the ability for people that, even though they do go, this is a place for them to come back, almost like a reunion, if you will. And tell people, hey, how you doing? How are things? You're still part of the community in my eyes, and you always will be. And I think that's what's so good, is that you can still allow people the ability to come back, unless they're completely batshit insane, of course.
That. But it's nice to come back to someone you know too, and If everybody, like I said, if everybody leaves, a lot of guys stop by and say hello, often, and private chats and everything. Hi Joe, how you doing? It gives them somewhere to go to say hi, and then they check on Mgtow, and they know Mgtow's okay, and they go back out, or not back out, but wherever they do in their regular life, and that's cool. Law, Patrick Henry's a great example of that. He just stops back in once in a while and says hello, and says everything.
And same with Mo Berg too as well. I think those are established Mgtow monks who haven't been on the scene in the past year, but he's another one worth recommending to as well. Checking out his channel. And this is it. And I think this was the discussion element X that Sam Droid brought up earlier. Is we're going to, at the end of it all, and where we meet right now at this meeting point, and this juncture, okay, we touched on three kinds of Mgtow. Those that want to seek, political activism with that, and there may be guys that are geared towards. He's certainly got to that. And that guy might not agree with somebody who wants to, let's say, lead a monk lifestyle, not get involved as much, right? And then there are those that are just active online right now, doing what we're doing. The thing is we're at a crossroads with that right now, and it's a question of where, as individuals, are we going to evolve from there on in.
Yeah, there's a difference between content producers and commenters too. Commenters generally are going to go through, move along. You try to be as nice as you can. Betty kind of knows from yesterday that you just try to be as nice as you can, and try not to, it takes a long time to learn that skill too, to be kind of indifferent sometimes. But then there's content. Some guys come in and they start making stuff, and then all of a sudden they're spurting out how they hate Mgtow, and we're all a bunch of fags and everything. And those guys got to go immediately. I don't care if they're Mgtow or they say they're Mgtow. If they start destroying the community, they're just destroying it for 100 next guys. And there's going to be 100 next guys in the first 3 months of this next year.
Joe?
Right.
Joe, can I just add something in there? This all goes back to how easily infiltrated these websites and chat rooms are. It's so easy for you know, a feminist or whatever, just basically somebody up to mischief, to come in and to, you know, there's a myriad of things that they can mention. It could be race, it could be religion, anything. And before you know it, the whole topic has been, you know, derailed, and there's flame wars starting, and then this person disappears.
Yeah.
They've achieved what they set out to do.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes we have to be so careful of how we react to these people.
Right. I could tell you just last month, I had a guy come on, asked to come in to hang out. I did a test hangout with him. He was regular cool. I'm looking at his face. I'm talking for him for 2 days. The third day, I realized, after he called me a fucking fag, didn't know what I was doing, get out of fucking Mgtow, and I just realized he set me up for 2 days being really, really nice just to say that. And it was like, man, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, and I'm at the same place there with you, Traversable. I think, you know, as I've gotten older, I don't know if this is because you know, that's what happens when you get older, you get smarter, right? I mean, but I just got to a point now where I'm just completely done with having to even remotely deal with people like that anymore. You know, I say if somebody's going to be rude, I just exclude them completely, because I think it's just a waste of time. You know, it's almost like you can see the train coming, so you step out of the way and not even deal with it.
Yeah. I got a little giggle. I was like, you wasted 2 days of your life passive aggressively trying to set me up to feel bad, and he's not even going to get a response. It's like, that was a waste of time. And it was a good troll, good job, you know. He
Professional.
He was a professional too. That would have just crushed. It would have crushed a social justice warrior. But
it would have been.
But he did. You know, that's what you get, and you got to expect that. You're going to get these people that just hate you, and no matter what that is, that hate comes from. They hate you a lot more than whatever they're saying you hate, and they show it, and they'll show their face. Then we got to usher those guys out, try to be nice, you know, for the community's sake, and but sticking around can be useful to you too if you find this thing intoxicating like I do.
Yeah, because it's just like, because I deal with a lot of doing a lot of research. I'm really into like geopolitics and stuff like that, like the really meat of, you know, the stuff that goes on in the world, and I find that kind of stuff fascinating because I like truth and I like hearing about that kind of stuff. So I find that it sometimes just gets really intoxicating when you spend too much time, you know, in that environment. You just get really depressed sometimes, and so I think taking a break or taking a step back is a good thing to do, and I think it's something that it's not really talked about too much, that I think more people might be going through, that pay attention to videos, that pay attention to content makers, and that they say, you know, I'm sitting here watching all this Mgtow content, and for some reason they start to get even more depressed, or they get to a point where they take the red pill, they go through this, you know, they understand what's going on, and then it's like they hit this brick wall and they go, well, it's like a magnet. They're in that cycle of repeat and start again and repeat and start again. They wake up, they watch Mgtow, they go to sleep, and then they do it over and over and over again. What they fail to realize.
This is the danger, though, that we have. Sometimes people don't realise that feelings are catching. What I mean by that is, if you were constantly reading horror stories day after day, and arguments and flame wars and upsets with whoever in a chat room, you end up walking out the house and you kick the nearest dog, because this is what we always once referred to as MRA burnout, and it does affect you, and it can affect you badly. And this is why you also, in my opinion, see some content producers coming in, dropping out, go missing for a month, 6 months, and then come back again. Because they need the time away. If you were constantly doing this and you were constantly battling, or let's say for instance you're arguing with feminists day in, day out, And as you know, Joe, from that previous thread that we talked about, how frustrating it can be, especially for an inexperienced man that wants to try and use logic and talk sense when the woman or the feminist is just there to basically take the piss and make him pull his hair out, and he doesn't realise it. Yeah, and the effect it can have on you.
Yeah,
you know, it's tremendous.
Well, there's one of those things when you get those horrifying letters. Sometimes you just read them and giggle, and then you try to. It's fascinating sometimes too, the techniques, the rhetorics. Because once I start dissecting the rhetorics on it, I'll go look up the rhetorics, and there's 1,000 different rhetorical rhetorics methods they use, and then you go, oh yeah, that's what she did, or that's what he did, and you start looking at it all. And then you go, well, this. By the time you get done, it's like, oh, this was really interesting, and make lemonade out of lemons, sometimes. And then
well, say what you, just a comment. I mean, what you said there, Betty, I agree, because I think it's pretty much it's like almost driving yourself insane if you think about it. Because if we really get down to brass tacks, the reality is that these people, the feminists, the people, whatever you want to call them, the insanes of the insane. Whatever it is, the belief that they have is completely ridiculous. And so if anybody is trying to take a rational approach to dealing with an insane person, then you're just going to find yourself caught up in the insane loop itself, So I think the people have to separate themselves almost and say, look, you got to separate and draw that line. But I think it's like if you get too involved, then that line starts to erase itself. And before you know it, you're caught up in the insanity without even realizing it.
This is also why I from time to time, I post excerpts from the book by Erin Pizzi, The Emotional Terrorist and the Violence Prone. Yeah. And the excerpts or the extracts that I often post is the part where she says, from all of years' experience, the emotional terrorist is the most undetected. Basically what she's referring to is the tactics that women use.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right.
But the most, and she then sits back as the sweet innocent angel that's done nothing, and yet she's caused absolute mayhem within the family. But that is still a female tactic.
Yes, and that. It's one way I think you can look at this is, you can go out into the world and you can leave Mgtow. That's fine. You go out in the world, but the reality is you're going to face the same shit. You're going to be dealing with all of this stuff, and you may be able to deal with it on your own, but the ability to come back here and sort of process it through and share those stories on a continuing basis does on some level, I think, sustain your sanity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's
yes.
I've read that book
because what's happening.
Go ahead, Betty.
What's happening though, gentlemen, is what we're getting now is we're getting other men confirming what they had sort of a gut feeling about. Because it is so subtle, so difficult to find or discover what's being done to you, and this is why you see some men or a lot of men that have been through divorce or a long-term relationship breakup, looking like they've got shell shock because they've been subjected to all manner of psychological warfare, and they've no idea what's happened to them. And then when they suddenly find themselves out on the street, homeless, jobless, penniless, no friends, blah, 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 and then they sat there wondering, what the hell has happened to me? And then they've got nothing. They're a shell of the person that they went into the relationship as.
It's interesting that you say that, Betty, because here in the States, particularly, I mean, we're subjugated to so much propaganda here in the Western culture. I don't even know, it's not even a culture anymore. Because everybody's just running around, like with their chickens with their heads cut off, doing everything in the world. I mean, we are Rome, at the collapse point. Because what you said there is that you look at the culture. I mean, you look at everybody at least with the sex relationship between the sexes in the United States. There are more women accepted into colleges than men are. So this automatically puts them off from the start. So this is why you see the occurrence upon which, the women going out and trying to get useless art degrees, and they can't afford they can't afford to pay their college debt because they're getting a degree that doesn't pay enough. But then again, there's not enough males to counteract that. So I think that's where the problem starts there, as well as encouraging narcissism in these young women. I mean, like Mayor Mgtow did a video talking about all this princess toys. So you start when they're young to be princesses, you raise them up to be princesses, so they're basically born to be narcissistic sociopaths from the start, and this just catapults that and aggravates the whole thing.
But it's not just that. I mean, going back to what I was saying earlier regarding how deep this goes and how subtle it can be. Just look at television adverts. Just imagine how that affects the young boys, let alone the men, constantly being bombarded with every man or boy is an idiot, is a fool, is useless, it's okay to be violent towards him, etc., etc. And just slightly off topic, in my local area, there was a newspaper on the front page, homeless man slashed across the face with a craft knife for asking for change for Christmas shoppers. That is how low people think of men, especially like a homeless man. And at Christmas time, somebody decided that there was that paid off with him to produce a craft knife and slash his face for asking for change.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the advertisement world, I mean, I work in that field. I'm a film producer. I've done it since I was about 17, and I work with a private production company. And I've dealt with advertisers, and I've seen something very interesting going on, particularly with entertainment industry and the film business particularly. And to be honest, I've had to come myself to some conclusions whether or not I want to participate any further, because I mean, Hollywood in a sense, the whole thing's a complete mess. I mean, it's not what people think it is. It's very disturbing what goes on. And so I don't know if I want to continue that. But nonetheless, the advertising promotes, I've seen this with my own eyes, that this everything is now being reversed for a reason. So like the Superman movie now has a Superwoman movie. All Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters movies are going to be an all-female cast. Everything is trying to switch to female. And I realize something at this point, is that this is a psychological thing that's going on here, because what you see is...
It's social engineering. Exactly. At its best.
It's brainwashing. It's brainwashing from Hollywood's standpoint. And I mean, the reality is that you take Hollywood as a propaganda arm and you push the ideas to influence the people, then you have them. This is why all the movies are so influential, because now, in terms of distribution, the people for the very first time are looking through a internet technology lens. Everything is being put through this filter, so this is why this blending of reality and not reality, I mean, everybody's on their phones now, so everybody is being incorporated into this technology way of thinking, and they're not being independent and thinking for themselves, and it's making people very stupid. And just to tie that up, back to what I was saying earlier, with the advertising, you take the psychology of it, and this is how you like completely psychologically destroy somebody from, even though they're most powerful, is you take the people who basically know that they're not really anything, and like just to say, for example, if you take a homeless person or somebody like that, and you give them a bunch of money to promote an idea. Well, the people on the top know basically that, oh, well, that's just some homeless guy. They're never expecting the fact that that person's actually going to be protested, and in addition to that, be praised. So my whole point is, I think what you see is that women have been given all this power, all this opportunity, all this stuff, and it's psychologically attacking men because they're seeing that women are getting all this power when they know they don't deserve it. I'm sorry for the rant.
Yeah, no, Element, I think I'm glad you ended there, because probably my main, above all other themes that we talk about, my main central theme with all this is really, in other words, the reason Mgtow exists, the reason MRAs exist, the reason the manosphere exists, is really because of how much power the female is wielding, right? I mean, these things won't even, there would be no need for any of it if it wasn't for how much the asymmetry of power. They're wielding a ton of power.
The thing is, though, you see, if you look back at some of these books that have been written, female power has been there for eons.
Yeah.
They have had immense power for a long, long time.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just suddenly appeared because of feminism. Women have always had immense power.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
And we underestimate. Oh, I don't know why, but we seem to think that it's something quite recent. You know, with the advent of feminism, it's not true. Basically, what it is feminism is female nature on steroids.
Absolutely, it is. And if you look at this, may be a little difficult and sound a little bit too philosophical, but if you look at these just core principles like private property, the right to ownership, self-ownership, those are things that are really sort of elevate the male of the species to a status of dignity, right? Because the female is always going to be taken care of. The female is always, she's good to go, whether we're in the jungle or we're in society. The female is always going to be, she's going to be all right, right? But the male doesn't really have any inherent value to the species unless it's implemented, right? So things like, when you look, as you're saying there, Betty, if you look back to times where there might have been less dominance of the female, it's when the male is sort of like, his property rights are respected, he owns what he produces, these kinds of things, and those are the only really protections against what that female power that is always under the surface.
I want to ask one other thing, and I'll let somebody else talk here. I'm talking about too much. I have so many things on my mind just because I haven't made so much content in a while, but I guess the big elephant in the room here is something I've been doing a lot of research on myself for quite some time over the last several months is, okay, let's look at the technology that we're in right now. So basically, if we look at it, social media is number one proprietor in terms of communication online mostly. I mean, there's email, there's all these other things. But people are now starting to adapt themselves to the technology. As I was saying earlier, people are looking through the technology lens. I mean, almost literally. If you look, it's funny because if you go to concerts, literally everybody has their phone in front of their eyes. So it's like, what's the next step there is a wearable device, right? So, or if implanted device. What I see, going back to what you said, Mel, is that the women already have the power to basically exclude us completely from the picture, because you don't have to go very much further than look at the porn sites, because what I see is that if you study the porn, like, believe it or not, if you study the porn categories, it shows you where the human species is going in terms of sexually, and I know that's kind of a broad thing to say, but they automatically, I mean, they have these machines that they fuck themselves online. In addition to that, they can make money when they're not even physically there. So what's the even point of us going there other than the fact that they're basically using us as a big scam completely? So I don't know if I'm too cynical to completely say that there's no point in even looking at rationalizing with these people anymore and just preparing for what we can have left, because I see that the technology and all that stuff is going to be replacing both sexes no matter what's going to happen if things keep going the way they're going. I just wanted to see what people's thoughts on that were. I know that's kind of a broad thing to say, but
I like the thoughts with Mgtow, and I tend to lean towards the spiritual side, and because I'm into Buddhism and things. But I borrowed from some of the Buddhist teachings, and I apply it to Mgtow, as in Mgtow is the dropping of illusions, and it covers just such a wide spectrum of basically what you just talked about there. What do we do? Do we continue trying to reason with these people? Is there any point? What we're really looking at is us growing as people, as men. And we only do that by becoming aware of the illusion that we've been living under.
Yeah,
that's right. And I think one of those biggest illusions is this. Males, from the time we're boys, from the time we're small, we're trying to craft this identity of strength and kind of strength, and we tend to buy into that, and we lose sight of how much power we actually don't have, right? I think that's one of the biggest blind spots for men and males is how much power they actually
definitely
have.
Yeah.
Have you read that book called The Esper Revealers of Manipulated Man? Any of you by chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because basically that book was saying that the way that the system is constructed, and since birth, as we're saying, is that from the time of birth, essentially from this book, this woman is saying that every male basically is predispositioned to want to have somebody to be a slave to, which I can agree and disagree upon depending on the circumstances of the environment and all that other fun stuff. But it makes sense because if you are not trained to be independent from birth, at least from being self-sufficient, self-sustaining, a rational thinking person, and you're born into something that pretty much is a con from the beginning, then I think that's the biggest blockade right there in terms of developing yourself and growing.
But it's why we often hear the reference to the film The Matrix, because it applies so much to basically Mgtow. If you think about it, I know it's not, it's fictional, but a lot of the things that are said in it apply directly to what we're going through and what we're discovering. That we're not, we're not the be-all and end-all. There is no patriarchy. We're basically a utility, a disposable utility, and sadly, it's a very, very painful thing to discover for a lot of men, even in Mgtow.
Our situation is slightly more complex because we are such a utility that cannot be taken advantage of if we do not allow others to take advantage of us. We can just say no, and they really can't do anything to you.
But you've also then got to consider, how do you say no to the government? How do you say no to being drafted into the army? How do you say no to the police force?
That's a big thing too. There, I mean, that's something I've had. That's like a whole nother red pill that I've taken. Is like the red pill upon which, it's like another big elephant in the room is, what we have to realize, I think, is that Mgtow in itself is dealing a lot with, the construct upon which the war against the sexes have been pretty much put against each other. And I think what prohibits people from understanding that, maybe everything that somebody knew is completely a big scam and a lie, and things are out of control, which, believe me, I can say that they are. And that just wants one other question I wanted to ask James. Are you in Russia by chance?
I am now in USA.
You're in the USA now. Okay.
Yes, I was born in the Soviet Union.
Okay. I'm really curious because one of the big things going on right now in terms of political aspects is the America just completely going off its rails in terms of government, in my opinion. And I think what we see here is a lot of this stuff is a result of where we are now and what we're having to deal with. And like you said there, buddy, what do you do in this case? How do you say no? And so I was just curious to ask James, growing up, in Russia, what was the situation like between the sexes and just life in general?
Most of the marriages, they lasted to the very end because the situation was relatively harsh and you needed both parents to actually survive. Also, women were considered primarily property, and not property in the sense that they are considered in, let's say, Islamic countries, but literally, the masculinity was really masculine there.
Yeah, and that's interesting.
I have
because
not seen a single, to be perfectly honest, I have not seen a single, man there bow down before a woman, to be perfectly honest. But having said that, and my father is very masculine as well. I mean, for example, my grandfather, he was in World War II. My father's father. My father was also in the military. But even though my father would, you cannot tell him like you cannot go here, you cannot go there. He still worked himself, and still does, works himself into the bone, basically, for the family. When we came here, he literally sacrificed himself. He would be the one who worked 16 hours a day, so that my mom, for example, could go to school when we got here and learn English. So the situation now is that his language is still bad. He barely speaks the language here. Yet my mother, of course, having had the privilege of not having to work 16 hours a day, is the one that got a better job eventually, and so on. So if something ever goes wrong now, he would be the one who'd be screwed completely.
Yeah, and that's a good point you made there, because here, I mean, in American family values have been completely destroyed beyond, I think, repair at this point, because so much of it is the propaganda that people have been based in. Feminism pretty much did a lot of that destruction. So I think, that destruction of the family, once you destroy that, you destroy the very thing, I think, that keeps people going, reproducing, motivating, then you pretty much destroy the whole country. And I think that's a big problem what we see here, and I think that's why, I don't know, James, at least in your observations in Russia, why there's, I think, a lot less men due to the war, I think, and I think that the reaction between the women, there's a lot less women, and there's a lot less men and a lot more women, so it's a little bit equal.
Even more recently, for example, there was some kind of feminist something going on, and they all got arrested by Putin's request. So,
well, I support Vladimir Putin, I'll just say that.
Yeah, was that that
they're
rock
still
band?
kind of held under wraps, there. To much greater extent in other countries. They're not taking it seriously.
I think it's because he realizes how dangerous that ideology is, because that's exactly what we see here in the West, is that the ideology has been allowed to run rampant, and it's destroyed our fucking country.
Right. Well,
So,
with
yeah.
regards to what you said, you cannot say no. You're right. It would be you cannot simply say no to the government, the draft, and so on. But in other respects, when a woman says something, you can just say no. You can just say to go screw yourself. Unless of course you're married, because then you are screwed, because then you're legally, the government will enforce certain things, and then you are definitely already in a trap.
Yeah.
And hence, why Mgtow's approach is an excellent one. Do not get married, or you will, once you're in the trap, that's it. You're done. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do. You're gonna be losing a lot of things. It's not everything you have, including your children.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep, I think that's the big elephant in the room, though. I think that's the thing that I think a lot of people are afraid to admit. I mean, I just want to say one other thing, and I'll shut up here, but basically, I think Steve Hoka was asking me to clarify some things, and I guess I'll do that now simply because we're doing a lot of broadcast here, but he was curious to know some other things, and at least some of the qualifications that I've said in my videos, because, he said that basically that I keep a blank screen up here to, to conceal my identity. I think everybody knows why that is at this point, I think that's common sense. But, he was asking me basically, what I did, and I told him basically I'm a film producer, and I do work with a private production company, and I think what his vibe was is that, I don't know what he was saying, but to me it came off as that he thought I was trying to promote a narcissistic culture or whatever by being a part of the entertainment industry, but that's kind of off topic. But nonetheless, I just want to say one other thing, that's one of the reasons why I haven't been made videos, because I've had to definitely take a look at my involvement as to what am I promoting in the world, and what am I doing that pretty much promotes all this destructive behavior amongst what we see going on. And being involved in the entertainment business, I've seen a lot of very ugly things, and I've worked with a lot of really nasty people. And these people are not who you say they are. I mean, the entertainment industry is full of a bunch of hypocritical, narcissistic sociopaths working for a bunch of people that I'm not going to say who, but it's not a good business to be in, and they promote this garbage. I mean, just recently I heard about a film that was coming out that promotes transgenderism. And it's about a man who his girlfriend who basically wants him to be a woman. Okay, why the fuck would that even be going through, and why would somebody finance that shit? It's because they're promoting an agenda. And so when you promote that agenda and you push that down into the mainstream fucking public, and before you know it, you're going to have what you see now. So I've seen this, and it goes very deep. I don't know if we'll have time to get into it, but I mean, I want to expose the whole fucking lid on it. I'm sick of it.
You should do a documentary there.
I mean, well, I mean, I think that's what my next step is. I mean, I don't know what people would be thought about that, but I'm sick and tired of seeing some of the stuff that goes on, and
Yeah, well, you raise an interesting. I think it's something we all got to keep in mind when you start pointing fingers at any source, be it individual people or society, whatever. And that's what we do here a lot, is we critique, other people, say women, females, and society. Ultimately, that finger's going to come back, and we're not perfect ourselves, right? We have jobs that do certain things, and we do the best we can, but there's a certain temperance to the criticism, because we're all complicit to a degree, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to get a job these days that doesn't in some way contribute to the demise of civilization, right? You're gonna go be a banker, okay, fine. You're gonna go sell, work for a drug company, okay. Well, now you're a drug pusher. You're gonna go to marketing or media. They're all whores. You can be so.
Yeah.
There's only so many.
And it's very sad. That is truly the matrix we live under. It is a matrix, and the thing that confirmed this so much to me is the fact that being involved in the heart of really what goes on behind these movies and shit, it's not what people think it is, because people have been so attached to, distractions and all this other stuff. And if you look at the way that I don't even watch TV anymore, because I'm disgusted, and I've had it up to here with it, because I know that all of it is designed to get people to believe in bullshit. Like if you just watch the entertainment quality, it's gone down every month on the month. Nobody watches TV anymore, so everybody's on the internet now, but what I've noticed is that,
everybody's in Mgtow.
Yeah, it's such a complete use to distract people from thinking, distract people from asking questions that might be uncomfortable for themselves and really getting down to the truth. And so just seeing that from first end, and seeing how these people in the entertainment business, who are not who they say they are, use this propaganda to push this on.
Is that not why they call it programming?
They call it like seriously.
Yeah.
That's why they call it television programming. Literally, TV was designed to program people. It's brainwashing. It's all brainwashing. And it's funny because I have internet, and sometimes I have the app where I can actually watch TV on my computer. And it literally says, whenever there's a commercial, it says, "Commercial break. Programming will return." It's like, are you serious?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's a great quote.
It's all brainwashing. The whole thing is brainwashing, and that's why television is, the way that they do it is they take the perception. Perception is everything. Like you see things, you translates into an image. So if you capture people's perception via television, via the internet, then you can change and mold their mentality, because you can then change their ideologies via their perception. And that's why the music industry, which is I can't even begin to describe. The music industry is all about that. I'll tell you about something real quick, and I'll shut up. I'm sorry. But Miley Cyrus is not who you say she is. This woman is nothing more than a walking billboard for some people that she is a person. She is an agent of change. I'll just say that. She is used to promote these ideologies, and if you pay attention to all this bullcrap music that she's put out and what it's talking about, you can go look up her recent video called Baby Talk, which promotes pedophilia. This is a woman that's in the mainstream, and guess who her audiences are? 13 and 14-year-old little girls. Now you tell me something there. Now where's the problem that we see this reoccurring pattern? It's these fucking people that are pushing this bullcrap. And it goes even deeper than that, because the people that Miley Cyrus is attached to are people that, push the propaganda. And we all know who, that is.
Some dark stuff, man. It's dark.
It is, yep.
Who's got the Frederick Douglass quote up? Is that you, Traversable?
Yeah, I just put stuff up there in a day that I thought was pertinent.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
Very applicable.
Yeah.
What does that say?
I was going to say about the music, one of the tactics that's been really helpful for me is to actually stop listening to any music with words, because when you, like you said, just to agree, when you actually break down what music is, it's about some poor cunt who's falling out of love, some poor cunt who wants to fall in love, some cunt who wants love, or something else like this. So yeah, you basically start listening to classical or chill music or some sort of, like house music, but with words that are indistinguishable, and your life actually changes when you get rid of that shit, just like it does when you stop watching commercial TV. So yeah, definitely.
Good point. I like that. Yeah,
go ahead, Mal.
I was gonna say I take regular breaks from music. Music has become a real big part of our culture, but then it's like, it's kind of a, I mean, that kind of stimulation, and it's feeding you. I'm just saying, like, in order to keep it in perspective, you got to step away a little bit. But and I think that's a great way of doing it, is to strip out the vocals or the messages. Yeah.
It's very interesting because the company that the production company I work with, the gentleman that is the CEO of this company is very smart, and he knows a lot about stuff, and he made me study this psychology. Like, I got really into psychology via this guy, and he started telling me how advertising works. And he says basically that, advertising is nothing more than, I don't know if anybody here has seen the movie, what is it, They Live, where the guy puts on the sunglasses, and you see that advertising billboard that says, eat or sleep or whatever. It's brainwashing, and it's done, like, I'll give you an example. The Esther Wheeler's A Manipulated Man book was talking about how advertising, like why women are usually actually promoting other women to buy their products because they want to impress other women. It has nothing to do with men at all. This is why color psychology is used, like certain colors such as red, blue, green, orange. All of these things are carefully thought about because certain colors influence the psychology of somebody a certain way. Now, when you combine all of these things with the right kind of knowledge about how to do it, you can influence people real quickly without even realizing it. And that's the subconscious, it's brainwashing because the message behind what they're promoting is nothing good. And if they're just trying to promote something good, then it'd be another story. But in this case, it's not, and that's why things are so destroyed because of all this promotion of crap.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and there's just so much propaganda to cut through. So that brings us, it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with how much Mgtow is the right Mgtow. I'd be interesting, is Bernie over there? It'd be interesting to hear Heartburn give his weigh in on, how much exposure to Mgtow mentality, masculine-minded mentality, is needed. Is it an ongoing process, or is there, is it individual, different for every individual? Is this something that we need to keep doing?
Well, I can only talk for myself. I find that someone that grew up in America, I didn't have much masculine culture growing up. I had to discover it. Once I did, I feel like I want to, just this conversation here, even when I'm not talking, I've got my ear on what's going on. I think having this kind of masculine affirmation among men, discussing specific subject matters, yes, but just having a masculine space for ourselves is something that we should be marinating in on a regular basis. I can only speak for myself.
I would agree with that. Yeah, that's exactly how I experience it. Yeah, it kind of feeds the masculine soul a little bit, where you can't get that otherwise.
Well, certainly. I mean, obviously, when you're, I guess most people come to Mgtow having been displaced through a divorce and all that goes along with that. It's good for them to hear this kind of conversation in the first place. But then once you, I guess, at some point you've had the red pill, you're a full Mgtow, and even beyond that, and you're stable in your masculinity, and you're stable with the knowledge you've gained from Mgtow, I mean, still having masculine conversation, masculine issues, including arguments and all that stuff, is very healthy, I've found. And so I don't think that there's ever going to be a time where I'm done and I don't need this anymore. I don't see how that would be.
It's hard to get it out.
I agree with you 100%, man.
Go ahead, James. Yeah.
Oh, I agree with Harper 100%. We need constant amount of, talking with men, because, society, they demonize. They really do demonize masculine qualities and masculine traits, man, if you look at it.
Exactly right.
And isn't it hard to find any kind of community like this where, I mean, you can go and join a sports team, you can do any one of these conventionally, theoretically masculine things, and that's cool, but it's going to be very focused on that particular thing, right? Mm-hmm. To find a group of men who are willing to kind of just expand, just to go farther. I mean, just that in itself.
I think that's that's the one thing, because though, if you want to have somebody truly be open to any kind of information, that truly requires somebody themselves to really be open to any kind of information, you know. So I think that's a very self thing, because if you try to tell somebody about this stuff, I mean, we all realize that either they're going to accept it and take a gander at it, or if they're not, they're going to completely disregard it and, you know, call you crazy. But why is that? I mean, why is it that that happens? And I think that's because people are not ready to hear certain information. So I think in order to have, I mean, I think all of us here have come to that conclusion that we have been open to accepting a different reality, and we've all came to that conclusion. I think that's, I just wanted to say that. I think that's, you know.
That's a good point, and that's one reason why it's so hard to find it out there, because people just aren't, they're not thinking along those lines, you know. They're really...
I mean, it wasn't good. I think the red pill, the blue pill matrix.
I don't think it's so much as people aren't thinking along the same lines. I think it's going back to all the propaganda, the programming, the conditioning.
Right.
Other men are probably, particularly blue pill men, are probably far more dangerous to the likes of ourselves than women.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah.
I'm glad. What was that quote that said that basically the most dangerous man on earth is a man that's well educated and can think for himself?
Well, unfortunately, that only applies to Mgtow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
But we're probably the most dangerous men.
I didn't mean that to sound arrogant. I mean, as in blue pill men. You know, we've all been this way often. Post, we're all recovering manginas, which we are. We're all. Unplugging. You know, we was all, or the vast majority of us, we're also blue pill men. You know, and you know how dangerous it can be to go out there. I mean, look at was it Vention? I can't remember his name. The lad. Yeah. I mean, just imagine how dangerous it can be. I often listen to him saying how he gloats at the men when they get the paycheck, saying, "Oh well, I'm going to be doing X, Y, Z." Well, you've got nothing because you're married, etc., etc. That's quite a dangerous situation to put yourself in.
Yeah.
You know, because you start upsetting these people because there's some very nasty blokes out there.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't wear it on your sleeve, you know. I keep it.
Yeah. This is what I'm thinking, mention that, you know, you're a nice bloke, but I really wouldn't be going rubbing salt in the wound to some of these blokes, you know, because it can turn real nasty on you.
I think that's the other thing is, like, I can't remember who it was, but somebody made a very good point by saying that you have to, like, at some point you really have to take the consideration and think about who really do you need to give the red pill to and who really doesn't need it, because you could seriously psychologically distort someone's life, and I don't want to be accountable for that. I mean...
Is that Seth joined the conversation? You there, Seth?
Yeah, he's in, but he's not talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what do people, we talked about blue pill men and manginas. What do people here think about blue pill women? You know, like, there's not much talk about women who haven't awoken yet and are still under that spell that we know that we've all been under our whole lives and we're recovering from. What about blue pill women? Do they exist? What do people think about that?
I would say they're everywhere. But the trouble is, it's not in their interest to deal with this.
Correct.
It's, you know,
they profit.
They're riding very, what's the saying? Riding high on the hog. They are at the top of the food chain. Why on earth should they be bothered over anything like this?
Right. They got a
was
free
it,
ticket.
I can't remember the woman, what she said. Yeah, there was I can't remember the name of the woman, but she said, "Why on earth would women want equality? That would be a huge step down."
It was Schlafly.
Was it? Well, I mean, there's a perfect example. She's right. Why on earth would a woman want equality? She would have to give up all the privilege and everything else.
Yeah, it's all in their favor. So why on earth would they? Yeah, it makes sense.
And this,
when you look at it, right, a blue pill man can really only make one choice because that's all he knows. And when he eats the red pill, he can then choose between being a blue pill and a red pill. So he's got two choices at least now. But a blue pill woman, no matter how evil she is or whatever effect she has, she's still a blue pill woman who only has one choice and will take the the path of least resistance. So this is where I think that if there's hope for mankind in the future, to attack and help the blue pill women out there understand the plight of men. You know, like this is the thing, because they don't know any better. They do what they do.
It's never going to happen though. I mean, look at Girl Writes What. She's produced some excellent stuff. Look at the honey badgers. Do you ever hear any of them sitting down and saying, right, now listen fellas, we're going to tell you all the tactics that women use and how we manipulate you, and this is what we're going to do to help you. None of them do it.
No, that's and this is I just put in there. I hear what you're saying, Sam, and I have a kind of developed a perspective that the idea that females and males are fundamentally different, I think, is an important thing to really get across. Fundamentally different. Our life experience, is so different from the beginning, and so, be real careful with the way you think about a female, and particularly with what you're saying there. See, it would be predicated on them actually caring, right? They would have to care outside themselves in order for
No. It's about choice. Sorry, it's about limited choice. So it's not about caring. It's not like they're aware and they have the choice to care. They're back at that stage where we were unaware. We got eaten, bitten alive, chewed apart. We didn't really know anything else. And there's a whole heap of women in the same position where, if they probably knew and they got the information in the right way, they possibly could care, but currently they don't have any other choice but to be blue pill, just as we had no choice to be blue pill most of our lives. And we are recovering blue pill white knight motherfuckers. I just seem to want to understand if there is that kind of sense in the female world, and there has to be. There has to be that equivalent of a woman who doesn't know any better. She's still evil. Yep.
No, John the Other done an excellent video on this regarding the myth of the failing of the MRA and the Voice for Men and everything else. They're going to fail and continue to fail because they're all under this idea that somehow, if we just word it right or explain to them, that women are suddenly going to start caring. They aren't. This is the hard, bitter pill.
You got it. Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
You got to fully appreciate why feminism works. Okay, the reason feminism works is exactly because the male cares about the female and the female does not care about the male. That's why. That's fundamentally that is the source that they're extracting everything from. Okay, the fact that when they
this is why you get this is why you get men going around and around looking for this mythical know-alls, because they still. For some reason, it's so deeply ingrained in us that we're desperately hoping that we might just be lucky to find that 1 in a billion unicorn, because somebody said, well, there's always an exception to the rule, and women will care if you just treat them right or explain to them right. And it's a farce. It's a nonsense because it just gives people the wrong idea, especially the younger men. You've got to this one.
So what I would propose, would happen if you could deprogram, quote, deprogram a female from the blue pill. If you were to do that, if you were to deprogram a female from the blue pill, let's just play the thought experiment.
What you're describing is fathering.
Okay, yeah.
Fathering them. Unfathered women is what you all are describing.
Yeah, well, I think at the end of the day, what you're going to arrive at, she's simply going to look for other means of manipulation. She's not going to look to do the just thing and give men equality. You see what I'm saying? You could deprogram the blue pill, but she's just going to try and come up with another blue pill. So it's a fool's errand. There's really nothing. They know the truth.
Yeah, the other side of the coin is that she's still got the gun in the room, even if she is deprogrammed and fed the red pill and everything else. You've still got the sword of Damocles hanging over your head. She could become a no-alt.
This is also being said in the context of relationships, but we're not often talking in the context of friendships. So friendships, again, have no strings attached, not necessarily any sex, and also I may be talking about this in a macro level as far as education, not just as you deprogramming one person. So, like, as much as I look back at my life, know I was a blue pill, know I was a white knight, know I did the wrong thing, know I fed into the system, that's not something I want to be, to truly be myself and live a proper life. I can't help but think there are women out there that don't want to live half a life either. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to believe that all women want to live just the easy road. Like, it's nice to say we've experienced those women, but to say all women will only want to experience the easy road if given two choices instead of just one, I don't know. That's what I want to leave open to debate. You know, what do you guys think?
Well,
I think it's a fundamental.
Unfortunately, what happens is, you know,
Yeah.
what older guys tend to say is, okay, fine, go ahead, come back, we'll see you back here in a couple of years' time. Tell us what you found.
Well, the short answer I would say to that is it's one word, and you know, if you really understand it properly, it addresses that, and that is hypergamy. So it would be nice to think that the female would like to live on equal terms with the male. I would love to think that. You know, men would love that. The problem is that everything that we have, you know, seen and come to know is that is simply not the case. She doesn't seek equal terms, equal footing with the male. She seeks the upper hand, okay? And so that will always assert itself.
But the thing is, that is healthy female nature. It's nothing wrong with her. That's how she operates. That's how she gets her biological needs met. That's,
so,
you know.
So you were like, we were all once blue pill or white knight, and you know what that means. That means that if you saw a chick being beaten up by a guy who just got the shit slapped out of him, you'd probably go up and beat the guy up, right? Like, that's the blue pill white knight motherfucker that we all hate, right? So none of us wanted to be that. Yet all of us are intelligent people, it seems like, right? And we've changed our lives. Like, this is the thing that I still try to reconcile. I'm not disagreeing with anyone or anything, but trying to say that surely not every woman wants to be a victim. Surely not everyone wants to take advantage of the system. You know, is that the case? That we all would have a consensus that every woman wants to be like that, when especially you look back at your own life and know that you're not even the same person who you were 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that saying though? Well, surely not every woman has a natural female nature.
Right. Yeah, it's two sides. You got to pick a lane on that one. You got to kind of either admit that females have certain tendencies, or you have to live in this idea of egalitarianism where you want to ascribe to them the same kind of, you know, decent-mindedness that you possess. It'd be nice if it was, but I think the evidence shows that it's not true.
I think another way to look at that would be, what if you were to take them? I mean, because take them in an environment that is not influenced by all this crap, you know, and see what would happen there. Because if we think about it, you know, the main problem that we see here is this going on within the States, and we look at, you know, the messages that are promoted there. Yeah, that's a joke. I mean, so I think another way to look at it is that we have to remove them from the environment and see what.
But no, that's not true. That's a logical fallacy.
I disagree, because this is the fallacy that when you get so many men that say, oh, well, it's because of feminism in the West, and off they go to Asia, only to discover that women are just the same. They've got exactly the same nature.
Across time.
Environments, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, the idea that the environment, yes, to a certain degree. But female nature is female nature, the world over.
Let me put it this way then, right? Isn't a blue pill motherfucker or a white knight nothing more than a feminist dressed in a man's suit? Really? And we've been that in our whole, like, most of our lives. Like, I've been a feminist, not known it, been a blue pill motherfucker, been a white knight, a feminist, not known it. Now come to this change in life where I want the actual truth and I want the reality. And it feels better to know and hurt than it does to stay that feminist blue pill cunt. Surely there are women out there that need and want that change for themselves if given the opportunity. Not all.
maybe there is. Like we said, proof of the pudding. You go and find one. Come back and tell us what you found.
Yeah, you're
like I'm interested because I asked, because I'm actually talking to a woman now who I'm not going to ever get into a relationship with, but she owns her own house, she's got her own car, she's got her own sports, and there's nothing that she can take from me. Like, there's nothing that I can offer her. I'm a student who gets paid fuck all, who doesn't have a job, who goes to school, who's got nothing to offer her. But what you have got is potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to be in a relationship with her to prove that point, because I know what they lead to. Like, you know, like at the same point, if I can talk to her just the same way I talk to you guys, and she can become enlightened where before she wasn't, just as I was a blue pill once and now I'm not, then that I could see is a very big bonus to actually talking and associating with women.
The mistake that many men make, and this includes myself, is we project these sorts of ideas or characteristics onto females, expecting them to be or have the same level of understanding, the same feelings, the same idea of loyalty and brotherhood, or camaraderie. Women don't have it. They hate each other.
Well, look, I totally agree with that, and what you said is actually a big thing. Women actually are their own worst enemies, right? But what I'm getting at would be probably more to say that by hanging out in this type of this conversation, this is great, and I love all you guys. You're excellent, but it does just boost my confirmation bias. But when I talk to a woman, she seems to, especially one that doesn't need anything from me or want anything from me, like the one I'm talking about, she challenges me in a way that you guys don't. And that's because she is fundamentally different in the way that you guys describe, right? So I could either A, just hang out full time in chats like this and just confirm what I already believe, or B, kind of be subject to some sort of weird different opinions. This has been
the downfall of so many men. What you're describing there is this one's different.
No, like, again, I don't want to be in a relationship, and I've made it clear that I'll never move out of my mother's house because I want to look after my mother. Like, I've said all these things to her. Like, I've given her no false promises. I told her I won't go to the movies with her. I don't go on outings. I don't spend money. I don't, I've told her fucking everything that you guys would actually want to say to a woman, and she still doesn't mind chatting with me. Like,
because you're underestimating the power of women are master manipulators.
Yeah, look,
the potential is still there. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, definitely I understand the potential's there, and I look for the potential. In fact, I can see little glimmerings of what those potentials are trying to pop out. Like, for example, I asked her to ask me 3 different questions about myself, and all of them seem to revolve around her, right? But at the same time,
consider this. How many men have you, or even read, if you don't know them, but you must have read the horror stories or whatever, on the various chat sites and whatever. All these men that were self-interested, that had the flashy car, the motorbike, the career, blah, 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 that found the woman that they thought, well, she's different. I've told her all this, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. 5 years down the line, you see the bloke driving around in a Skoda with nobody, friends, nothing, everything else. The very woman that he thought was also different, and he laid the laws down. It's like, the fallacy of the prenuptial, only to find that she was the same.
I guess I'm talking about diversity. Diversity is probably where I'm getting at. Like, and by saying that, I can say from this conversation I can grab a whole lot. But from talking to my so-called enemy, I can also gather information there. But if I never talk to my enemy, then I only ever talk to you guys, then I never get the other side, So being aware is definitely...
Kind of a straw man there, Sam. No one's really saying don't ever talk to women or only talk to Mgtow. This is part of...
Would be nice, though.
No, I mean get close.
What we're trying to do is give the younger guys as much information as we can, and say, look, be aware of this. Okay, if you're going to take a risk, you know what the risks are. Go ahead. You know, we're not saying don't do anything, do this, don't do that. We're saying, look, all the information is there for you. You take, you know, you're your own man. You take the chances. You know the risks.
Yeah, so that's sorry. I was going to say that's great, you know, for the people who are coming in and they're new and they're just chewing on the red pill. But once you've done all that, you've come out the other side, you've got the understanding, you know what's what, you don't want to be in a relationship, you've set your boundaries, you've got them and they're not going to move. Like, what is the problem at that point with women? Like, the only problem can actually be only your self-control. You know,
I don't think...
Can I just jump in for 2 seconds? I think you're really underestimating the effects of time and what goes on in time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're taking a perspective of a woman in one point, and you're saying she's going to be like that forever, and she's not. I can guarantee you that, and it's not her fault. I don't even blame women completely, because they live in two different worlds.
No,
I wanted to jump in earlier. They're living in one world where they're...
it's female.
Yes. We're living in another world where we're told no, no, no. So even if she feels good for you now, and she's amazing and this and that, how are you going to guarantee that her perspective of the world isn't going to change later and she's not going to say, well, no, I'm a woman and I deserve to have more?
That's a great question, and I want to answer that. You probably weren't here earlier when I discussed the difference between a friendship and a relationship. So with a relationship, you sign into a contract where the woman changes and the fucking rules change and you end up fucking on your head, right? But with a friendship, you actually have to earn your way each conversation. So, for example, if I carry on like an idiot right now and I do it 2 or 3 times in a row, I'm not going to get invited back to one of these chats. So, in effect, I'm earning your friendship as I go. And if she fucks up more than once or twice, I'll just fuck her off and find someone else. And that's the beauty about a friendship as opposed to a relationship. And I often see Mgtow's talking a lot about relationships, but not talking about that friendship side where you can actually just move on.
Have you ever had a best friend, even a guy that you lost? Was it not heartbreaking? Because I know I've had some best friends that I've lost in the past that it didn't matter if it was a guy or a girl. It still broke my heart, and it didn't matter if it was an intimate relationship or a friendship. When shit goes south and you've been betrayed, well, then you've been betrayed, and you're really just sitting there saying, fuck my trust, not what kind of a relationship your trust was broken in, whether it's intimate, business, or friendship. You're just saying, fuck, my trust was broken.
I agree totally. Just quickly, I want to respond to that. Sorry, I lost a friend. I lost a male friend of 9 years who lives in Norway, and he was one of my best friends, and it broke my heart. It really did. I'm not going to lie, right? It broke my heart.
All I'm saying is, I don't want any of my buddies that I talk to put as much faith in women as they do in men, and then turn around and have women do what we're talking about, but just do it in another relationship, which is they change colors later on, and then you built up a friendship and a relationship, and you're dependent on that person in some sort of way, emotionally or socially or whatever it ends up being, and then they pull out the rug from under you. Like,
well, they did that. A male did that to me. I've just told you that. A male from Norway who I've been friends with for 9 years, like, busted up with me, stopped talking with me because I became a Mgtow in the middle of my semester. It fucked up my homework, it fucked up my head, and I haven't heard from him since, right? Like, it's no different. It's the risk we take, and sometimes we need to take risks, right? Like, in order to get rewards, right? So, you know, we sit on the sidelines, we're never going to get nothing but sand. You've got to walk into that middle pitch of the field to actually sometimes get something, but sometimes you're going to lose something as well. Now, I've lost this guy, and I have to understand that it's not my fault, and that he is where he is, and I have to justify it in whatever way I do, but it's no different. It's no different than if I lose the friend of the girl that I'm talking about 2 weeks.
I would say that there is a huge difference. You've lost a friend, a male friend, and all the the emotional whatever connections you had, But the difference between that is that he couldn't have you thrown in jail on a false accusation, things like that. Even as a female, as a friend, can do that.
You beat me to it, man.
Yeah, look, I agree with that because I can't really relate to it in a certain sense, so I agree by default. In Australia, we don't seem to have these, accusation type of things floating around. It seems to be a Californian thing or something else, right?
Well, okay, put it another way. If you ended up living as pals together in a house and you split up, and he went his way, he takes his stuff, you take yours.
See, this is where I've defined, like, already my friendship with this lady. I've said to her, I won't move out. I'm going to stay with my mother. I'm going to look after till she dies. She owns her own house. She owns her own car. She looks after her own kids. She's got her own job. What has she got to... I'm a student who earns nothing with no job.
You're a teaching, dude.
I ride a
You don't have
bicycle.
anything yet, but you are taking care of a sick mother that you are waiting to die.
No, my mum's not sick. My mum's not sick or anything, right? Like I stay here through the fact that I know that she brought me up as a kid. She's taken me in after I broke up with my wife. She built me a house in the backyard. And to a certain degree, and I want to pay my mother back. I want to give her that respect, and I want to give that from my heart, not through any selfish female, me or anything that my mum puts on me. I know that I want to do this in order to feel good as a person.
Hey, Sam, perhaps you don't realise it, but what you're actually doing is advertising yourself as a good provider.
Yeah.
Yes, to a degree I am.
That says I will take care of everyone and
yes,
any.
Exactly. I am a protector provider. Look at me.
Well, she'll take you, dude.
It's potential. That's what she's seeing. Potential.
To my mother, that's to my mother, right? But to this lady, I've already told her, look, I'm not moving into your house. I'm not going to ever be able to do.
What if she becomes attached?
Yeah, but what we're trying to say to you is, okay, fine, what you're saying now, but it won't be like that in 6 months or a year or 2 years or 4 years.
And that
it all changes.
Yeah, that I agree with you if this was like 10 years ago, but I've already eaten the red pill. I've been a radical Mgtow. I've come out the other side. I did hang out gay. I'm not stupid. I didn't wake up yesterday. Trust me, I know all the hypergamy and all the misogyny talk. I know brief fault. I know everything, right? So she's not about to bite me. So what have I got to lose from challenging myself is what I'm saying, knowing that I won't take any of the bait. And that's where I found as a
nobody's saying to you don't do it. We're trying to say to you don't fall for the traps that we've all fell for.
Yeah, and I agree. That's nice.
You know what? I haven't even talked about this yet, but I'm gonna. Literally, I was seeing a girl off and on right before Christmas. I literally got dumped right before Christmas, and it was literally one of these friendship things. And I thought that I had all my bases covered so that it could not affect me in any way. And I actually, part of my, protective nature of myself now is to gather information on other people if I am going to have any sort of relationship with them. So if they do try to turn around and fuck me in the end, I've got more shit to throw against them than they have to throw against me. And even though this person had no opportunity really at the end of the day to really do much, they still turned around and tried to make a CAS report that really just all it said was they're crazy, they've got anger problems, and they cannot now ever be around my kid. So it backfired on them. But even I put in every fucking stop, every whatever, and I'd been with this girl for like 2 years off and on, and we just did our thing where, I'm a red pill, and, I don't want to, all this. I got fucked in the end, and that's all I'm saying is I thought I was just as smart as you, and I'm sitting here this Christmas all pissed off.
Look, I agree.
The thing is, though, isn't it so sad that we have to put all them things in place?
Yeah, we have to turn around, and sometimes we have to just do it our fucking selves, run ourselves down the fucking road that we don't believe that everybody else is saying to us, and then we get there and we're like, okay, yeah, everybody else is right, and I'm just not even going to talk about it. That's how right I know they were. And I wouldn't even unless this conversation.
You're gonna have that smug look on their face, like, "See, I told you so."
I know you guys. I know everybody was right, and I didn't listen, and I paid the price for it. And you know what? I played that game, and I took that risk, and I was saying that while I was doing it, and I have to own up to that. I can't just turn around and say, oh no, it was this situation or that. No, I was warned about it. I didn't follow through. As
Barbara said, was it Barbara Rossa said, the juice just ain't worth the squeeze? That's what most men are coming to the conclusion of.
Yeah, I think one thing that we have to realize is that the odds are stacked against us to begin with. So, I think, because if we look at this, there's always this reoccurring pattern that we see, right? Regardless of however legally smart somebody is, if the odds are stacked against you in terms of a court of law throughout everywhere, then that's just going to be the case. So you're going against something that you can't win as it stands. So if somebody is willing to go through that, then there's really nothing that you can do, just in my opinion, to stop them. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I would comment, if I could just comment to Sam, just a couple things. You know, basically Mgtow is about recreating boundaries where they were not good. And if you are really sound in your boundaries and you know all the stuff and and you're all good, then yeah, I mean, no one's really telling you not to do anything, okay? But what we are saying, and the message really underlying, is that in all likelihood, and as demonstrated by all those who have come before, which is many, okay, it's probably worse than you think. That's pretty much the only message that you can really take. It's probably even worse than you think. But that doesn't mean you can't give it a shot. I mean,
Well, this is perfectly said, right? Like, I want to agree with Seth just quickly, right? I just did a 3-year fucking stint with this chick, just as friends, being a Mgtow, telling her all the bullshit, kind of had that attachment, and then all of a sudden she left me and fucking moved in with a guy with 2 kids. And
I have no problem that she left me. That was what I told her. I said, I can't believe that you fucking left me and you tried to cause trouble on the way out. This is the part that pisses me off. Is that women have the ability just to try to go fuck with my kids, fuck with me, my ability to see my kids, fuck with my entire life, just because they want to not see me anymore. Like, what the fuck? You can't just pick up, get your shit, and go, and be a normal fucking human being without...
At that point, they just want to end you, which is very scary.
That's the part that I be friends, but just be worried about Armageddon, because whenever they leave, they can never leave fucking nicely. They always have to leave in a tyrannical fucking mess, and then you're like, what the fuck, man?
I'm not saying it's better, but you're kind of better off sometimes with a one-night stand than with a friend. I'm just saying. I'm not saying any of them are good, but you're better off with the first one.
All I'm trying to say...
This other thing is that it proves that what James was saying about, how the feminism there in Russia was basically stopped from the beginning, because we see this is how destructive this stuff can be. I mean, I think what really is that we have to focus our attention on not the sexes themselves, but what is promoting the sexes to create this problem. I think that's what's really getting down to it, because if somebody in another country stamps out that problem immediately because they realize how dangerous the effects of that propaganda is, and we see it like what Steph was, I'm sorry, not what Steph was saying, but I think it was Steph was saying, basically about how this woman, could take your kids and mess with you like that. Why is it that is allowed in a country and it's not allowed in another? It's because it's that dangerous, and I think that's where we need to look. I think that's why some people get so frustrated, is that basically we're trying to figure out where the answer is. Where do we need to look to stop the problem? And I think where we really need to look is the propaganda that's fucking pushed, because ultimately it's influencing these young girls to be this way.
What I'd like to quickly add is that I'm not saying that relationships with women are necessarily good or bad, right? Like, I'm really not, because I got fucked over just like the Seth. I have 3 years, friendship, close, on the phone, 12 hours a day, and bang, she's gone. And because I didn't want to get into a relationship and do all that type of shit with her, right? So, but what I am trying to say is there a point where you just give up and you just think, there is no such thing as a good woman in this world? And when that happens, do you really just look at 50% of the world as your enemy and someone who's...
No, you just start looking at Messenger's channel and trying to find out the monk's way.
And secondly, I just want to add one extra thing. So furthermore, like, I found that, like, during my Mgtow Hangout Gate crisis, the men were actually my worst enemy. When I stood up for anything, the one thing that I truly believed in, it was the men who doxed me. It was the men who fucked me over. It was the men who gave me fucking death threats. It was the men who sent me fucking, all sorts of shit. It wasn't women, you know what I mean? Like, it was actually my co-friends, my co-Mgtow, my co-people who I trusted and loved that left me behind for the dust.
This goes back to This goes back to the infiltration again, though, doesn't it? People can say they're anything. They could say, and hang about as a Mgtow, and before you know it, they've got the knives out for you.
Yeah, but I might look at another way. I just submit real quickly. I tend to think you're more likely to find the attributes that you're seeking in terms of, not those negative ones. Even though men do display these negative attributes, I think you're more likely to find the good ones in males. And so those negative ones, while they exist in some males, they're really pervasive in females. And so,
like I alluded to earlier, statistically speaking, I'm more likely to be physically abused by a male if I walk down the road. Statistically speaking, I'm more likely to have a homicide committed on me by a male if I walk down the road, not females.
But we know this. This is what one of the parts of the. It's not just females we're talking about. We're on about understanding male nature as well.
That's why we say white knights and manginas. We don't just say women. Both have the potential for evil. It's just that.
It's why I said earlier on that you'll find that it's men that are going to be our biggest enemy.
Yeah, like both of them are evil. It's just that the law is on one of their sides. So just be careful on both. Be more careful around the other one. Because they could put a false rape allegation on you without even touching you. Do you know that?
Yeah. What have you ever heard?
Here's the question to all of you. I was just listening to y'all, or a few of you talking about breakups and this sort of thing. One of the things that I've noticed over the years, and I've had many relationships, how women will end a relationship, but they will also, and this is just to show you how nasty they can be. They always tend to end it on a memorable date, either a birthday or Christmas or
Yeah. Just to agree with you, my wife told me she'd been cheating on me with my best friend on New Year's Day. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, are you serious?
There you go.
That's evil.
And for
Jesus
7
Christ.
months. For 7 months they didn't tell me. For 7 months. Yeah, I just agree with that.
You will find most men will
3 out of my last 4 girlfriends have broken up with me a week before Christmas. Okay.
Jesus Christ, man.
This is why I asked the question and on about female nature, and just to show you how nasty they can be. They will want to, as somebody else mentioned there, to leave, even if it's under reasonable terms, or you think it is. They will still want to cause you as much misery and hurt, and it can be memorable as possible.
Prime example is when divorce. They don't simply leave. Oh no, they want to take everything from you. They want to destroy you. Yeah, like they would take your kids and they keep taking your child support. You're living in a fucking car, and then after that, they don't play around.
But when they leave,
I know that, but if I had that power, I would not do that to somebody.
Yeah, but this is what men do, though. We project our values onto women and expect them to behave the same way, and then we're stunned when they don't.
They're not going to behave the same way. I know thousands. Yeah, I know thousands and thousands of guys that can say, in hindsight, I was a simp. I was a mangina, I was wrong, I was this. When have you ever in your life heard a woman, and what name do you know that they call themselves?
They don't have that capacity.
They don't have that capacity for reflection or introspection.
Well, you might hear them say, "Oh, I was a total bitch," but they were that was.
But they're bragging when they say that. Yeah, they're wearing it. I was a bitch, or I'm a sassy bitch, But they will never ever say, "I'm a hypergamous whore," or the names we put on them. No, or I used to be that. Well, men have a capacity to come to grips with their faults. Eventually,
at one point, 10% back in the day of women admitted that. Now, I don't even know anymore.
I think it all just goes back to what is
being lost cause, man.
I think it just all goes back to, like if we think about this, men are instilled in values because if you think about it, at the time of birth, most of us at some point we played, army with a friend of ours. We've pretended to, be involved in some kind of fake war. We played paintball. We've gone hunting or something. We've learned how to have to not only hunt but be self-sustaining. And we've also had to be taught value and respect as men because we know that we go off to war, we do all the work, and we are then instilled in this value that we have to do these things. On the other end, women are not instilled those values. They're not taught respect. They're taught to be princesses and not sustaining. They're taught to have everything done for them. Since the time of when they're in kindergarten, they've been taught, you know, oh, I dropped a pencil, the boy will pick it up for me, and the teacher reinforces that. Also, hold the door open for the girls eat first, the girls go first to the bathroom, the girls get in line first. And so they're not taught those values what that men are taught. So there's always going to be, unless you start from the educational point, there's always going to be inequality with that.
So that's great what you just said, Element, because what I'm querying, and again, I'm not no expert and I don't make any claims, but what I'm querying is that can education from the get-go change our problem? Because this is what you just said. Everything you just said was perfectly said. Like, women are taught this, where girls are taught that. Sorry, girls are taught this, girls are taught to be princess, and that needs to stop, you know, because that's not the case, you know what I mean? That may be the case in the 50s or 40s, whatever, but that ain't the case now. You know, they need to get off. And look, it was funny, I was talking to a female cousin the other day in front of her husband, and I said, look around you. I said, look, this house was built by a man. That doorway was built by a man. The road outside was built by a man. You know, the telegraph poles were put up by men. I said, when are you guys want quotas around boardrooms and tables? I said, no, you start building some of what I see around me, then you can get your quotas, you know. Like,
here's the thing. This is something that I was curious to ask James, because he's been through Russia and he's grown up in Russia, and he mentioned earlier that there's different value systems implied in that country. And what I'm curious to know is, what is the education that is taught and instilled into them? Because I know that Russia is an ex-communist country. I know that they had to go through that. And coming out of that problem and coming out of that indoctrination, what has been the result of that? How have women been influenced in terms of education?
Yeah. That's interesting. That's interesting.
I might be able to answer a little bit of that, because I've gotten so big into the history of Russia, because I'm part Russian. But you have to understand that Russia's gone through about the last 100 years of brutalization. They've been massacred off in the hundreds of millions by their own government. And you have to understand that whole time the family is going to get basically stronger and stronger, because they did the opposite of what you want to do to control a population. They killed too many people. They created too much animosity. Whereas like somewhere in North America, it's very easy to change an entire population because they haven't murdered hundreds of millions of their own people. So there's not that. There's still that feel-good feeling. But when you do that, you're going to turn around, and the people that are going to survive are the ones that are going to turn into really, really strong families. Families that are going to stick together, where women are acting semi like men in certain situations, especially when men are off fighting wars so frequently and having to fend so frequently. You have to understand that it's similar in a way to the Middle East, that it's been attacked and attacked and attacked, and that doesn't people turn around and think, oh yeah, that'll break them apart. But if you just attack them and then you let them go for a bit, and then you attack them, you let them go, they actually get stronger and they reinforce over time. You're trying to cause a genocide that has to happen in one big bunch, because if you let them keep on going, they'll get stronger every time you kill a bunch of them off. The strongest ones will breed again, and then they'll keep on doing that again. And it's not a bad thing. It's necessary.
It's called the NFL.
There's an entire. You have to understand that when you do that to a society, there's two ways that they can go. They can become radicalized, so they become completely insane, or they can become very, very nationalized and very, very centered and very, cohesive, I think is probably a better way to say it. They idolize that cohesiveness because it's the thing that they've never really had.
Well, I think what it is that when we look at it, I mean, just looking at the States, because that's where I've lived, that's where I've been born and grown up. Everything here, it's just easy street. There's in terms of the society and what things are promoted, so there is not that sense of, not anymore, the sense of those values. And I think, going back to what you were saying about the Russians and how they've been pretty much, demonized by various situations. Also, the element of the cold weather, I bet, has a lot to do with it. But yeah, I mean, like I was going back to before, you destroy the family, and you destroy the very purpose that people have, I think, as human beings, just to reason. So I think when we look at, going back to what Sam was saying earlier, when we look at the situation of education, is that I think if we properly educate people, which in the situation is right now in the States, that's not going to happen. If the media doesn't promote it, the education doesn't promote it, the values, there's no more family values. Women have been encouraged to run rampant. There's nothing left. But I think this is why certain countries, like this whole thing about people going and saying, oh, well, why don't we just jump overseas and try to find somebody? But it all depends on the values, and I think that's why I go back to Russia so much, is because they're starting to build upon the family values, I think. I don't know, James, if you can correct me or not, but what is the situation there? How is the family being rebuilt? And, I just kind of want to see how that reflects.
I think along the lines you're getting at, Element X, I think as well as what Sam said, Bernie Heartburn has an interesting take that I think he almost jumped in with earlier. But Heartburn, would you be able to speak to kind of your view on instilling some of this masculinity in females? How that can happen from a young age.
Well, yes, you guys are talking. Well, everybody does this. They talk about women needing to be educated, but really you need to replace that with fathering.
Yes.
You can read a book all day long. There's no information that's going to turn a woman around. It's her nature that's the problem. Now, nature, that's twofold, really. Nature, there's their innate evolutionary instincts, which we all have evolutionary instincts which are no good for civilized living. But then there's what they learn as they grow. And most women, particularly in the West, are growing up in, if not matriarchal societies, at least emasculated families, emasculated culture. And there's nowhere for them to be fathered. There's nowhere for a masculine influence to get on them and adjust them. That's what a parent's supposed to do. Your child's not born naturally suited to live in the world as an adult. They have to be raised. And that's exactly what's wrong with women. Yes, they will always be hypergamous in their nature, but look, we as men, what evolutionary drives do we have? I mean, as men, we probably have, if not coerciveness when it comes to sex, maybe even some rapiness. But none of us are raping anybody. We're civilized. We're civilized, okay? So hypergamy in that regard, I would assume, not having an example to show you, can be augmented with good fathering from obviously from her biological parent, ideally, but at least the men in her family, her culture, her community, her church, and it's all gone. And you can, nothing's going to replace that. Nothing's going to fix that other than masculinity coming back in the form of fatherhood.
I completely agree on all of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, just to move it on from the fatherhood side, I think you'll also find that there's an awful lot of men now that say, well, I don't really want, I mean, not the fatherhood side, but the being like sort of the referee, the guardian of a partner. You want an equal partner. You don't want to be having to treat them as a child and educate them and everything else, because that's what some people think they have to do, or men should be doing. Man up, take on a woman, and then you have to do all this training and programming and disciplining. Who the hell wants to do that?
Right. Exactly.
I think that just goes back to. I think that just goes back to what you were saying about, basically if the male values are not instilled in the culture like they're supposed to be, then we have what we have here in Mgtow. There's no point of doing it when the values don't even need to be, when it's not being promoted and nobody cares about it anymore. So people are coming to this conclusion, I think, that we realize that, okay, well, male values are gone, the family is gone, nobody is promoting male values, and on top of that, we're purposefully being pretty much raped in the ass in divorce court on purpose, and then it's even being blown in our face deliberately that they're getting away with it. You know what I saw the other day was this woman got caught drunk driving, and she killed somebody and got off with it because she claimed that the man raped her. And I mean, this is insane. And she got off on it. It's like, how much more evidence do you need that they're trying to destroy the sexes? I mean, this is just out of control. So what we see here is a result of basically, it's like, look, at this point we have one choice. If you live here in the States, particularly because it's happening, and it's about to happen everywhere else pretty much, but if you don't start packing, your bags and start preparing, then you're going to find yourself caught up in the mix. Because as it stands right now, there's no female in the West here that is going to have those values because they're not being promoted. That's it.
It's pretty much a lost cause. It's pretty much a lost cause.
It's a lost cause. It's done. It's over.
It's over.
It's not.
Can I just quickly talk? I am a father of 2 daughters, and one of the things that I've said this before in a podcast, that it's a really difficult situation, but I'm going to jump around here. But first, it has to start with the fathers. So, like, I've noticed that when I got into Mgtow and I started realizing things, I started realizing that really if the world was going to change, it was going to have to start with me as a father and every other Mgtow as a father, changing the way that the next generation is going to be. Our current generation is probably not going to change fast enough. And it's some little things, like when I go with my daughter and we're going through a store, and she turns around and she gives me these big puppy eyes, like, "Oh, daddy, I want it." Well, she has no reason to try to use her looks or her prettiness. She's my daughter. All she has to do is say, "Dad, I want it." And as fathers, when we turn around and we start feeding into these little things, right, like them giving us the puppy dog eyes and being able to get whatever they want just by a look, then we are conditioning this ability into them, or this attitude into them for later years. And it really needs to start with us.
She's learning, she's training how to manipulate her husband.
Exactly, and I have to actually sit her down and I have to say, I know you do that with your grandfather, but that is not okay to do with all men, and it's not going to be okay to do with your father, because I know that one day she's going to turn around and idolize whatever man that she goes to find as very similar to her father. And if her father turns around and doesn't allow this, she's going to idolize that strength to basically say, "Hey, I can see what you're trying to do. I'm not okay with it."
And what's even more disturbing about this is that when you go and take them into the school system, depending on what kind of school system you have, the teacher is automatically going to favor them. And then in addition to that, what you watch, what kind of music, and we all know what kind of music's out there, and it's all favoring them. So
yeah, but then we have additional factors, right? We have the father factor that, I can say as a dad before I got to Mgtow, I don't think that I had the knowledge to be able to really think about this. And if I did, I was doing some of the stuff, but I wasn't actually seeing it in a full concept. But then there's the whole outside world, But daughters or kids are being able to be taken away from their fathers in such an easy fashion and capacity and in such large numbers that the children are growing up even thinking that what dad has to offer may not be the best way, because their entire life dad has been this secondary thing the society was so willing to basically dispose of, and I didn't live with, and this and that. And there's 2 levels of it. I see it. There's the society-wide, and then there's the individual with the father and the child. And the father and the child's got a big part, and then the society part has a big part.
Does this not just highlight, though, our own conditioning?
It does. It does, and that's why I wanted to bring it up.
Boys, I mean,
it has to start with us.
Go ahead, Betty.
I'm in my mid-50s now, and I can go back to what here in the UK we call primary school or junior school. When you're about 5, 6, 7 years of age. And I can still remember, even then, women, and particularly the older men as the teachers, having the boys stand up for when the girls left the room. Girls being, former Q boys one side, girls the other, the girls left, always a boy held the door open for them. I mean, what sort of message does this give to young boys? And you're being sold this as, oh well, it's being a gentleman, it's being good mannered. When you look back over or I do now, I think, what a load of bull! I was being taught to be a serf.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's perfectly said, and I love the way that the kids were brought into this, because, and that was perfectly said. It's the brainwashing that starts from even the men and the women. But so we seem to have a consensus not to trust women, and that they're always going to be a certain way. And what Seth I think brought up which was my next question, was his children. So, which is a very interesting crossover, because all right, we can understand women as partners and all this, they may be failures, but where do we sit with our children? Where do we sit with our aunties? Where do we sit with our mothers? Where do we sit with our nieces? These are all people who are never going to necessarily be in the type of relationship that we're talking about, but they're females. So what are your thoughts on that?
I could comment on that real quick, Sam. And it really brings back up something we had originally in this conversation, maybe 4 or 5 or 6 hours ago. I don't know. But that whole the rites of passage, and basically the male, if it's just worth considering that the male conventionally goes through a separation period where he separates himself, his identity, and from the female, from the feminine, from the whole female sphere of life, right? And I don't think that's. I think there's probably some wisdom to that, because women play 2 roles, right? They're mothers to their sons, but they're also parasites to non-related males, right? So there's always going to be this duality to the female that you just have to come to kind of accept. You got to kind of find a way to come to peace.
How many of you read or heard of a book by Rich Zubati called "What Men Know That Women Don't"?
I've heard of it before.
Well, it's quite a hard read, but it covers some amazing stuff in it. I mean, he's been through the ringer. And,
what is it called again?
What Men Know That Women Don't.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Rich Zubati. And in there he talks of men stealing, on not knowing how to steal the golden key from beneath his mother's pillow. And what he's referring to there is the rite of passage that somebody just mentioned. And he gives reference to, older tribes, perhaps in the outback or the jungle and everything, where they have a ritual where at a set time, the men of the tribe sneak into the village in arrangement with the mothers to pretend to steal the young boys from their side and take them off into the outback to teach them what it means to be a young man and everything, etc., with the women protesting and the kids screaming, etc., etc. But, as he pointed out, but they knew that was all part and parcel, or the women did, well, the men and the women, that they had to do this to break them away from the female side, otherwise they wouldn't be able to become a man and defend the village. They had to turn them into men, not to be like little pussy-wits.
I understand that. Fuck. I was living on the streets as an 11-year-old.
Yeah, but the point what he's saying is the women knew the role that they had to play in it. It was in their benefit as well. So they put on an act to be distraught and screaming and everything as the kids were being taken away. But it was all part and parcel of a man, as somebody just mentioned there, the man, the rite of passage. It's all gone. Right. We've never had anything like that in the West.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to ask is that we know to leave the women that treat us like shit, and most of them do, by the curb, right? But what about someone you care about, like your auntie, or what about someone who you care about, like your daughter, or what about someone who you might care about, like your niece? You know what I mean? Like, do you want the best for them? Surely. I mean, is there a cure? Is the question? Do you try to help them, or do you just kick them to the curb like you do in the other?
I think it's just boundaries. It's
boundaries.
I think you've just got to. I hate to say it, use the word, but like common sense, as in, am I spoiling her? Am I going to ruin it? Help, but explain.
Just be honest with her.
Yeah.
Be honest with another human being. How much is that to fucking ask?
Don't allow yourself to be manipulated. If you are being manipulated, say so.
Yeah. Don't just tell them what they want. Tell them what they actually need to hear. Tell them the truth. Don't lie to them their whole life.
Beautiful, right? So if that applies to the people who are close and you love in your family, can't that apply to just ordinary females? Just tell them the truth, tell them what you want, have your boundaries. Why can't that
there's only one thing. The problem with that is
people always say, my family will disown me, my family will disown me, my family will disown me if I do this or I do that or I do that. Fuck off. No family that is a family disowns anybody for doing anything. They get upset, they get mad, and they forgive and they forget, and they go back to being a family. That's what being a family is. People have this they have this idea that if they do things, then everybody's gonna just hate them in the world and this and that. It's not like that. Things go back to normal. They've got this crazy attitude, especially women.
Sam's kind of asking, can we help save or fix sort of grown adult females?
I wouldn't try to, but what I would do is I would set out other women. I would try to make sure that I can raise my daughters, so my daughters go on and have amazing relationships and end up being, something good for a man later on in the future. But I really don't have that much hope for now, because I don't see how the women of today have any reason to change until we change the women that are going to be tomorrow.
The problem with that is that you cannot change them if you do not have enough information, because the problem is, like anything, when I first started off learning about advertising and marketing and a little bit about business, I had no idea how it was constructed on that level. So I had to have the right information. And then I started getting more information. And then at some point, I was told some information that goes way beyond just what other people are told in the general public in terms of the business. So if you don't have the right information to educate them about what, like say, for example, if they're hanging out with their friends and they, want to go to some party or some shit like that, and you tell them, look, you got to restrain yourself, you got to protect yourself, whatever, you got to be careful and have common sense. But when your friends around you are instilling that you do whatever you want without that proper education, and also the willingness to be rejected. See, women have no idea of rejection. They've always been accepted in everything. If you do not give them the understanding of what rejection means, meaning taking a stance for their against their friends maybe, and saying, look, you know what, I'm not going to do that because I have the right information as to why that's going to be a bad idea. And the problem is they don't know anything about rejection. They've always had everything they've wanted. They've granted everything they've wanted. They've been raised to believe that they get everything they want. And it's just not going to change.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is can't the very principles that you would apply to your own daughter be used in a knowledgeable way to other females? Like, you might say that pouting look in the shop that asks for a gift that you say you're not going to fall for.
What I'm doing with my daughter is I'm conditioning her. I'm taking the environment that she's going to be in already. I'm taking her natural inherent, instincts and all that kind of stuff. And then I'm going against it, and I'm conditioning it, and I'm trying to replace it with something else. And what I want to replace it with is pride in self.
It's a totally different relationship, isn't it?
Being something more than just yourself. That's what I want to replace it as. I don't want her being all obsessed with herself. I want her being proud in her actions. I don't want her to be just looking for, every time that she bats her eyes. I want her to I want her to be proud in herself, because other people are like, fuck, you did that? Holy shit. And it's not an actual lie. It's not just sugarcoating. I want to raise them to be the real people that they're being lied to, that they can be without actually being raised to be it.
I have a question about that. The one thing I was curious to know is that even if you do, let's just give this as an example since we're on the topic though, but even if you give them the right amount of, I'll just call it information, you tell them and you father them the right way, even though you do that, the one thing that you can't control is the outside of what they get themselves into in their life, because what you see mostly
but you can't be there. You can be there. I had a saying when I was a kid, because I left my house and all that when I was so young, that if my parents would have, tried to guide me instead of trying to block me on everything, they would have had a much easier time with me growing up. And with the way that I'm always going to deal with my daughter, doesn't matter what age they get, or basically anybody else, if I want to be on a team with them, is that my job is never, ever, 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 ever to tell them what they can and can't do. The only privilege that I have in their life is the ability to guide them in one way or the other by showing them the options and showing them as much as I can and being honest about it. And that's the only thing I can do. I have to instill those values by showing them. I have to almost walk a godly sort of line as being a father. It's a lot of responsibility. And
in a sort of sense, do you find that you're doing that right now in front of all of us? Like you're leading by example. You're saying the stuff that counts.
You're not my children. not my responsibility. I don't take accountability for you.
No, I understand that, but you're still doing it, right? So, and I'm not, again, being some sort of boss of anything or know anything. I'm just posing the question. Like, if that can be done to a daughter, why can't that be done to someone who's a blue pill female?
Neurological development. Traversable can talk to you about this quite a bit. Neurological plasticity. As you get older, it does get harder to work it, basically.
I know about neurological plasticity.
Your brain wiring. If you've wired your brain for 50 years in one such way, you can ask a lot of people. It'll be very, very difficult to rewire 100% of that wiring out of it. You might get some of it, but not all of it. And it all depends on how long this person's gone into it, then how much influence, how much outside environmental influence from everybody else other than just the father is going to be telling them to go the other way, right? So
yeah, I would say.
I think that's the one argument, though, is that we see these very successful CEO women who go off and they make millions of dollars, yet they're extremely depressed and suicidal. And the other thing, women are now being promoted to go into STEM fields even though they don't want to, because if you look at the college situation, the majority of them are being promoted into STEM fields not because they want to go into work, it's because they're trying to find a guy that's going to make them money in that capacity. So what you see here is that, you know, even though they're promoted, let's say, for example, if a woman goes into medical school, she's going to spend at least 13 years minimum. That isn't if she doesn't go into a subspecialty. She's going to be about 30 by the time she gets out. And then when she hits 30, she's probably hitting the wall by then. She's going to be in $150,000+ in debt, and then she wants to go off and have a kid. And what we've seen with statistics have shown that the majority of them leave the field. So all of this money is being geared towards them to promote them into being successful workers in medical field, the college field, and they're failing at it because by the time they're 30 and they have kids, if they don't have kids in medical school, which most of them can't, because if they're studying, which they're doing all day long, 8 hours a day lectures, there's no way for them to have that. In addition to that, the amount of debt that they're going to be in unless they come from a rich family.
Right. But Sam, yeah, I think a little more to that is, I think he said pretty well. There's a certain, it becomes ingrained. So the manipulation that females have become, it's just part of their second nature to them. You can do what you want to do with confronting that directly, and trying to kind of like deal with them on a. But I think what you might find is that the more you disclose, the more honest you are with them. Instead of using that and reciprocating that honesty, they're going to end up using that, manipulating that to use against you, so they'll. I'm just saying, there's I don't want to.
That's called training your emotional blackmailer. There's an excellent book, I think it's by Susan Forward,
right,
who wrote a book, Emotional Blackmail.
I guess what I'm asking too is when do you stop giving? What part of your circle do you stop giving a shit? Because you obviously care about your daughters, right? So you bring them up a certain way to be a certain way the best you can, right? And then you move on to, as I said, your nieces, your cousins, and your auntie. When do you stop giving a shit? Like, do you stop giving a shit at your auntie because she's too old and can't be taught? Do you try to teach your nieces or help them?
That's what I was saying. Win the game.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They want you to flip out and act like a man and get all aggressive and say, "You're not understanding," or "You're fucking an idiot." They want you to pull that shit. No, you act like the old wise man. The old wise man that just stays firm and doesn't bat an eyelash and is just, okay, no problem. I'll see you in 6 months, a year when my shit turns around and pulls out.
Yeah, and that's, I was going to say earlier.
You have to have some patience and some Sam,
is that,
old, but you have to have the ability of like a 90-year-old man that doesn't even care to live.
It's called having firm boundaries.
Yeah, firm boundaries.
Yeah, and you just kind of...
And you really got to understand. I'm just saying on the dual nature of the female, right? You have relatives who are female, and you have a certain relationship with them. But so yeah, you absolutely love them, and care, and participate, and that's all good, and absolutely. It's not to like, but it doesn't mean at the same time that you don't understand what's kind of going on underneath, right? So that's really what this is about.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to say, that I think that once you understand that no one can hurt you, you know what I mean? It's really what your own boundaries and your lack of boundaries that can actually hurt you. No woman can just walk into your life and actually hurt you unless you've you've allowed that. So why can't we have the same boundaries that we have with our children and we might have with our auntie or our niece with just normal other women, like, and just maintain those boundaries?
The problem is that it is getting to the point where they can hurt you even if you aren't involved, because what I've seen recently is that the United States military just now granted women the option to basically have to join frontline combat. Do you know what this is going to do? I mean, this is going to destroy people. So if we see this capacity at which basically we're allowing these women who are not physically fit to be in frontline combat, and then in addition to that, if they come back alive, they will be, like we've seen, like studies have shown that basically that they become, pretty much incompetent and unable to get pregnant because the bodies are not meant to handle that kind of rigorous strain of combat. So you're sending them back to then get impregnated by men. What ends up happening is it's a disaster. So in addition to that, men are going to get killed because they're not going to be able to have either side who understands war, who understands and is strong enough to carry your ass out of there so you get shot in the head or shot in the leg or whatever. There are going to be some women that's going to carry you out alive. No, she's going to. There is actually one other thing. There was a study or a situation in which this woman was allowed to have frontline combat, and she was like at the spearhead of this insurgent that they were going into. I guess some kind of insurgent. They were going to raid this compound or whatever. And when I guess the Taliban or some enemy started firing on them, she basically dropped her weapon, ran and cried, and she, in return, she got a Purple Heart, and she got rewarded when she came back.
Serious? Really?
Yes, it did happen, and she came back, and the whole thing was fucking staged.
That's ridiculous.
We've got a dual issue there. Like, so you'll have another whole Mgtow conversation where we complain about mandatory enlistment from men and that women don't pull their weight. Yet we have this conversation right now where we say women shouldn't be allowed on the battlefield because they can't pull their weight. Like, it's very like, which one do you want to choose? Do you want all those headstones in the cemetery just to be men, or do you want some of the women to be out there pulling their weight? And do they need practice doing that? Maybe they do. Maybe you're right. Like, they can't pull like a whatever you call in pounds, like 200-pound man off the battlefield or something. But at the same time, like, what are we going to do? Just have mandatory enlistment for men and complain about that? So where do you draw the line, I guess? And again, I'm not being a knowledgeable person on anything. I'm just posing the question, like, which is better, mandatory enlistment for men or women actually getting in there and pulling their own weight and dying as well? They need to die. They need to fucking die. Like, that's what I want women to do. Not in a disrespectful way, but I need them to die in the workplace. I need to see that 95% of all deaths in the workplace aren't men. I want to see some woman crushed on a machine. I need to see some woman fall off a building site. That's fair. That becomes fair.
That's equality.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So we're on one sense we're saying we don't want that because they're going to put people at risk, etc. And so we've got a whole argument that says we don't want equality, and then there's a whole argument that says we do. So which one do we want?
No, I do want equality. Because it's a way to carry a 200 and something pound dude. I know. I'm like 110 and I could do it. It's a certain way you have to carry them.
Right. Yeah. I would. Here's my. I actually have a take on that, Sam, and you'll probably be surprised. But my take on that is to really. It boils down to one simple thing, and I did a video called Core Masculinity, which is you force the issue. Okay, you have to deprive the way that men get fucked is by letting women have it both ways. So the reality is that some things might make sense one way to have women do X, and some things might make sense to have them not do X. The important thing is that you don't let them have both, have the good side of both, right? Yeah. So as long as we force the issue that, yes, as long as you're going to claim that you're empowered and claim affirmative action, then you're on the front line. You're the one in the buildings. You're doing X, Y, Z.
Like basically, if they want to vote, they have to get drafted.
Period.
If they don't want to get drafted, they're not voting.
We may know.
You're asking women to take responsibility and accountability that have never and will never.
But that's the only way I'll be satisfied. Like, oh, you guys want to vote? You should die. You all should go draft like we did back in the day. That's the only reason we have.
That's right.
They're lying to kids in school, saying that we're oppressed, and every time I tell one of my friends that the only reason they couldn't vote was because they didn't want to get drafted. And they're like, oh no, that's the lie. I'm like, look it up. They don't even want to look it up. They don't want to believe that lie to prove their point, and it's ridiculous. We all know here that they weren't oppressed back then. We all know this, but everybody else wants to believe that lie. I'm sorry, I rant.
And we may know, you know, in our own selves, we might know that at the end of the day, when it all plays out, that yeah, maybe women are not going to work in combat. Maybe that might be true, but going through that process of proving that and making the point, you get one or the other, you know, that is the correct position to take, whether or not it's actually going to happen or not. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry for laughing, but this guy in the chat put I died laughing when he said I need women to die. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean it in such a, you know, if that was just a snippet, I'd
though, is that if you start saying stuff like that, I mean, Traversable, I wanted to know what your thoughts on this were, but I think last time it was a hangout or so before you were mentioning that there was some affiliation that they were trying to connect the men's rights group with some kind of alleged murder or something like that.
Yeah, we don't need to get obsessed about it. I mean, it was it was tongue in cheek. It's not true. He doesn't really want, but what he wants is equality, right? He wants if women are going to claim X, then they're going to get Y, and we really should be pushing that right now. But anyway, you know.
Oh man.
I was just listening to the conversation there about all this, you know, women in combat and everything. For me, I think this is just part and parcel of the path that men are on, coming from Blue Pill to MRA to Mgtow, and possibly even Monk. Because what seems to happen is, after we go through all this, we then some men come to the conclusion just how disposable we are as men, and start pushing all that to one side as well, and say, look, I don't want to be a father, you know, I don't want to be a guardian of a wife. I don't want to have equality. I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. But then they attack us. I think who was it? Messenger said earlier, like he won't. No one would get angry if he went ghost. People are getting angry now. We're walking away, and people hate us. You see that? We're not even messing with it. We're just saying, okay, everyone do our own things. What do? They shame us. They basically attack.
Barbarossa once said in one of his videos, they'll hate you when you're at the bottom, they'll hate you when you're at the top.
Yeah. No, but I was okay when I was, you know, trying to be traditional, but once I wanted to say, hey, I'm not dating, you didn't respect me, and I'm going to have one night stands, everything changed, dude. Everything changed. People look at you like you're crazy, man.
Yeah, so did that pretty much yeah, well, how did we get on women in combat anyway? What was that about?
I don't even know myself. I just jumped in. So.
Yeah, was there a question for me? I heard my name and I was kind of half sleeping.
Wow. It was me. It was just I was just curious about asking something earlier, but I don't think it. I think it's irrelevant to the point right now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you took that. We took that far. That was.
Oh yeah.
So
Joe, just to go back to, remember the thread that you and I was involved in with that woman.
Yeah.
I mean, there, you know, when I listen to all these chats about how we can educate women, how we can influence them, how we can do that. If you look back at the contents of that thread of that conversation, it wasn't so much as what was being said; it was the futility of trying.
Right, yeah, that was a futility try, and I just kept writing, can you please write it in a proper sentence form so I can understand it? And I was just being
but for me, this is where so many men are still desperately trying to reason and use logic and hope if we just say it the right way, or, you know, that somehow women are going to come around and say, oh, you know what, fellas, you're right, we've been absolute bitches, blah, blah, blah. It's never going to happen. And the only thing we can do is look after ourselves.
Right.
Even if that does happen, you know, the whole traditional paradise or whatever, I think I told Joe on a little private chat, I was like, even if that does happen, even if we all do find the Nawalt, we have better things to do. At that point, it doesn't...
If you go back to
guys, if you really look at attitudes over time, unless they're funded by somebody, they're not going to change. Yeah, it's a simple.
Even if they do change, we're so deep in a rabbit hole, we're looking at them like we really don't need you anymore. Yeah, we could advance.
But listen, fellas, go back to the traditional thing. The traditional role of the man was still a shit deal.
Yeah,
you know,
it's still a shit deal. Yeah.
I know that, but a lot of people think that that's the best way. A lot of people think that that's the best outcome, which is ridiculous. My best outcome is that the illusion,
the illusion is the good deal. The illusion we have in our heads about that white picket fence and with the chocolate cake and that
exactly. But this is what makes me laugh about many of the blokes that you have over at AVFM, because all they're basically doing is arguing for a slight improvement in prison conditions, because that's all for ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you ever think how just really hypocritical? Dean came out the other day and he said that the marriage contract was actually good for men. Did you hear that? Yeah, for married men, because it's better to be under the marriage contract than to be not under a marriage contract, because somehow.
Do you know how I feel right now?
What does it matter?
He was on the hamster wheel that day. It was like, whoa, Dean.
Is he married? Is it this Dean has? Is he married or remarried or?
Yeah, he's married, I think, and he
wants to be married. Because I'm like, no single man in their right mind would say.
Well, he's thinking that's a safety blanket. That's why he's promoting it.
You know what the hypocrisy of that is? He fights hand and foot against feminism, and then he buys into the feminine contract, the gynocentric contract.
Wow.
And it's like, fuck. Wow, you don't see that as hypocrisy?
Well, do you remember earlier today we briefly touched on Paul Elam and AVFM? One of the time when I first come across him, he was under the name of the Happy Misogynist, and he was producing some really good stuff.
Yeah,
he was powerful.
And at the time, I was at the time on I think it was the Don't Get Married boards. I was promoting, saying, look, there's a bloke here that's talking about setting up a website and, you know, like a hub for us all. And I was really, I was made up, I was excited. I thought, at last we might have, you know, a centralised hub from everything to come from. And then to find some of his outbursts were incredible. And the one that really killed it for me with Paul Elam was he actually attacked Angry Harry. I mean, I don't know how many of you know, but Angry Harry was like, he's the grandfather of all this, you know. And he attacked him and insulted him, and I was like, are you real, this Paul Elam? I couldn't believe from where he'd come as a happy misogynist.
Do you remember what he was? You remember what he was criticizing there, Betty? Angry Harry for?
I think it was over. He didn't like the fact that Angry Harry was being referred to as the grandfather of the manosphere, and he sort of wanted that that throne, if you know what I mean. That's
interesting.
You know, he was like sort of, no, I'm the one that started all this. I mean, I remember Angry Harry when his first website was called I Hate Feminism. You know, and the bloke he certainly saved my sanity many years ago. He was probably a lone voice on the internet back when it was still on dial-up, you know.
They gave him a half hour on the BBC once, and I was just still very young at that time. And they said, this is Angry Harry, and the internet was pretty new, and this is the new voice of the internet, and they gave him a half hour or so. What the BBC did was they dogged him for like 25 minutes. They gave him 5 minutes to speak, and that was it.
Yeah.
And it was the same old bullshit back then. And but for that 5 minutes.
But going back to what I was saying, Joel, though, going back to this with the parlay, to go from what he was producing, then to become to this with this AVFM and all these, I still call them blue pill the purple pillars at best.
Yeah.
Promoting the idea that marriage is a good thing. I'm thinking, was you a setup, Paul? Was you put into all this to steer men away from this idea of becoming Mgtow and everything? Because that's what they all seem to be doing. It just been mentioned with Dean Esme saying things like the marriage contract is a good deal for men. Well, absolutely.
My biggest problem with AVFM, and I used to be a big fan, but Paul absolutely pivoted. If you listen a few years ago to his rhetoric, he was very much the conservative marriage model is as bad as the feminist model. It's all the same kind of evil. But then he completely did a change, in the last 1-2 years, where he's essentially championing, marriage and conservative whatever. So yeah, that was a big problem. It's why JTO left. It was a very real change in his, position, and very problematic. Because I
must admit, I do like John the Other, but what happens, as Joe, I'm sure, will confirm, you become so skeptical of people, especially, there's that many site destroyers, mischief makers, feminists, you name it. And you think, who do you trust?
Yeah.
It's kind of what Sam was saying earlier. You can't trust men either, right?
Well, unfortunately, no.
Yeah. John's message is pretty much the same as it always been. When you listen to it and you listen to his old stuff, it's the same old message. He just decided at one point that the Mgtow thing was better for him.
Yeah.
But man, there was a lot of water under the bridge at that point, wasn't there?
Between him and AVFM, you mean?
No, between him and Mgtow.
Mgtow.
Yeah.
There was, years and years of him. Saying just awful things, and that's hard to get over.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't. I guess he kind of pivoted on that too, huh? That's true.
Yeah, he went full boat the other way.
I sense good in him, though.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting for that one day when he just fucking rages out, and then I'll know he's a regular Mgtow.
When he picks up the knee.
By the way, chaps, happy Christmas from the UK. It's now 1 o'clock, so happy Christmas, everyone.
Yeah, it is. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, dude.
Merry Christmas.
Is it snowing out there?
It's like 60 degrees everywhere.
Look over here.
What about England? Is it warm there too?
It's either England warm. You're having a laugh. Our native people must be the only native people that have blue skin. It's either raining or, well, I don't know what it is at the moment. It's definitely cold. It's about 4 degrees at the moment, so.
Yeah.
It was bright sunny skies today, but it was crazy ass windstorm, and that's why I was in the podcast earlier, and then the power got knocked out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was out for like 5-6 hours, fucking on Christmas Eve. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, it was
like a movie.
Yeah.
Here's a question: man-woman myth. Does anybody know what's happened to the guy? I read somewhere somebody, I think it was Stardust, that said referred to him as the late man-woman myth.
I imagine that was referring to his presence in the community.
Yeah,
but
he's married and they talk to him once in a while, but I can't remember if that was CS and it could have been just a story. Unless he comes around and actually says hello.
I think he has like a YouTube channel because there's been somebody that's been uploading all his videos in from account to account to account to account. So
yeah,
whether it's him or somebody else,
some really good stuff.
Oh God, look at this. We got an actual story. Transgender man in Ecuador makes history with pregnancy.
Say again, Joe. What?
This is so weird.
I want to know if he got a girl pregnant.
I mean, I feel, have you guys seen the Caitlyn Jenner's latest story on the headline? He's basically saying, he's basically kind of like, damn, why did I do all this? I destroyed my body. I actually used to look good as a male. Now it's all fucked up. And so he's totally regretting the whole thing. And I think that's actually pretty telling about the whole phenomenon,
Don't you think that also that's kind of sad though? Like, for example, over 90% of all gay people, statistically speaking, like, I'm not gay, but it doesn't matter, but look, 90% or over, they say 99, but I can't say anything's fucking 99. Surely it can't be 99, but if you're gay, you've at least committed suicide once in your life. Now, imagine the problems that we've been through just as ourselves, like being heterosexual and being the way we have. Like, we already get a certain acceptance, right? But who would choose to be a transsexual? Who would choose to be gay? Obviously nobody, but you know how fucking much hell they must cop, So, like, when I hear these stories, I just think to myself, I don't know what to think exactly because it's so foreign. It's like seeing an alien or hearing about a UFO. You don't know what to think yet. It's the first time, it's not that common. But you've got to have some sort of pity for someone who actually has been concerned about changing their whole body, gone through all that bullshit, and now regrets it. Like, you think, fuck, I never had to deal with any of that shit. I'm glad that was...
Absolutely.
At what point do you draw the line and say that that's just not mental illness? I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think, there would be so much, when I think about how much shame it would be to go through that, like, if I were to, like, tell my friends and family, I'm gonna go trans. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That would be very difficult to endure.
Yeah, you're not going to do that for fun. You're not going to do it for the fun or for a laugh. I mean, this is a big built-in deal to you, like that we don't, a burden that we don't carry. Yeah, like, right? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I have the same position as you. It's mostly just pity. Now,
does it not just show us the level or the effectiveness of the gynocracy and the propaganda and the social engineers?
And that's like
we've never had this before, have we?
Like I said earlier, when you have a movie that is promoting that a man turned into a woman to be her girlfriend, I mean, at what point is like enough's enough? And then in addition to that, you have an Olympic gold winner, this Bruce Jenner before he came Caitlyn.
Oh my God!
At what point do you actually say that this is ridiculous? Somebody that used to be honored as a person that had glory and intent, and now they're fucking a woman now? Like, what the hell is it? That's psychotic.
Yeah, but remember, you can't say anything though. I don't know how much times I brought. It's crazy. I don't know how much times I brought this up and met with hostility, like you disrespected their mother or something. Like, seriously.
Fulfilling an agenda. That's why.
But
why is it? You know what? Why is it that
sexual preference has to be acknowledged in today's day and age, and not it's discrimination? And I feel like a retard for even trying to say that sarcastically.
I had about 6 months ago, I had quite a strange experience. I work in engineering and construction. I do what they call outages, on the power stations, etc., where they shut them down for 4 weeks. One particular place we went to, a few months back, they had somebody in the office that had become, transgender from male to female. And the lads that was actually, fitters, electricians, all these sort of things, they was telling us, because me being a contractor, but they was telling us that they'd all been called in and under the threat of dismissal, warned that if there's any jokes, any catcalling, anything like that,
come on,
they was going to be dismissed immediately under discrimination.
You know what's real funny? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
lose James.
It's interesting though, because I've seen this with my own eyes. That what I've noticed is that, particularly in the industry that I work in, every single grant or financing goes to mainly people that promote gay media, mainly, at least what I've seen. And if you're not affiliated with any of these groups, you call any of these groups out, like you said, you're subject to not only being called discriminatory, but you honestly could be redded out from the whole industry or the community because you called these people out on what you believe is your opinion on it. So
I was removed. Why?
No, no one, no, you were removed.
Oh yeah, they just randomly kicked me out. I was like, what did I do?
You dropped out.
Yeah,
Oh.
you might have dropped out because.
Oh, I was like, oh crap! I didn't do anything.
Yeah, if you get kicked out, you can't come back in. That's the thing on these things.
Oh.
If you ever get kicked out, there's no way for the person that's moderating to change it.
Oh, okay then. Oh man.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I must say though, out of all the countries, it does seem that Russia, yes, and though I do remember that the suicide rate there is quite high, is somewhat still more old-fashioned than others out of all the other countries. There's quite a bit less feminism there. I mean, it is kind of being attempted to being stomped down by at least the Catholic Church and so on. At least the recent attempts of the various female groups that promote feminism there. Kind of interesting.
That's very interesting.
There's quite a twist to that. I mean, it's something that I've commented on, and it's probably taken the wrong way very easily, and that is perhaps men need more feminism. And what I mean by that is the more feminism succeeds, the worse men are treated, and the worse men are treated, the sooner we start becoming Mgtow or awakening. Because let's not forget, but let's not forget, this Mgtow thing, this label, we're a minority. We're just on the internet. If you look outside, there is plenty of men that have never heard of Mgtow that have basically said, you know what, this is a shit deal. I'm not bothering anymore. I know countless blokes now that are single and say, you know what, they refer to women, they call them batshit crazy. They don't bother. They don't even bother with one-night stands. Possibly older men, yes, fair enough. But this idea that, you know, there's just like maybe a few hundred of us on the internet that's decided to go our own way, we're just a tip of the iceberg. I mean, look at Japan.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What are they called in Japan again? The
Herbivores.
grass eaters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
Herbivores,
exactly Mgtow. Yeah, the herbivores. They're not exactly Mgtow though. That's slightly different.
How so?
Yeah, but Mgtow is just like a sort of general, you know. I can't see it as, you know, saying, look, these are the set rules and this is what you must be to be a Mgtow. It's basically men just waking up to how shit of a deal we've got. Simple as.
Yeah.
I agree.
It just comes to show you how sick the society is that there's a group of men that are doing this, even though they don't know anything about Mgtow. They're just responding to what they've seen in their own life. I mean, it's a very sick society.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
Mgtow is the formalised name of it, but the emotion of it is what we're talking of, the men who just have the emotion of it. And that's what I was saying about me, you know, like I kind of was already awake, but then I found Mgtow and found words. But so Mgtow is the formalised component, but what we're talking about is the informalised men who just see the world for what it is, which is how Mgtow became formalised in the first place. Right? Yeah? Can you agree?
I think, you know, I wanted to know what people's thoughts on this were, but, you know, we've come to this realization that this is the nature, and that whether it be because of our fault or not our fault, you know, the problem is, I think, is that coming to that realization that this is the way that things are, and I think psychologically speaking, that literally could drive someone over the edge, knowing that there's that sense of there's lack of hope. There's just that's it, and unless things change that are, you know, at least we believe that is out of our control, then we can't do anything about it. It's more like, you know, store the food and just try to survive and wait it out and see what happens, you know.
Well, Monk.
I remember an excellent article on the Angry Harry website, and the title was "Man, what a piece of shit he is," or something similar.
Yeah.
And he went on to say, when you can have your penis cut off and thrown in a trash compactor and the world laughs at you, you know where you are in society, basically. And that's, you know, I mean, it's all around us. when that happens, you know, when you go onto television and see a group of women laugh at a man having, I mean, I remember one on about domestic violence, some woman who only thought that her husband was cheating, poured cooked up or boiled candles in a saucepan, melted them all, waited till he was asleep, and then slashed them all over his genitals.
See, stuff like that gets me so angry. And when people laugh at it, when it happens to a woman, they're like, "Oh, it's different." How is it different?
But
Please tell me how is it?
This was done on an audience of mainly women by women hosts, and the laughter was incredible.
That's what I'm saying. I was disgusted by that.
Even to the point, I remember the woman saying, and the gentleman had to have skin grafts, blah, 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 for the next 2 or 3 years to repair all the damage. And they still laughed.
So, yeah, right now, right, you talk about the women as individuals. Yeah, you talk right now, we're talking about the women in the audience, the fucking bitches on stage, right? But expand that into like 200,000 audience members also laughing as they watch it on TV, and this becomes now, this now no longer becomes an individual phenomenon. This becomes a societal phenomenon, which again relates back to norms, which are informed, generally speaking, by beliefs, which also are connected to law, which is all the problems that we have, right? So, you know, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Oh, did anybody see that What Would You Do episode? Where the girl kept hitting the guy, no one did anything, but once the guy hit back, all the white knights.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I was furious. I would rather just walk the other way than get, involved in the first place. But come on. But how?
I mean, at what point is this bordering on like? It's like, at what point is this bordering on like psychosis? I mean, this is insane. This is literally like murderous.
But it's not bordering. This is social engineering at its best.
Yeah.
And let's not forget what Hillary said. The primary victims in war are women. After she said that, I'm like, fuck Hillary.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
My grandfather was a Marine.
This is sad.
Come on now.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying, that it's a psychological thing, because if you promote all this and you give, like, power corrupts people, and you give women all this power, then they're just running crazy with it. They don't know what to do with it. You see, men have the ability to understand what power means because they have honor, they have respect, and they've been taught to have those values. So when you then have the position of power, you can kind of control it a least better, unless you're a corrupt individual. But when you give someone all this power that you've never had before, then before you know it, this is what you see as a result of that. In addition to that, you just reinforce that with basically saying it's okay for men to get killed. Like I was saying earlier, there's a woman that got off, she was drunk driving, she hit a car, and there was a guy in there, and she killed him. And do you know what she said? The court system ordered her off, and she got excluded. I'll pull up the link and see if I can put it in the bar. But she got off, and you know what she claimed? She claimed that he raped her beforehand. She never met that person in her life. I'm serious. So this just comes to show you that this is enforcing this complete psychotic behavior.
Oh, look, I tell you another thing, like in social work that you have to look out for just by learning this at uni, right? So, one thing is that girls will go out on parties for like 3 or 4 days, and then they're going to get in trouble with their parents, so they actually make up an accusation to explain why they've disappeared for 3 or 4 days when they get home. So, like if a girl says, if she's been missing for 3 or 4 days and says she's been raped, trust me, the first thing isn't for me to, like, necessarily as a professional to believe she's been raped. Of course, I'm going to see her as an individual case, but there are cases where this is the reason. Like, they actually go out and have a bender and don't know what to say to their parents when they get home. So they say, "Oh, this guy raped me and fucked me around," and then all of a sudden this guy gets dragged through the court system, and it's just all she wanted to do was go on a bender. It's horrible. I just wanted to say that.
Is this not the same as, we're having this idea that if a woman is drunk and you have sex with her, you have raped her because she was
That's ridiculous.
You know what I mean?
Well, what
So
about
does the
men?
same.
What about men being drunk? You know, where
Yes, but going back to the drunk driving thing, does that then mean that she wasn't capable of reasoning that she was drunk and got in the car and drove off, and therefore she shouldn't be prosecuted for drunk driving?
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Are they independent, or are they? What is it? Are they weak info, or are they strong independent? I don't understand. If they're strong independent, they should be able to take responsibility. They're a bunch of freaking hypocrites in the custody. It really does.
Yeah.
It's just social engineering again, though, making it easier to prosecute the man.
And part of that is that psychological trying to completely demoralize somebody, because when you do that, this is why all these guys are feeling the way that they're feeling about the situation, because they can't see or know about that kind of information. And I think that's, like I said before, that's a whole other kind of red pill that people have to take, because you have to really come to the conclusion that there's something more than just women being assholes. I think there's something more promoting that, and that's where people really have to look.
Oh yes, definitely. But then you start being called a tinfoil hat wearer and a conspiracy theorist. And you say, give over. Look, it's all around us. This is not being just by accident or evolution. This is being promoted and done on purpose.
I mean, I've seen this stuff with my own two eyes. I mean, but like you said, yeah, people will call you crazy. They'll think you're insane. Well, you know what? Those people, like I said before, I don't have time for those people anymore, because unless people want to know, they want to gain information, they want to try to help themselves, like you said, it's an option. You either take the red pill or you don't. And if you don't, well, then there's no reason trying to reason with somebody that doesn't even understand or have an idea about what you know is going on at all. That's it.
Yeah. Hence why we need Mgtow and channels like this and people like Joe to put up chat rooms and hangouts. You know, the more we can spread the information, well, the better it is for men.
Yeah.
Simple as.
We just keep going. No
and that's what it is. I mean, it's.
Yeah. Well, where
that's
am
what it
I?
is. I mean, because the most informed man is the most dangerous man, the one that can think for himself and is educated.
Well, dangerous as in the sense that he's no more used to the society that's abusing him.
Yeah.
Or very little use.
James left. The second one.
The other James? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering what.
I'm the first one, so yeah.
Okay, James.
Yeah,
okay.
Sam was bringing up earlier, I think, an interesting point that comes up a lot, and that is, you know, to what extent is it just programming from society, and to what extent are we actually responsible for, you know, because a lot of he tends to lean, it sounds like, to want to dismiss a lot of what females do, because it's just, as we know, there's a lot of programming and a lot of social programming. So, do they have no culpability?
Yeah, but
do they have no accountability? I don't think that's entirely true.
That's the bargaining phase that men go through.
Yeah.
We all go through it.
Exactly.
You know, we're continually looking for that little loophole. But it might be this, or I could be wrong there, or you know, we constantly because we're so deeply programmed in us to want this magical know-alt. You know, we're definitely always trying to look for that. Well, I might be wrong, or maybe they're wrong, or maybe I've just been unlucky, or, you know, the list is endless. So men get stuck in that for years.
What I'm saying is that if you're going to dismiss one, you better dismiss the other. That's just fair. I'm just saying, if Group A can get away with something, like, well, I guess Group B, they're doing it because of their nature as well. Might as well.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
You want to pass. Come on.
You gotta force the issue. You gotta force them to pick a lane, one way or the other. It's either everything is the group, or it's the person.
Yeah. I don't say, oh, that dog bit me. It was his nature.
Yeah. When in reality, what we know is that there's some combination of both. So whenever they try and blame everything on the group, it's a cop-out, because programming plays a factor, but our decisions are ultimately our own, you know?
Yeah. Getting tired, Joe? Please stay up for for the Throwdown too, please.
Might have to get some beer for that one.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say it's probably more playing video games. So.
What's the official count? What's the countdown that we've got actually left for the full 24-hour hangout?
3 hours and 3.5 hours left.
3.5 hours.
Because I've been up for 24 hours right now, and
dude.
and I've had 16 cans of Black Jim Beam, and and I've had about.
We're all pretty exhausted from this now, but
yeah, and I've had about 5. Like, it smells like Bob Marley just left the room. Trust me, like. Yeah, and I haven't smoked in like 70 days. Like, so I'm just like, I'm really trying to support the 24-hour hangout. I want to hang to the end, but I don't know if I make it. If I drop out,
MVP there, Sam.
He went in, man.
It's now a matter of winning.
Right.
I actually did a full 7 days recently with that June lady with the pipes that come out of her nose. You know what? I just fucking, it was like 7 days. It was like something like that. Yeah, 7 days. I think it was 6 days and a half we made it to, non-stop. And we just fucking lived life. We didn't talk. Half the time I just watched videos, you know, like just laid on the bed, went to sleep, did all that shit. It was just fascinating. Like, you know, just being live on, you know, living your whole life, you know, like I didn't shower in front of her or anything, but like, you know, like it was just an experience, you know, and there was nothing required, nothing needed, nothing to do, you know, other than live. And it was just, I don't know, I just encourage you guys to think. Sometimes I have phone calls for like 16 hours with someone, and I got this through TeamSpeak. It's kind of like, if there's a gap, people feel like uncomfortable, but when you're in TeamSpeak and you're car racing, you can just hear people changing gears and pushing on their pedals and breathing, you know, so you get used to that. And this chick that broke my heart, the one that always breaks your heart, the one that I said I hung out for 3 years for, I'd actually go to sleep with her. Like, so I'd sit there during the night with the phone on, I could hear her snoring, you know, and shit like this, right? And we had like calls that went on for like 2 days, non-stop, one call just 2 days and shit like that. And, you know, it does break your heart. But I want to, before I just walk away tonight, I guess the overall philosophy was, don't give up, and there may never be such thing as an AWOL, but don't die not trying. You know what I mean? And it doesn't need to be a relationship. It can be a friendship, which are two totally different things. Remember, you earn a friendship almost on a daily basis, right? But a relationship is a contract that no one needs to do any further work or attend to. You know what I mean? It's like she just starts treating you like shit the moment you ask her out, right? But if you stay friends with them, fuck that, man. You can still be the Mgtow. Don't have to have sex, but you can treat them like you would treat one of us in the room. And if they don't respond, fuck off to the next one. That's how you're going to probably find that AWOL. But if we give up, you'll just die. One day you'll have a heart attack. You'll be looking up at the roof. You'll be taking your last few breaths, and you'll just think, man, I gave up 20 years ago. Like, what could have been? And trust me, nothing breaks your heart after 2 weeks. You can spot, knowing most of the stuff we know, we can spot like a fucking fake in the first 2 minutes. You know what I mean? It's not hard. All of us, the intelligence in this room, you know what I mean? Like, you can just spot that shit, right? So, yeah, well, it's true though. But like, and it's about being assertive, and I think that's what Mgtow's lack too, assertiveness, right? Like, a lot of us have had low self-esteem. We've come from shitty backgrounds. We've had shitty upbringings, and it's this self-esteem and this inner urge to you can't hold back, and so you think nothing at all or all or nothing, you know. And that's the problem. There can be shades of grey, is all I'm saying. Like, and if you just, you know, have the knowledge, move forward with your barriers and keep them reinforced, no one can hurt you. You know, like, and so have fun, you know, is all I'm trying to say. And don't write off the opposite sex, although we know who they are, because, you know, that's the way, we obviously all know who they are and what they're capable of, and the way they wheedle their way in. Just don't let them do it. Like, you know, just be happy, you know. I actually got to the point...
Sam, if you don't mind me asking, Sam,
yeah?
How old are you?
I'm 40, bro. I'm 40. So yeah, look, like I got to the point where I hated every woman I saw. This is just before I left Mgtow. I was such a radical that I couldn't stand the sight of a woman. Like I'd look at her makeup and I'd just think, yeah, man, that took you 2 hours to put on, and it probably.
But you don't have to hate them. You can, as the saying goes, you can either love women or understand them.
Yes, understanding what sets you free. Trust me, because it's such a neutral word. It's not about saying, yeah, you totally agree, and it's not saying I hate. It's just a neutralness that actually can let you move forward in your life. Really, trust me, that's really good advice. Like, just to understand, and then take that deep Buddha breath, you know, like, and you understand. You know, that's the most you could want, and you're still alive, not like your parents who died not knowing, or your grandparents who didn't even have a clue. You actually understood within your lifetime, and that's evolution. You know, you're living it.
It's a good message, man. I appreciate that, Sam.
Well, it's true, because you know, and we've all lived it, and I can tell, and that's how we got to Mgtow, and it's hopefully how we'll leave. You know, like, but that's up to you guys as individuals. You know, we all have our own path. You know, I think that Joe does a great job of keeping his channel going. The Sunday hangout, something needs to exist. You know, like. I would never say Joe's harping on, but I would say people like Sam, man, are just making $1 out of it. I mean, come on, how many fucking episodes can you make, you know? Give me a break, you know?
Episode 1,974.
Yeah. You know?
He's making money, though. He's making money.
Exactly. So, you know, we're all in it for different reasons, and you all guys know why you're in it, and blah, blah. So, but have fun, you know, but don't ever let that hate seep in. Just let the past go and move on, and know that you're still alive, and unlike your ancestors, you know, like they didn't know any different. So, anyway, we're all in a good spot, you know. That's great, you know. It's been a good hangout.
I think that message that you really drive home about the power of boundaries, I think, is a good one. We can do a lot with that. I think just to have those real strong, good, solid boundaries goes a long way.
Yeah, and it's a low self-esteem in us that wants to give in, and we're used to being treated like shit, so we're used to responding like shit, so our synapses and all that are wired to be treated like shit, so we put up with less than we are, and we put up with second best. But now, this is the time in our lives where we go, no, there is no such thing as second best, and we have those boundaries, and we keep them there. As I said, no one can force their way in your life. No one can make you have kids. No one can get you married. Now, all these fears that we talk about, it's all within our control, and it all becomes from a choice that a lot of Mgtows I find imbalanced, and they find that hard to consistently make their choice.
Sam, this is why I often say that we are all recovering manginas. We're all at different we're all at different stages. We're all learning. We're all at different ages, all different experiences. You know.
Absolutely.
We don't have to go through certain things. You know, we can scream and shout and post as many horror stories as you want. But if you get a young lad at 18 that would hump a rolling donut, nothing you're going to say is going to make a blender of difference, you know.
Absolutely. So this is why we pose the 3 questions. What do we want out of Mgtow? Is it a transition? Is it a place where we stay to teach, or is it
well, it's everything, isn't it? It's all that.
Yeah, or do we go off and live our own life, though, and not have time?
Well, to me, it's about learning to become self-interested. Nothing about being happy.
And so how long does it take to do that, you know, and do you need others? How long do you need others to do that for? You know, for example, you remember the inner child. Do you remember, just quickly, sorry, do you remember that inner child in yourself that used to, like, for example, getting a screwdriver out and taking apart an alarm clock just to see all the springs and shit in there?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, you don't need all of us to discover yourself. Trust me. I mean, we do help, and this has been a great chat, and they're good to have, and I will have them again, I should have them again, but I shouldn't always have time for them, is the point. There must be other greater things in life that you do. Like, you need to get to the top of that mountain. You need to take that alarm clock apart again. You know, you need to, and you can do that.
But again, though, you see, Sam, everybody's different. You see, everybody's coming in from different angles, different experience, different age groups, and you can't, you know, the danger is that we try and start to develop a one-size-fits-all, and it's never going to happen.
Well, that's why
I will
we
agree, though, Sam. I'm right with you there, though, man. I will say, just from my personal experience and where I'm at right now, is, I was saying earlier that, a lot of, if you pay attention and you stay long enough on the Mgtow community and you don't give yourself that option to get out there and take a break from a while, that's what I've been doing, is just taking a break from it. And what I've noticed is that my mood kind of improves because I'm not always subjugated to constantly waking up and just seeing negativity all the time.
Yeah,
But I will say though that
this is why I refer to it as MRA burnout. It will destroy you if you constantly read this stuff. It affects you anyway.
It's too much.
It alters all your programming and everything. Even if we don't, it's like trying to unring a bell. Once you've read this stuff and learnt it, you can't undo it. But the point is, if you constantly hear, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, your mood will go lower than a gravedigger's heel.
Yeah. And I was there at one point too. I mean, when I first got into the community, I was at that point. I was watching videos every single day from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed, and it was nonstop. And eventually I was like, why do I feel depressed even though this information is resonating with me? I was like, well, first of all, the information I'm dealing with is pretty negative, number one, regardless it's the truth. But second of all, I didn't have that balance. So I was constantly exposed to negative information, regardless if it was the truth or not. And I was going home and I was ending and feeling like shit, and I was wondering why I was feeling like shit, So it's
you want to go around and punch somebody, don't you, or kick something, or and you can't understand why you sat there so angry.
Yeah, Misanthropic Altruist, he's usually here, and he's taking a break right now, and he just wrote me a letter in the chats on G+, and he just says, it's hard to take in Mgtow sometimes. He says Mgtow's like an onion, and he says they peeled away, and then I peeled away another, and then I peel away another, and I peel away, and it gets hard sometimes because I'm just, how deep does that onion go? And it keeps going.
Yeah, that's a great question.
You see, Joe, this is sometimes why I know British humour is quite difficult for most other nationalities to understand, like the Monty Python and everything else. But it's why I sometimes try and introduce a little bit of humour. But unfortunately, text can be so cold and easily taken the wrong way. But sometimes you've got to just sort of, hey, lighten up, pal. It's come on, let's think of something a bit happier, or look at the funny side of things,
Right. Shining is good at that. When Shining's here, he's
sometimes we need a little humor in here too. We need someone to make a funny video, and we need Paul to go off and make a white power video.
Here's one. Yeah, Joe. One of the stories. I mean, one relationship that ended quite badly for me was a girl I've been living with for a few years. Stripped the complete house, and at the same time, I was having a kitchen fitted. And the joke was at the time, and the lads that were fitting it were laughing because they were saying things like, okay, so this is where your fridge would have been, and she'd only taken it out the day before. And it got to the point where she'd even taken, and it still tickles me now, I had an electric toothbrush. She took the battery part, the motor part, and just left the head, and that's all I had to clean my teeth. And at the time, you can imagine how furious I was. But now I can laugh about it,
Yeah.
And sometimes we have to laugh at these things.
Sometimes you have to. It's good to introduce some humor around here sometimes because it's just not. Yeah, you're right. It's not good to stay there all the time. But there's other escapes too.
Well, just to add to this quickly, out of the 4 Freudian or so defense mechanisms, right? Finding humor in a shitty situation is actually the one healthy one out of the 4 defense mechanisms that are unhealthy. Like there's 3 unhealthy ones, but the best one a human can do to survive and move on and be happy and thrive is actually to make that little joke of irony or whatever it may be. And that actually is a great defense mechanism. It's a healthy one, like psychologically.
Not that I want to start anything on the national side and pride and all that sort of thing. that was often referred to during the Second World War in Britain, that the British people tend to have a very black or a dark sense of humour. And they could, at the time, they reckoned that they survived the Blitz, the people like London, Liverpool, and Birmingham, and the horrendous carnage, through being able to laugh at it.
Yeah.
You know, such a dire situation. And as the other commenter just mentioned there, it's an excellent defence mechanism.
It is. It's the healthy one. It's the one you want to pick each time if you can. You don't want to get stuck in denial, like just forgetting about it altogether. That's a defense mechanism in itself, but that's unhealthy because you end up with blackouts and you don't get problems resolved and all sorts of stuff. And you know, the other two I can't exactly remember off the top of my head at this time of the night, but or morning or afternoon even now. But you know, like they're unhealthy. Like so, just stick with it. And that's one I used myself. You know, I just kind of like. Someone slams their brakes in front of me, you know, like, and I get the shits, and I go to get the shits, and I might look in their back, and I see it's a Mitsubishi Magna with a tissue box, and I just know it's an Asian driver, and I kind of have a laugh. You know what I mean? Like, you just think, you know, that what else are you going to do? Get the shits at every person and everything that happens, because then you end up for the day, you've had like 400 different horrible things happen to you when you could have just had 400 laughs. You know, like. Yeah, so it's great. Good on you.
Yeah, you can carry that stuff a long way too. You know, the only one you're hurting is yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. So, you know, we all deal with it differently. We're all in different situations.
You'll find though that revenge, for example, isn't a good. It's something that a person does, but it can never truly gratify the very need for doing it in the first place, if you can understand what I'm saying. So, like, I knew a woman like who was so bitter about her ex-husband, who wants to embarrass him at the wedding that's coming up and this and that and the other. And look, I said to her, look, let's be honest, you want him dead. Yeah, right now, if you could have it, you'd have him in a grave. And she said, yeah, I actually agree. You know? And I said, well, look, you know you're not going to murder him anytime soon. So, like, if you embarrass him at this wedding, you're really still not going to get what you truly want deep down inside, right? And you're just going to walk away, not only like, you know, he's going to, whatever he's going to think, but you're not going to truly ever get what you want because you actually want him dead. When you actually be honest about something, sometimes you just want people removed off the world, you know, like, so anything less that you do, like spike their drink or embarrass them or fuck them up, it's never going to meet that level.
I have managed, not only personal, but lads that I have known, especially in the contracting game, you know, it's rife with divorced men, like, you know, working away from home. But I remember one chap that he must have been married 2 or 3 times, and all, you know, his wives had all cheated on him and everything. And some of the stories so zany, the humour, like, you know, things like, well, he didn't even leave any money on the top of the telly, as in referring to his wife being a hooker and all this sort of thing. It just becomes so hardened to it, or you know, it just like, you know, I just sort of expect it. And this is where one of the sayings that I remember was, he said, "I've got a theory that we've all been married to the same woman in a previous life because they all pull the same shit."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we've definitely got generations of not much change. I mean, we have these superficial changes that we tend to focus on, but if you look at human race over the last 40,000 years, it's really not much different. You know, like if you looked at someone who was like 30,000 years ago, and you had that child today, that child would be just as intelligent, go to your university, you would look the same, have the same teeth. You know, he would think the same. So, and that's what we've got to think.
I tell you what I do find interesting of late, over the last couple of years maybe. You know, when we're saying things aren't changing, you know, we've got all this politically correct stuff and you've got to be careful what you say. But what I have noticed, there's an awful lot more comedians now and comedy or comedic sketches that are taking the piss out of women.
Yeah.
And being very brutal. I mean, like Bill Burr, for instance. You know, it's very. I don't know. Is he American? Bill Burr. Yeah. I mean, some of his sketches. I mean, and he, you know, he's quite brutal and funny, but
Well,
he's basically.
Let me ask you this though: are there more sketches, or are you actually looking at the more channels and similar things that are going to show you these types of things? Now, I would say,
well, probably both. But my point is, 5 years ago, that was a strict no. You would never get a comedian slagging off women.
Yep.
Yeah,
you know,
true,
so it has changed.
But it's not something that you would, for example, turn on your TV station and see in a hurry. Is all I'm trying to get at. Like, you know, people may be doing it, and it's good that you point that out. That there's a rising trend, and it's more acceptable. But at the same time, the average person's not seeing it. Like, that's why I kind of asked you about it. I mean, like, I saw Bill Burr and learned all about him and subscribed to his channel, but that's because I was a Mgtow. So, but if you're like, you know, like your average dude who goes out and all day and doesn't know
fair point, like, but I still stick with the fact that, you know, sometimes, you know, 5, maybe 10 years back, it was a strict no.
I hope what you say happens. I'm on your side, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm just trying to look at things realistically, though. Like, I'd like to see my mother turn on the TV and actually hear the irony of who she is and what she thinks, you know. But the fact
I would say
the fact of the matter is it's not happening.
We're at the bottom of the S curve right now. You know, sometimes you're early on a trend, and I think that's where we are. You know, we're at that really gradual slope at the beginning of the S curve before it really takes hold. But those things that you see percolating out in the media that's the beginning of it. That's how it starts.
Yeah. But you think this wasn't happening 40 years ago, that men weren't sitting in bars making jokes about women and like they were dripping? Even the Bible says a nagging woman is like a dripping tap. You know, I'm not Christian, trust me, or I'm an atheist, but I was a Christian for 20 years. Like, I'm not anymore. Like, but you know, even back then, they knew they were making jokes about women. You know what I mean? So, like, really, it's just about, are you seeing it in the more channels now that you watch, you know? And like, and I would contend it's the second that exact thing, that people have always been making jokes about women, and people have always been making jokes about men, and there's always been a venue or some sort of you know, like stage for it to happen, whether it be on a phone call or on Facebook,
but a difference that I notice. I mean, I like to watch the reactions from the audience. What you tend to find is when a man brings up something, you know, says something derogatory about a woman, you will hear the women in the audience hiss and boo and, you know, that ooh. But even that is dying down now, and you're hearing women laugh and men laugh, whereas in the past you would have men sitting there silent, even though they want to burst out laughing.
I haven't noticed that, to be honest. I'll have to take a look out for that. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah, but
that's very observant.
Have a look at the audience, the reaction to the joke.
I think that's part of the bandwagon effect, though, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah, Joe, do you remember earlier this morning when I first come on and I was telling you the incident with my own sister that passed away? Do you remember that, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe still with us? Yeah. One of the things that she said to me when you know, before she signed into the hospice, was she agreed that the pendulum had swung far too far in the way of the female. But she did say to me, but it's obviously swinging back the opposite way now. And that was a woman telling me that she, you know, that it's now coming back the opposite way. It has to.
Yeah. You were talking there. It was hard to understand a lot of that because you were breaking up at that point.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So she finally, kind of, in the last moment, she was, you know, kind of saying, it's gonna be okay.
Just to recap, if you want me to, I'll just for the other listeners. This was a sister of mine that had been told she had an aggressive form of cancer and had about 2 weeks to live. She basically decided to sign herself into a hospice and be eased out. And what she done was she asked each member of the family to come round and have a chat. She wanted each one to come round as individuals. She didn't want, you know, a big family gathering and everybody crying.
Right.
The point of the chat that I had with her was, I asked her. She said, "Well, ask me anything you want. Ask me. You know,
Wow.
I'm
What did you
going to
ask?
be gone. You know, I'm going to be gone in a fortnight. Say whatever you want. Ask me whatever you want." So, I mean, my point was, well, what do you say to you sat in front of your sister? So we went through all the crying and the chatting and, you know, talking about childhood. And then she comes and, well, ask me anything you want. So one of the things I asked her was, well, have you any regrets? So she told me what her regrets were. One was all the time she'd wasted worrying over nothing, worrying over nonsensical stuff. And as she pointed out, when you're facing death in 2 weeks or whatever, everything that you've worried about, you think, what was all that about? What a waste of time.
Yeah.
The other one was not taking enough holidays or vacations.
Wow.
That was another one. And one of the things I basically said, well, would there be anything to say to me? Which she pointed out, and this was the whole point of this tale or story or whatever. She said, well, you of all people, meaning I'm the one in the family that's supposed to be educated and had plenty of relationships, etc., etc. She said, you've had your share and another couple of other blokes' share of women, and you still haven't learned. And I said, learned what? Quite simple. You never, ever, ever trust a woman, not even in your own family.
Wow.
Yeah.
See? Wow.
And then look, coming from someone with 2 weeks to live, with nothing to lose, who's in your family, that's just profound. Every word you said was like, man, like, thanks for sharing.
I posted that a couple of times on, I think it was on the Don't Get Married board. It was a good few years back, this. But the amount of negative comments that I got, and yo, that's rubbish, no sister would do that, that's bollocks, that's rubbish. I'm telling you, it's very, you know, I'm totally honest with you, totally frank. That's exactly what she said. You never.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing that I think that
she even added onto that. She said, "Men are so stupid; they don't realise how easily they are being manipulated." To give me an example. She said, "We can sit as a." She said, "We could sit in the front room." She said, "Some of my friends can come round, and we can sit in the front room, and the lads will be in the kitchen, and one woman will say something about she hasn't had a holiday in 2 or 3 years, and such a person has had one, and you know, just various things, knowing full well that the blokes are listening in, and how to manipulate the blokes in the back,
get someone to take her on a holiday,
competition with themselves, And all the women, as she's saying to me, are sat there smiling at each other because they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're playing a game, and the both blokes.
If you could do
hilarious.
That, it would be hilarious to us if we could do that, but we can't do that, and
because we have honor.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
But the painful thing was for me. The painful thing is, she said, and I'm sure she probably told me all this, but I didn't listen. I thought it was humorous. But the point where she said, never trust a woman, not even in your own family. And that it was including herself.
You know, it's funny that you said
powerful.
It was my
really
mother.
is, Bay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree.
My mother was the same way. I mean, my mother suffered from, rheumatoid arthritis, and she basically, I had to take care of her for a certain amount of time in my life, and she, was very rude. I don't know if it was partly due to the fact of, that she's South American, or also the fact that her disease basically made her that way. Whatever the cause might be, she was a very abusive, verbally, I guess, if you will, type of person, and what I noticed is that holds very true in that case, because I always told myself, I'm like, I really don't understand who my mother is. I don't get her. I don't really like what she's doing. There's something about her that's not right, and I've seen other mothers do the same thing. So there's something missing here, and I figured it out. I mean, it pretty much goes exactly what you said there, Betty. You just can't trust them. You have to protect yourself, and when you fall into that emotional abuse cycle, you're going to find yourself into a pattern that, if you ever get out of, could take years, and so I think that's, just something I wanted to add there.
Something that I want to add, like that hit me in the middle of the head, like, Betty, I don't know your real name, Betty. What's your real name? You don't have to tell me, Betty. Anyway, Betty, that something that Betty said, right? Like that is that you know that she had 2 weeks to live. You know, and if we can take something away from this story that actually changed our lives, I would say to you guys and myself, you know, and live every day like you've got 2 weeks to live.
Yeah,
like, that's not.
yeah.
It's not to say that like. It's not to say you shouldn't say. Sorry.
There was other things. Listen, there was other things that she added. I mean, such as she was saying, like, you know, just don't take life seriously. Go out, just enjoy everything. Don't worry. Her main point was don't worry about anything, because when you're facing death, you'll be kicking yourself for the time you lost.
And that's the funny thing. Sorry,
just something else. Just something else on that though. I mean, for me, I was just incredibly moved by her courage. She'd been told that this aggressive cancer, they said they could possibly hold it off for 2 or 3 months, and this is the woman vanity, and she laughed about it. And she basically, because she was a down-to-earth girl, like she said, well, I either off myself now in a hospice 2 weeks, and I'd rather go out with people remembering me with her and everything else, or I'll let them give me all this treatment for 2 or 3 months with no hair, looking like a skeleton, and somebody wiping my ass. She said, I'd just rather, you know. And I said, well, you know, surely there must be, you know, you go through all the, well, get a second opinion, a third, all this. And she said, no, they just basically said, you know, I'm out of here, that's it. So I've got no choice. I either go in a fortnight or 3 months. So I've decided to go in a fortnight, looking half decent.
It sounds to me like she's not just a good relative, but a great friend, you know, to do that for you, you know, and say that to you, you know. Good on you.
She went with grace and dignity there, Betty.
I think that just comes to show you that what we're doing here just reinforces that, you know, your story there. I mean, it just comes to show you that even though we have these doubts in our mind, when something like that comes about, it just kind of gives you that encouragement to keep going because you know what you're doing is true.
Right.
No, like I'll tell you a quick story, all right? I'm going to piggyback off you, Betty. It's a great story, and it's so worth piggybacking off, you know? Like, I remember my sister-in-law coming over to get pissed with my stupid pigeon-voiced wife who used to fucking sound like a crow every time she spoke. You could hear her from, like, there was 100 people in a party. You could hear her from, like, fucking across the way, right? You could just tell this fucking pigeon voice, right? Anyway, my sister-in-law would come over and drink and blah, blah. You know, I dropped my sister-in-law one morning, and she was as pissed as fuck at me. And next, I'm halfway home and I get a call, and it's like, what the fuck? So I drive back, there's an ambulance there, and it turns out that while she was drinking with us, her husband had a heart attack, died on the floor, and she had to go, she walked in the door and identified the body, and like, you know, it's like had slime all around it and stuff like that, and he'd vomited and probably shit himself as well, like, and, you know, it was just a horrible thing, right? Like, but the point being is, like, part of Betty's story is that she knew she was going to die in 2 weeks, right? But, like, you guys, trust me, it's quite possible that this is our last chat. You know, like, you just never know, you know? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know, he died at, like, 30. You know what I mean? Like, who of us are older than 30 here? You know what I mean? Like, so this is just a freak heart attack at 30. He was a healthy guy. He was in a football club. Like, he had everything going for him. Bang, he's just dead. Like, I smoke like a fucking, you know, windmill or whatever, like, or a Christmas tree or whatever those chimneys are. And, like, I'm still alive. Yeah, I'm still sitting here alive. You know, it just doesn't seem fair, right? Like, so just think about that and that story, and that I think that's just enough to even say, look, there's got to be, you can't, if you were going to die 2 weeks from now, would you really want to be hating on women and worrying about all that stuff instead of just understanding?
But Sam, I don't think, I really need to sort of calm this down, this idea that we hate women. We don't.
No.
We just understand them.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant to say, and I didn't assume. Sorry if I came across like I assumed that about. No, I didn't think that because I know I'm in a room full of intelligent people. I'm just saying Mgtow in general. So it's not about.
And I can understand why you can get that impression, because you got to remember, as I said earlier, some men are coming on here for the first time, fresh from a divorce court.
I
And they're
know,
full
I
fire
know.
and brimstone. And
I
rightly
know,
so.
I'm probably not going to come back for a while. And before I go, I just wanted to tell you guys that, because I know you guys know where I'm coming from. Like, you could just die of a heart attack 2 weeks from now, and what?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this, Sam.
Yeah.
That incident with my sister, it really jolted me. It really changed my outlook on life. I was already on the path from Mgtow and everything else anyway. But then to have your own sister pass away and tell you that.
I guess I'm trying to say, metaphorically speaking, right? Well, like, in 2 weeks, if you didn't know you were going to die 2 weeks from now, would you want the last thing you did being, like, for example, a video you're making about hypergamy, or would you want the last thing you do that you're moulding a beautiful clay pot? You know what I mean? Like, and that's all I'm trying to say. You know, like.
Sometimes it's I think it's good, or it's beneficial or therapeutic.
I do
consider.
Too. Oh, sorry.
Even say to yourself, I could be dead in 2 weeks' time. Let's say I've just been told that I'm going to die in 2 weeks' time. What would you do? Would you be sat here on the internet chatting to us? You'd be out there fucking skiing, hang gliding.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, and I don't mean live recklessly, like spend all your money today.
But enjoying it, you know, because that's what the danger of Mgtow is. We talk ourselves into a point of stagnation. Well,
but not just that too. But not just that too. Something else you said, which was profound, is the honesty. Like, be honest, like you're going to die 2 weeks from now. A lot of us, like, will sit there and piss each other's pockets and cup each other's balls and all that type of shit. Like, when you really could say, let's, like, metaphorically slap the person across their face and say, wake the fuck up, cunt. This is how it is, and if you don't fucking change within this amount of time, I ain't got time for you, I'll move on to the next person. Instead of just sitting there cupping everyone's balls, you wouldn't do that if you knew you had 2 weeks to live, would you? You'd just be straight to the point with every motherfucker, and that was
I know it's Christmas time and everything else, and we've got to be a little bit careful of talking too much depression. But I would recommend, and I know it sounds quite macabre, but have a sit down and think and really consider that you have only got a week or a fortnight left to live.
I have, and I do. Like, trust me, I've wanted to commit suicide twice this year, probably maybe 3 times. I'm on so many different types of things and all sorts of stuff. So I understand depression. I've experienced it most of my life, and I've had low self-esteem, and I'm probably just coming out of that now and still do. You know?
Just on that point, though, on the suicide thing, at the end of the day, you said to yourself, well, if I was going to off myself, I'd be as well going out and enjoying myself beforehand. And you probably find that when you start enjoying yourself, the last thing on your mind is fucking suicide.
Yeah, but also you must admit too, when you feel like committing suicide, the last thing you feel like doing is enjoying yourself. So
exactly, it's getting ultimate, yeah.
Yeah,
but
again,
this is the danger of listening too much and being on these channels for far too long.
Yeah,
we talk ourselves into depression. We talk ourselves out of it.
Yeah. It's a cycle, you know. It's just that cycle that we see ourselves. Because I was going through. I didn't know what my depression was coming from the beginning. You know, I really had no idea.
Oops, what's going on?
Yep, you're back now.
All the saying. Uh-oh, did I drop out?
Okay. Yeah, you dropped out. Right,
I was just basically saying that, you know, when I was going through this depression in myself, I didn't know where it was coming from, you know, and I said, you know, I thought that once I got all this content and once I understood what these guys are talking about, then maybe I would feel better. But again, if you get exposed to a whole bunch of negativity, it doesn't matter what it is, you're going to feel like shit. And you really that is something I really realized, because you know, having worked with narcissists before and people like that, when you're around that kind of people with that kind of energy and negativity, it will destroy you. And I almost went crazy.
Yes, exactly. Like that. But this is why I emphasise, and I try and get this across to the younger lads as well. Feelings are catching. if you were around, if you're working with somebody or living with somebody that is constantly depressed, pissed off, angry, whatever, you will feel the same within hours or days or whatever. And the same applies to this with the Mgtow. If you were constantly reading everything that's doom and gloom and life's shite and God knows what else, you end up like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then you sit there depressed in your chair for the next 4 hours or 6 hours.
That's why I had to start taking breaks, because it was just getting.
You've got to stick Monty Python on, Life of Brian, and, you know.
I love comedians.
Look at him on the cross. Always look on the bright side of life while you're being crucified.
Watch the feather come up. Yeah, so no, that's great. It's what's our time, just so we know, so we don't all get cut off. What's our time? How long we've got to survive to? Because I'm fucked, but I want to stick to it to the end. What have we got?
We got 3 hours.
3 hours?
Oh God, fucking 3 hours, man. That's like, how many more beers is that, man? Like,
yeah, that last half hour felt like a whole day.
Sorry, Joe. That was my fault.
No, we gotta start telling jokes or something.
Well, did you hear about the man with 5 dicks?
With the what?
Did you hear about the man with 5 dicks?
No.
Well,
his undies fit him like a glove. All right, now next second after that though, did you hear about the man with 3 dicks?
No, I didn't. What happened there?
Well, he's got women left, right, and center.
That's right, son.
There we go. So that's
That's a thing you can only appreciate when you're like extremely drunk.
Or something
else.
Now Betty had me laughing yesterday. He told the joke.
Dude, his profile picture makes me laugh.
Do many of you watch Monty Python or any of the sketches from it?
Yeah, that's always fun.
I mean, they always crack me up and make me laugh. I mean, if I'm really feeling pissed off, I'll find something on YouTube like Biggest Dickus, you know, the Life of Brian ones are usually the ones that lighten my mood.
Yeah.
But you've got to do it if you're involved with this. You've got to take a break. It's a must.
Even social workers.
You know, we talked earlier about being self-interested. This is what Mgtow's about. Learning new techniques, things that we've never been taught. I mean, men are taught to be disposable. Provider, pack horse, workhorse, doormat. We're not taught to enjoy ourselves, or how to, you know. So we've got to start trying to, you know, develop ourselves, learn all these new skills. For some blokes have not laughed for bloody 20, 30 years.
You know, that's an interesting point there that you brought up, because this was something I actually wanted to make a video on, but now that I'm here, I wanted to get people's opinion on this. But if we truly look at the broad spectrum of how we are influenced just in our daily life, outside of you know, YouTube or whatever, it's, you know, if we really want to change ourselves, we have to start with everything from what movies do we watch, what television shows do we watch, what do we listen to on the internet, what do we pay attention to? I mean, we really need to start to look at those different kinds of things. And this is one thing, like, I don't watch TV anymore because I know it's bullshit. So I'm not going to expose myself to that garbage and make myself feel bad to do that. So, I mean, I'm looking at my life completely different now, because I am eliminating the television, I'm eliminating the movies. I just don't have time for it because it's bullshit, and I want to influence my mind with that garbage. I want to put good things that matter that I have time for. That's why, you know, I only listen to podcasts now, and I don't really go out and party or any of that shit. I like to focus my attention on something that matters.
Do you not think it goes further than that, though? I mean, it's also, I think Joe touched on this in one of his videos. You have to eliminate people.
Every little thing in your life needs to change.
I mean,
it doesn't
I have changed that much now. I just won't put up with shit.
Yeah, if you walk into
you know what I mean?
bathroom,
If I'm around a person that is constantly having a go at me and niggling, and I just mentioned, you know what, mate? Fuck off. And I forget about him.
I'm at the same point because I work with this guy, this co-owner guy with this company, and he's kind of a white knight, you know, and he brings people in and out, and he just doesn't really get it. And I'm just sick and tired of it, which is why I've kind of had to reevaluate it. I mean, I've told the CEO and me, you know, I've been friends with him since I was 17, so he and I kind of have that relationship. But he's also, you know, he doesn't, I don't think, get the full spectrum of what I'm trying to tell him. But I just don't. I'm right there with you. I just don't care about it anymore. I'm emotionally exhausted from having to deal with all this shit. I just want to block it out, and I'm done. I'm done. I don't have time to do
this. This comes back to the firm boundaries again, though. Men don't know much about firm boundaries, because the firm boundaries also include, keep these people out of your life.
Yeah, I say this all the time. I made the coffee video for a reason, because every morning for 25 years I woke up and drank the fucking coffee I didn't want to drink. Made the way I didn't want to drink it, watery and liquid. It was that goopy cream that comes from, you know, it was that like imitation stuff. And when and then I realized after everything was done and I was gone and I'm here sitting alone, I had no fucking idea who I was or what I liked. And then I go out, so I started changing things.
Joe, you need to start drinking tea, mate.
Yeah.
You have to start getting more.
Yeah. No, if I walk into the bathroom and I see white soap and I want to see green soap, guess what I want to see? I want to see green soap. If I want to see blue towels, I change them to blue towels. As I walk through my day now, it's everything I want. It's
excellent.
The coffee I want. It's the eggs that I want. It's the mayonnaise that I want. It's the driveway looks like I want. The bushes in the yard, the grass looks like I want. And that makes your day. You know, everything in my life now is what I want. Nothing else. Nobody else matters. You move a fucking lighter.
That's why I raised the
point. I'll put it back to the fucking same place, because that's where I want that fucking lighter.
Men in Mgtow have got to take a leaf from the Book of Woman.
That's what
You've got to become self-interested, selfish, basically. You've got to look after yourself.
It's caring, self-caring, and that's the thing we're being.
Well, there is.
But it's not
with
selfish.
firm boundaries.
It's something we've never done, and it just seems foreign to us. But it's actually self-caring. Like, you know,
wake up at 42 years old and find out you have no idea which eggs you like. You know?
That's fucking disturbing.
This is the problem with Mgtow, though, because this message is there. It's in everything that what we're saying, but nobody's saying how or why we should do it.
Do you think that the only way really to show that, I know that a lot of people like to talk and do stuff like that on their videos, but if really taking the next step is to simply, you know, I guess that's the argument, you know, do we just stop making content, or do we start kind of realizing, you know, hey, what, you know, maybe it's time to just take a step back, you know, because things have already been talked about, and as long as the videos are there, people can go back and look at them.
Well, everybody moves on, don't they? You know, you contribute. I mean, for many years I've thought of making videos, but then I get my message across far better in the comment section than I would do sitting down for God knows how long trying to produce a video that possibly half a dozen people will watch. I would rather make comments. So
yeah, I think,
and then after a while, I think, you know what, I'm pissed off with this, and off I go, and I'll go on a holiday or something, and then I come back all refreshed, different, and maybe a different take on things yet again. I mean, going back to earlier days, we had the Don't Get Married boards, but from that stemmed another one that was called, two others. One was called the Happy Bachelors, and another one was called Happier Abroad. And the ironic thing is, there was a lot of members, but hardly anybody commented, because they was basically all out fucking enjoying themselves.
Do you think that that's the message that really should be promoted? Do you think, I mean, just from my personal experience, I feel happy, you know, doing you know, being focused in on other things, you know, I haven't taken my channel down, and I still encourage you to check up in and make videos, but at some point, it's just like, it's like, I made a note to talk to Sim, or Sam, I'm sorry, that, you know, it's like you go to college, you learn the information, and then you go out and apply it, right? So I think it's like at some point, are we keep going back to college? I mean, is that the cycle that we see here? And at what point do we just move on and say enough's enough? And we get it.
I think Stardust done a video on this, on about the apathy that comes from swallowing the red pill, because you discover that most of your life, everything that you've done was to get or provide or protect for a woman.
Yeah.
I would look at it like this, right? Like, say you get your diploma, then you get your degree, and then you get your master's, and then you become a doctor. You know, like what happens is you become the doctor, and then you look back there, and all the content you subscribe to, and all the stuff you're actually getting in your feed, and all the things are actually like back at certificate level. You know what I mean? Like, and so you're now a doctor, but you're getting all consumed by this certificate and diploma level bullshit that you did years ago. Like, and it's knowing, I think, when to cut off what channels and what's good for you at that point.
Yeah.
Look, I'm still subscribed. I'm subscribed to Zeta because I want to know when Zeta or Joe does something, because I respect Joe. You know, like, but I've had to knock off a lot of channels that, like, I mean, look, I used to get a gratification in seeing, you know, a man punch a woman out, but I'm a doctor now, man. Like, you know, like, I'm past that, into that understanding, quote, you know, unquote, like, you know, phase where you just neutral, man. Like, you just have that it's like a Buddha. Like, you sit there like Yoda, you know, and you don't say much.
Yeah, but do you not think though, Sam, there's also a side of you that wants to pay something back?
No, because I take full responsibility for every minute that I subjected myself to all these problems. I could have left in the first hour. I could never have got married.
What I mean though is, do you not want to, when you see some guy come on all ranting and raving, do you not want to say to him, look, mate, calm down a bit, you know, we've all been, we understand your anger. You know, do you not want to stay around for things like that?
No, I just meant like I didn't specify enough, and it's my fault. I'm sorry. I more meant the ones the compilations where you see like the chick slap the man, but then the man.
Oh, right. That's what you mean.
Yeah. So I don't think that anyone. I don't think anyone should hit anyone. Like but you get that gratification. You think that guy's got balls, and you want to see him with the like. The nigger baseball cap on and the sunglasses and, you know, all those compilations too. You think it's all cool, but as I said, that's cool when you're at certificate and diploma. But by the time you get your doctorate, you're still exposing yourself to that stuff. And really, what you should be doing is just sitting back and having. I'm happy to be subscribed to just Zeta. I'm subscribed to Warhorse, and I'm you know. And a couple of other people, and Sandman's long gone and stuff like that. Even Barbara Ross is gone. Like, I don't need to sit there in 20 minutes to be taught about how to fucking...
Just a question here, Sam. Do you not sometimes consider this Mgtow and all these channels as something like a 12-step program for alcoholics or drug addicts? Because that's what we all are.
Yes, so, I agree.
Come in at different levels. And even when we've recovered, we still have to come back in every so often.
I agree totally 1,000%. And this is, I've mentioned this a bit earlier. I said, like, in regards to most stuff, like, I mean, we alluded to this just a moment ago, like, the content's all out there already. Like, you know, not another video needs to be made. Let's be honest. You can find anything about Mgtow. It's already been said somewhere on a video, and it's already on YouTube, right? But that being said, Zeta, like, needs to keep this, like, logically minded, mature people, a moderated kind of chat happening, so that the true Mgtow can always be available to the people who are in that 12-step or that transition phase, right? Like, so people need to be able to come in here, have that male free space, and sometimes blow a little bit off their chest. You know, like that. This is a necessity.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I think that's what Traversable has done such a good job here, is that he has given that ability for us to basically come in and have all of us meet kind of like an A meeting, if you will, and we all sit down, we talk, we get whatever's off our chest, but that doesn't mean that we have to keep going back to discuss what hypergamy means. You know what I'm saying? We understand what that means already. We're just coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
At the same time, there's another element to it, like I alluded to earlier with Kelly Jones and whatever, but you know, men do like to kind of philosophize, and you know, while we do talk about women some here, you know, there's a lot of other topics. We talk about the news, talk about, you know, just all kinds of ideas and things. So to that extent, you know, it's you know, why leave?
Yeah, why leave it?
Well, that's why I'm just saying be more selective. So I've had
with the channels, right? Yeah.
Yeah, with your channels and the hangouts that you're doing. Like, for example, we've all invested a lot of time in this hangout. We really have, right? So hopefully, though, the time we've invested, we've got quality, some sort of quality back, right? And I'm sure we all have, right? Because I know I have, and I feel like you have too, right? So this is something you would call productive and additive, or something that creates an addition that's great or positive into your life. But it's about identifying those certificate and diploma level things that you used to like be amused by, and cutting them down so that you're left only with the quality stuff like this, so that when it pops up in your feed, it actually sticks out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah.
I definitely agree with you, because I think that it's just at some point, you know, you pretty much summed it all up there. That, you know, I myself am also very selective. You know, this hangout is the only real hangout in terms of Mgtow that I really pay attention to, because everybody else that does them, I just can't understand them. I can't get along with them. And plus, you know, I've managed to be able to speak with you guys here as well, and you know, been able to join in. But I think that's, you know, like you said, I'm very selective about it, because again, you know, once you learn about what the deal is, everybody, I mean, if somebody's talking about something and you know that what they're talking about is completely incorrect, then there's no point in wasting your time trying to spend that with somebody that you know they're just, you know, they're talking bullshit. So, and what I found out is that the more that you start to gain information, the smarter that you become, the more that your social circle starts to get smaller, because more and more few people understand what you're really talking about. So I think that's why what the group we have here, just the people that we talk to, is so important, because the circle gets smaller.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of more of a, it can be looked at as less and less of a necessarily Mgtow as, I mean, you don't even have to think about it too much as a Mgtow. I think it kind of evolves into kind of a masculine-minded male space. You know, that's kind of the point.
I think it's reaffirmation or confirmation or endorsement of your worries, your doubts, your suspicions, and just having them regularly topped up again by other men saying similar things, if not directly to you. Just I understand what you mean, Matt. I've been there.
Right.
You know,
exactly. I mean, because
going back to the 12-step program, you know, we need topping up every so often.
When you go out into the world,
right,
out of here, what do you find? I mean, men like this are rare. They're very rare.
Yeah,
they're
going to tell you there's going to be a girl that your buddy's going to be trying to introduce you. Your other buddy's going to be trying to tell you that you're wrong about Mgtow. You know, you do it in such a sly way sometimes.
That's kind of why I've become punk pretty much now, because, like, I mean, I never was a party person myself. I didn't like going to parties. I thought it was very boring, and everybody else was, you know, doing their own thing and shit. But I've kind of resorted to doing that monk shit. You know, I stay at home and I do my own thing, and I pay attention to the news, and I do things that I need to do for the day and stay productive. But I just don't find the need to go out there, because the majority of people out there today do not understand what is going on before their very eyes. They are asleep. They do not know. They do not have information of the knowledge.
You can't really relate to them.
Well, I would.
That's exactly right.
I think majority of the people now they're asleep. The program that, you know, we're just fortunate as in, because we've managed to meet other men, and, you know, thanks to the internet,
Yeah.
We're all sharing very similar experiences. You know, for the first time in history, men are talking to themselves. Talking to each other.
Yeah. That's a
so
powerful
it's a good
thing. Yeah.
That's what I was saying before. You know, the most educated person, the person that can think for themselves, can definitely do some damage because, like you said earlier, there, Betty, you're breaking the programming. You do not see. You know, you can see. It's like they live. You put on that sunglasses, you can see the bullshit, and other people can. You know.
Yeah, but this is where you've got to be careful as well, though, because going back to the enjoying life and everything else, as we're all finding out, or you know, you've got more money in your pocket, more time, everything else. But the last thing you want to be doing is rubbing it in the face of some miserable fucker that's been married for 30, 40 years.
Right.
Because he can turn on you.
Yeah, and it only encourages them to come after your stuff, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I found out.
Don't make yourself a target, you know? Just keep it.
And it's hard not to, because if you've suddenly got so much money now and you suddenly decide you're going to go and buy yourself a Porsche and go to the Caribbean for a holiday and everything else, then turn back up in work with a nice tan and a new car and say, you sad bastard, you've had to work all over Christmas and overtime because you're married, and he's not going to be happy, is he? You know?
That's the biggest lesson I
like
learned.
that.
That's a big lesson I learned in business, though, is that, you know, a lot of people will work their whole lives to try to achieve, you know, the CEO position, or they'll think that if they work hard enough that, you know, they'll get to a point where they get paid a lot of money and they're recognized and they're driving a Ferrari or live in a mansion and some shit. But what I, at least the industry that I've been a part of, what I've seen is that people who start their own businesses, at least in business I'm in, do it because they want to have control over people or some kind of control over a certain situation. So you have these people that start going in there, you know, they bust their ass and basically do slave work, not realizing that they'll never get to that position, because do you really think that the guy that's making the most money is going to want to give up that job to somebody else who's doing it better than him? That's like painting a bull target on somebody and saying, hey, look, yeah, go hire that guy. He's much better than me, much nicer than me, much more proficient than me.
Yeah.
You hire him. No, it's a narcissistic, cutthroat business.
Yeah, the only think about wealth, you know, the only wealth for me, it's not had nothing to do with cars or houses or anything. It's just time. Like, I just want to be able to buy my free time.
Yeah. Exactly. I work as a contractor, and I basically work when I have to. I would rather have time to myself and not have a lot of money than working 60, 70-hour weeks.
Right. We used to call it Mgtow economics. Where, you know, money became less important because the freedom that you had and the time you had to do, like, it's just sitting on the chair some days is just fucking great. You know,
I mean, that's what the Thinking Ape or Stardust, that's basically what he promotes, isn't it? You know, he says he's no ambition to go out and work 40, 50-hour weeks. He would rather have his own time and do his own research and his hobbies. But basically, that's what most Mgtow do. Or what I can see of it.
And you don't even have to manscape.
Isn't that what the guy, what was it in there? Manscaping guy? That I ejected.
Did you?
Yeah, I ejected him. I had to. Batman got ejected.
Manscaping?
For saying he manscaped more than once.
Here's a question, guys. I'm assuming most of you that are on now are in the States or American.
I'm in a state, but I'm not in America. Yeah, sorry.
What is the actual economy like over there? Because, you know, one side, you know, you mainstream media, everything's okay, and then the alternative is saying there's tent cities springing up everywhere and thousands of people on food stamps and militarized police, and you don't know what to believe.
Well, it definitely is.
I mean, is it as bad as?
It definitely is happening, because here's the thing. Like I said, I like to do a lot of research on like geopolitics and stuff like that, and I pay very close attention to, you know, this kind of stuff, because never before, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or not or whatever, but I pay a lot more close attention to politics and the way that shit's going. But everything now is under surveillance. Like you can't do anything now without being watched by doing something. And just recently, they just passed a bill called CISA or CISA, whatever, where basically they can monitor and do whatever you want. And just recently in China, they released this game. It's literally a game where
I heard about that.
If you're not a part of this thing, it gauges your social citizen score, if you will. And if you don't have a good score, you could be in trouble. In addition to that, if you're friends with somebody that doesn't have a good score, it can bring your score down. Now, what I'm scared of now is that this could very easily come to America with what's going on now. America is just in a terrible place right now, and this is why the presidential election, I don't know about it, but this is why it's such a big kerfuffle, because we have surveillance, we have people coming in from other countries, and everybody's disagreeing with it. That's why I agree with Harper, because you need to get a gun. And this is why America, they're trying to take our guns away, people. They literally are trying to take our guns away because they know if we take our guns away, it's over. Which is why everybody's trying to stand up, and people agree this is bullshit. So we're in a very strange point.
Do you guys see what's happening in Europe, or do you keep an eye on all this with the Syrian refugees?
Yes.
Places like Germany and Switzerland, they're similar to maybe not Switzerland, but Sweden. But these are all very similar to the UK. You can't even know.
You know what's even
I tell you, it's that bad in the UK now. You cannot even own a knife longer than 3 inches that has a locking blade.
Really?
What's so scary about it is that if you think about this, the fact is that even now, like if you criticize some other, like right now the whole thing is the Muslim issue because of the terrorist acts and all this other stuff. But if you criticize them, you could literally be thrown in prison. And Facebook now, something where if you criticize them on Facebook, they admitted this. There is a woman right now that used to be ex-Stasi Nazi who's controlling, and basically it's the political correct bullshit. If you say something wrong, that'll not only delete your Facebook account, but you could go to prison for it. Now, what is wrong with this picture here? This is communism.
Well, it's not so much as communism, it's totalitarianism, isn't it? It's worse than communism.
It all ties in with feminism, too, because that's ultimately... It all ties into feminism, because ultimately that's the way that it proceeds to destroy their family so that people can control easier,
It was said years ago that feminists were nothing more than useful idiots of the government.
Yeah.
Yeah, does anyone else...
Just while we're quickly on the subject of Facebook, not many people do it, but depending on what device you've got, go into app settings and check out the permissions. Now you'll get I'm going to do a video on this soon, but if you want to do it just before anyway, it's interesting. You'll see a list of permissions, but the thing is, if you actually click on the permission, it gives you detail. Now, 2 notable things, which I could list them more, right, is that Facebook does, apart from read all your SMSs and emails, right, it can actually record your voice without your permission and take photos without your permission. Now, I'm a real phone geek, right? I can root phones and fucking change ROMs and do all that shit, right? Now, just think about what I just said. It can do it it can record the mic and take photos without your permission. Now, there's no need, unless you're using the photo button inside of Facebook or anything like that, for that app to be wanting that type of permission, right? But if you've got that app on your phone, it could be potentially recording you right now. And trust me, if that could be for advertising reasons, it might want to mention, it might do a calculation on how many times you say the word Mitsubishi every hour.
Speaking of advertising, just on my own experience with this, I think I was talking about this to Steve Hoko, another chat that we were doing, but literally, if you go on Facebook, Instagram, all these places where you can basically put up pictures of yourself, that is an open source for people to get advertising information, because this is how easy it is now for companies to get information on you. All they have to do is, let's say, for example, go to Instagram. Go to somebody's profile and see what they've been posting pictures of and what they're into, what are they, are around. Well, there's your demographics right there, because it shows what that person is into. So now all you have to do is gather a whole bunch of data on that group and market to those groups. It's that easy now.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, though, this is what we've got to be careful of, is because, we are aware of all this. I mean, it's not conspiracy. We know all this is going on. But we have to go back to this idea, or not idea, but this thing about surrounding ourselves and constantly listening to horror stories and God knows what else. Because if you look at everything that's going on, you do become extremely depressed and suspicious and paranoid and everything else. And sometimes you've just got to say, you know what, fuck it, I'm going out and enjoying my life. And
I do have one thing. Just to argue that point, though, just because I want to know what other people's opinions on this are, but if the nature of what that is, even though it is depressing, I've asked myself this countless times, because it is a very serious problem, and it's not something, I mean, you should be depressed, I think, because if you weren't, then you'd be crazy if you were to see this stuff and think that it's okay. And that's what they want you to do because it's normalizing bad behavior. And so at what point do the people need to stand up and be like, no, enough's enough, and at this point, it's done, you know, because you're destroying the country, you're destroying people's thoughts and beliefs on things.
But I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be depressed or pissed off or do anything. My argument is, well, not argument, my point of view is, from past experience, people aren't going to do bugger all. They're not going to do anything.
All right,
you go, mate.
All right, Element. This is kind of like my plan. I was talking to Sniper earlier, and here's the thing: the only thing we can do is prepare for the future. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. We can just make a better future for ourselves, for all Mgtow. I mean. What we could do is we could make businesses and hire other Mgtow to do business with. And if we make it a private company, we don't have to deal with women and their bullshit. Because legally, because we're a private company, we can discriminate against hiring them. Yeah. Legally. And we can call it a Mgtow whatever company you want to call it.
Can I just say that really, just with the data thing and being watched and recorded and the photo thing I said and stuff, the primary thing though with that is that the Edward Snowden points out quite, you know, uniquely and awesomely, like, is the self-censorship that we start to have, like, whereas once upon a time,
but we can, here's the thing: we can gather, we can run a gun store. A Mgtow gun store, do it legally.
No, you've obviously been talking to people earlier. Come on, man, like that's unreasonable.
No. You could we could just sell gun parts and for the lower receiver, we could just sell the 80% lower receiver.
Oh, come on, man! Like I mean, really, is that a universal plan that you've been thinking? That's not practical. You know,
that's one. It's doing an idea.
Defense could very easily just go up to you and be like, "Hey, you're making weapons. You're under arrest." That's it. I mean, literally, that's the way.
No. Look, this is the law. In America, if you make the lower receiver for yourself, you don't plan to sell it. It's only for you. It's practically yours. You could use it. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. But you cannot sell it. You cannot let someone else suit it, because at that point, basically, you're entirely responsible for that lower receiver.
Listen, here in the UK,
that's too sketchy.
You go to jail.
Here in the UK,
it has to be 100% lower receiver.
I could be thrown in jail for owning a Swiss Army knife.
It's unbelievable, man. It's so unbelievable.
All right. Well, I was assuming you're American. Okay. In America, that's how it works. I mean. I live in California, and I know I could just buy a low receiver. I have to put a bullet button on it, and I could just buy like a regular magazine changer. Put it in when the time comes. Put it in my switch magazines. I have a fucking assault rifle.
3D print that lower, right?
The low receiver.
And how long have you been planning this awesome idea? How long have you been planning this awesome idea that you're telling us, just out of interest? How long has it been your planning and you planned this and you finally came to the table? How long has that been?
It's only been the last week.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's only been the last week because I've been researching it.
You need to go back to the table and do more research.
No, I looked up the laws.
You're talking about Mgtow and as if and a solution to Mgtow as a whole. You're not even taking into account what we're just talking about. In Australia and Britain, you can't even throw a knife or carry one. Like you can get put in jail.
I know.
There's no universal
I was only thinking of American Mgtow at the time.
I mean, yeah, you've obviously. I mean, it's fun that you've thought of a great idea, but you've obviously had a few pipes, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, because that's not a long-term practical solution. That's not in the theme that we've been talking about for the last 20 hours. You know what I mean?
The other problem with that is that if you label Mgtow with selling gun parts, then you could very easily be subjugated to having people believe that you're some extremist group, and that can never be good.
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Can you see, Joe, why I said earlier about how you have to treat people with skepticism when they come in?
Okay, but it's not the only idea. I mean, what we could do is
there's
for Mgtow, we can also. I know we can recruit other Mgtow.
There's a great quiet for
Mgtow. And the way we could do this is like every time there's a child court, a family court, we could set up advertisements in the diners around the family court saying, this, making a distance, screen them, indoctrinate them into Mgtow, give them a job, or take them to like some place, saying, okay, you got to run. We have a place for you. But here's the conditions you have to follow, and we can recruit Mgtow by that way.
Have you heard of the story of Earl Silverman, the guy who hung himself?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm about to do that if I keep listening to these crazy plans. This is the futility of these sorts of. I mean, yes, in theory they sound great, but they're never going to happen.
How about this idea, guys?
Well, yeah, no, you have to do it yourself.
The idea that Mgtow kind of, go into fields and kind of companies that are not subject to the political correct machine, right? So you find a lot of companies get sort of blackmailed into doing certain things because the political correctness machine will be directed at them. Like, for example, Chick-fil-A, whatever. But my point is that if men, if they go into businesses and companies that are not really that are not vulnerable to these kind of social justice warrior attacks, does that make sense?
You know what I think? I think it kind of has to be an inside group. I think it has to be one of those things where people have to realize that anytime that you put yourself publicly on the internet, you're then technically in the public. So if you technically really want to do something that is productive and under the radar, then I think that's where you have to form subgroups and keep things hush-hush, because if you put stuff out here, you're always going to be subject to scrutiny, which is a good idea because it helps people generate ideas and different things. But I think if you really want to act change, get a group of guys and then just go under the radar.
Well, this is kind of like what Tifa was talking about earlier, Tifa Sniper. He's like, the reason why Mgtow is not taken seriously outside of Mgtow is because we have no money into something.
I know we don't. I know. We're not. This idea. Listen, what's happening?
Let him finish. Yeah. Let him finish.
And I know this idea is not popular because we're Mgtow. We're men going our own way. We don't have to go each other's way. I know that, and that's kind of why it's not popular.
What we are doing. What we are doing at the moment, listen lads, what we are doing at the moment is the best we can do, and it's working, and that is quite simple. We are spreading the message. Right at the internet.
It's taken 20 hours. It's taken 20 hours. 20 hours.
My point is, all this talk about companies and blah, 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 and everything. Yeah, maybe sometime in the future. But the main thrust at the moment is spreading the message, making it available for as many men as possible, which we're doing. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, and it's working.
Yeah,
and it's working.
because
the private company is legal though. The private company is legal.
Come on, man! It's taken 20 hours to get 10 people in this hangout, and this is a major hangout. How you talking about putting people in corners of streets and fucking shit like this? Come on, brother! Like it's taken 20 hours to get 9 intelligent minds into this room, and like,
here's the thing.
What the hell are you people talking about?
Let's let Eli have a word here. Go ahead, Eli.
What I'm saying is what the thing is what's powerful now is that this is basically advertising. Regular people like us have never ever had this kind of power before. There's always been gatekeepers to control the message where I couldn't talk to somebody in Australia or to a group of people in Australia. I couldn't put up a video and have 1,000 people see it. Or 2,000 people. I got one video where 30,000 people have actually viewed it. That has never been possible by one single person, unknown person before. So the thing is that Mgtow, the power of the media, of the medium, just it being heard. Every time we put out something and a guy hears it, that means that's one more impact that that's not paid for by the government. The government can't control this. That's the problem they're having with Mgtow. It can't be controlled because the same media that they use to advertise to us and connect us is what we're using. Either they shut it down and go back to the old style, the old caveman style, which they don't want to do, or they allow it to run. There's nothing they can do about it because it's organic.
I respect what you say, Eli, but I want to just ask you this question, right? So when you say to me that the government has no control, look, I'm just guessing that the BBC is a government agency. I could be wrong, whatever, right? Now they've just put out a special that deliberately puts shit on Mgtow. Now, if that isn't a form of governmental control and enforcing a certain belief, what is? Didn't they just shit on on all our beliefs?
And that's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's actually a good thing. What the thing is now they're spreading it to people that would have never heard of it. So now what's going to happen is people are actually going to look at like everything else they've done. They look at they shit on Mgtow like the MRAs did it. What happened when they shit on it? It spread. Okay, when the PUAs did it, they shit on Mgtow. It spread. Now the BBC is going to shit on Mgtow, which they've done. Now all those guys that have never ever knew what Mgtow actually was will actually say, well, let me find out what this is about. They're going to hear a couple of videos and say, wait a minute, I feel just like those guys are talking about. That's my life.
All right, so I'll give you another way of looking at it. Mgtow is transient. I've been around Mgtow a while, and when I was in the main circles, I was friends with anyone that mattered, and I've talked to everyone that mattered. I haven't seen your face before, right? So you're just like Eli. You're like me and everyone else, and I'm asking you in this question: you obviously would seem like you think Mgtow's the destination, and I would say that it's actually like the place you move through, transiently. So you probably won't be around 3 months from now, hopefully, but you'll be an enlightened man out there. You have come through, you've got your training, and you go. And I think that's one of the beauties of Mgtow. Like you'll find these other places, they just want to hook you in so they keep you fucking reeling around. But if you look at Mgtow the right way, like I said earlier, you can actually learn everything in the first 10 minutes. And given like the first 50 Sandman videos, you feel like hanging yourself, so it's just, everything that's been done's been done. But just to say that, honestly, trust me, Mgtow and these businesses and all these ideas of expanding, there's more people out there that don't associate with Mgtow that do what we do already. Trust me, there's tenfold. They're already, and as I said, it comes down to the fact that you have 2 working households right now, almost, because the government has made things so tight for the bourgeoisie and all that, that there actually needs 2 parents to go out and work, and that woman is actually actually questioning having that 3rd and 4th child and stuff like this, or even the 1st, and so it's just happening by itself. You can stress your ass off and try to push it to happen, or you can just watch it unfold like a Buddha master again, and just enjoy with a big, a cheeky grin on your face as it happens. But any specific suggestion really isn't going to get you anywhere, except for sit in this room and have fun and chat with the guys. But I don't know. That's got to be my.
I can give you an example with the civil rights movement in the '60s. Okay, you had the marches, you had the sit-ins, you had the nonviolent protests, right? And you had what you call the black Muslim. Okay, the black Muslim, which is the radical group, which is always very, very tiny. It was very, very small. But the thing is, they were the stick to the carrot, which was a much larger group. And they were what the government, what Kennedy and Johnson were afraid of is that the carrots, which were the nonviolent group, would side with the stick, which was the Muslim group. They didn't want that. So they caved in and they gave in certain concessions to black people because they didn't want the black folks to become the stick, the radicalized. Exactly. They didn't want to become radicalized, and they didn't want the black people, which were a small group, to radicalize the bigger group, which was the disenfranchised white males. So they wanted to squash this. They wanted to squash this. Yeah.
I just want to Matrix, I mean, it's there. Morpheus is the black guy. He's the protester, and he's the protester, and like a Neo, he's the disenfranchised white man, and the Agent Smith, he's the government. Mm-hmm. Look, and this is actually very critical. It's
Eli, I want to respond to Eli. I've got to say something. Like Eli, your example of what you just said is different than what I'm saying because in the way that a black person who associates as being black and an Anglo-British person with all their crooked teeth. I'm not, no offense, Betty or anything like you're just saying, obviously
that's quite straight.
Yeah, you can tell an Afro-American. You can see there's an Afro-American community over there. You can see there's a white Anglo community over there. Is my point, right? Now, with Mgtow, we've got 10 people in this room, and I can guarantee you that there's not one. We can't find a consensus. Like, there's 10 different opinions right now of what Mgtow is simultaneously occurring in front of your face, right? Like, that cannot be a movement that sits on a bunch of steps. That can't be a bunch of people who walk down a street. Not as long as we've got 10 people sitting here not even knowing the true definition. And that's why Mgtow is good, because it's the most organised section of what men already know. But that's all it is.
But there is no definition for Mgtow, though.
Yeah, exactly, and that's part of the problem.
Well, it's not a problem. It's just the way it is.
That's a problem to Eli. No, sorry, I mean in the respect that it's a problem to Eli, in the way that we can never make marches.
So simple, you can spin it any other way you want it to go. Mgtow is so simple, you can spin it any way you want.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. See, the thing is, it's one idea that can spin 1,000 different directions or more.
Well, on what you say, Eli, I don't know what you think of this, but when you talk about, say, the Black Panthers or the Muslims and the Malcolm X crowd versus the average, more activists, that's kind of how I look at the MRA and Mgtow factions, right? So, like the Mgtow is kind of more the stick, right?
Right.
Who's subverting and undermining the society by essentially, just pulling their power away from it, and then or support. And then the MRA is more like that, petitioning, that conventional kind of activism.
Exactly.
I don't know.
You kind of see that? Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I see
I'm advocating non-conventional means.
Like we've got a handful of people here. Most of our subscribers are long gone. Anyone who's got a Google Plus account probably thinks they've got 1,000 subscribers, but they've really got 500. And we just got smashed by a public broadcaster. And people here are saying that it's going to spread like a movement or go somewhere. Trust me, this is not going to happen. But Mgtow is a great place.
How many Mgtow are there? How many? Because the thing is, I don't know how many Mgtow there are, honestly.
So far they try to squash us, and we're still here. So we're growing.
And that's the problem. We might be 30 30,000 strong. 30.
So we might be 30 million.
Strong.
We don't know.
But I'm talking about the 500,000 people that watch that episode. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking small scale, bro. Trust me. Like no, we watch YouTube channels. We're babies with nappies on. Like 400,000 people or 1 million people.
Tell like businesses.
Oh, come on, brother. You've got to hear me out. We've had respect for each other all night, and we have patience and let people finish talking, right? We got squashed. We got squashed. You know, like in front of at least 500,000 people, like in one go. You know, like
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah,
that's because we're not organized.
Finish your thought, bro. Finish your thought.
Yeah, like this is nothing to be like necessarily thinking that we're about to advance down the streets with flags and get accepted. Trust me, by no means there is a resistance.
I don't think Mgtow's going to do that. We're not going to do that.
4% for that.
If you're going to think of a plan, I'd like to think it's more intergenerational, because all these short term, like we're going to hang out on the end of the building and make a business and all that kind of crap, man. Like you obviously haven't put a lot of thought into it, and you're not looking at the bigger picture. Full stop. How do you say? Sorry.
No, I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm thinking, okay, we create a business now, and the thing is, if we discriminate against non-Mgtows, then we become a pretty good business. Get more Mgtow, hire new guys, indoctrinate them into Mgtow.
All right, you're my primary investor. No one else here needs to invest anything. I need $500,000 tomorrow in my account. I'll give you the details, and I'll build a fucking 2-story building that houses Mgtows. All right, so I'll give you the details later, and you give me the money. Correct? It's all talk, brother.
I'm just throwing out the idea. Okay.
You can't throw it out like unless you haven't thought about it. Is what I'm trying to say. Have a think about it.
Because the thing is, I can't do anything right now because I'm 20 years old in college.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do anything right now until I get a degree.
Use your logic to understand what's possible then. I'm not trying to say, think about it. Can anyone finance any of your ideas? Like how are they going to live? How are they going to self-fund themselves? Who's going to provide the money? Who are your investors? How do you...
The thing is...
One thing, Andy.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say one thing, Andy. I'm 21 years old, okay? And here's the thing. I have worked in the entertainment business until I was 17 years old, and I've dealt with 2 investors in my life. One thing that I learned very quick about dealing with other people's money is it's just that. It's other people's money, and it's very difficult to get other people's money. So if you wanted to actually start a business, the best thing that you could probably do is, yes, maybe another Mgtow would be a great business partner, believe me. But the problem is, if you make that kind of stuff public, you're not going to get the money. And you have to have something tangible in order to be able to do it because of the regulations of the SEC. Do you have an LLC? Do you have an attorney? And when everything is going against men in terms of trying to raise a business like that, then you're going to have a very hard time finding an investor willing to take a risk that's going against a lot of shit. But I do think you had a good idea there, is that...
Yeah, I was thinking, just build the business first, then get investors. But the thing is, they want to see something.
Well, unless you have the money, you can't build the building.
No. I have... No.
And who's going to build the building?
I can save money right now.
Oh, come on, man. Like, let's change the subject, honestly. Like, let's not think about no ideas or anything like this. We're about to... I don't know how many hours we've left, but... Like,
I'm just putting it out there.
It's cool. What's the time? Maybe we should move to a new topic. Put
one on the table. Yeah.
Yeah. Any takers?
Yeah, man. Let's think of something that's not Mgtow, like that we might, like cars or something like this, for example. That might be a good subject for anyone to think of. Something to talk before about Mgtow all this time. It'd be nice to cool down.
I'd say there's something going on in the economy right now, or
I think that's a bad idea.
You can talk about what's going on in the economy, but the thing is, like say my group, because we have a black research group. It's it's a little black think tank that is about maybe 10 guys, and we've been tracking this stuff since like 2005. And if you look what's going on with the World Economic Forum, because that's where where 10,000 of the richest people and the most influential people in the world meet in Davos, and I think it's coming up in February. And we've been tracking that since 2005. And in 2006, what they were talking about in 2006, what you see ongoing, what you're going to see some back and forth with, is a slow shift from the west to the east. In other words, that slow shift from transferring the power from the north, from the northwest to the east. In other words, the south, the global south with the BRICS nations. And there's lots of videos on that, but it's saying this is a slow transition, just like the slow transition from Britain to the United States, and then now the United States had it for approximately 100 years, give or take, since 1920, and now it's going to be that slow shift to China and the other five. It's other. Russia is the Russia and China are like what I call remember Mad Max and Beyond Thunderdome?
I don't think they're codependent on each other.
Yeah, they're codependent. I'm saying, remember the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? The villain in that was what? Master Blaster, right? The little guy which was the brain, the economic brain, is set on top of the big guy, which was the muscle, the enforcer. China is master. Russia is the blaster. China by itself doesn't have enough military might to actually be able to defend itself against Western countries.
I wouldn't call Russia a brute. I wouldn't call Russia. Russia's pretty smart, and also the environment in Russia lives in is more K incentive. So basically, a lot more Russians, they're more K selected, than China is. In China, they could go our direction too. It could be a matter of time.
No, it's already baked in. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989, right? Financially collapsed in 1989. The West basically came in as carpetbaggers and basically raped the country. They had Russia on its knees, and the only thing that got Russia back on its let me finish. I've been studying this for 20 years. Okay, let me finish. If you look at the SEO agreement back in 1995. Russia and China bonded together because it was Chinese money and gold that got Russia back up on its feet. Okay, in 1997, Soros and the West attacked Russia and China against that agreement with the Asian currency crisis, and you have been fighting a currency and financial war ever since. It's been going on. It's been played out with PNAC, and I think I put something up on this. We played out with PNAC when PNAC basically declared a policy where they weren't going to allow another country, another rival to rise up against it and challenge its new American century. In other words, they wanted another 100 years to basically rule the rest of the world or manage the rest of the world. And PNAC.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you done much research in terms of seeing where the financial market is going in terms of basically I've heard things where basically they want to take different countries and basically create their own currency. So we have America becoming the Amero as well as China becoming its own currency. So what I see is basically here where the United States, like in terms of gold price, I've seen, in particularly here in the States, has gone up because the Chinese realize that the value of the American dollar is collapsing very quickly because distribution and shipping and exporting, is a key factor as well as the fact of what we're seeing in our government policy.
Right.
And I think what we see with Cisco, all the Security Acts, as well as the TPP deal, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, is a huge fucking issue.
Right. I mean, that's basically that's a defense against China. China taking over the rest of Asia. In other words, they're playing in our markets, which is Africa, in Latin America, and they want to do a counter by playing in China's market. But the thing is, there's a very good book called Gold, Dollars, and Power, and it basically outlines the whole dollar system, the whole Bretton Woods dollar system that was set up in 1949 and actually started, when it first started in 1956. It outlines it, and if you read that, about to have a global financial architecture, you need four things. Okay, you have to have the biggest manufacturing base is number one. Number two, you have to have the excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to comment. I said industrialized economy.
We have to have the biggest manufacturing base, like America did. You have to have the biggest amount of gold. Okay. You have to have basically you have to be the not the debtor, but the what do you call it? Not when you're not the debtor, you're the basically you have more accounts, more money loaned out.
Yeah.
Then in other words, you're not a debtor nation. And the
creditor
fourth
or the
thing,
lender, yeah.
you have to be the biggest creditor in the world. And the fourth thing is you need to be able to defend your markets. You have to have a blue water navy. You got to have a big enough military to defend, to ensure commerce and trade. You have to have those four things. China has the first three. They don't have the fourth. So if you include Russia with the BRICS, they have all four things. But the thing is, now what you need is you cannot dismantle a global financial architecture this complex, without building another one. So what you have now, since I think 2011, you have the slow build of another financial architecture. With Russia and its banks, with the new Chinese SWIFT system to replace the old SWIFT system as far as interbanking.
Right.
You have China basically coming in and basically assuming the role in the IMF. There's a lot of little things where they're slowly building the financial architecture, which is agreed upon not only with the rest of the world, but also Europe, which Europe never really liked being under the dollar system. They never really liked it, especially France. France hated it. That's how come the United States went off the gold standard, because Charles de Gaulle hated that the United States was using its position to take over a lot of European companies by buying them out with the dollar. So he tried to force the United States off the gold standard by demanding gold for the cost of the troops being in Europe. And in 1971,
Nixon said, "Fuck you."
Nixon says, "Okay, we will come off the gold standard. We'll pay off all the debts, but guess what? We're going to pull all the troops. We're going to pull all the ships. We're going to pull everything else. We will no longer be the policemen of the world. You go do it yourself." And Europe and the rest of the world back down, and we've been in the fiat dollar system ever since. But
that's you said that, because
that also means that China, since it doesn't have the military, Russia has the upper hand. Because the problem with violence is, whoever has the monopoly on violence is basically it's the bully. You can do whatever the fuck you want with as long as you have the military. You can do whatever you want. That's always been the rule.
Well, the thing is,
Russia does have the upper hand. Russia can basically say, you know what China's.
What Julius Caesar said.
Go ahead.
What Julius Caesar said: money is the lifeblood of war. You cannot fight a war without money.
Yeah,
and so much fraud is made of war too.
But here's the thing. I think there's an interesting thing about that, Eli. Is the Federal Reserve, in my mind, exists primarily for that. It's sold to us that its purpose, its mission, is to control inflation and to maximize the workforce, right? Minimize unemployment, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the real reason that there exists is because at any time that the government needs money for war, the Federal Reserve can print as much as they need, right?
Yep. I have a different opinion of that, but we'll finish your thought.
Well, that's pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, the government wants a bottomless treasure chest to go to war. As you say, that's their only limitation is money. But then, as long as they can have the central bank that can print as much as they need, then there is
how can I just ask something here of you Americans? How many of you Americans are aware of the owners of your Federal Reserve?
I'm very aware.
Not many. Not many.
Oh no.
If you look into who actually owns the Federal Reserve, you will find it's the British royal family, the Europeans, Rockefellers, all these people.
Because they.
I'm gonna let everybody finish. I have a different opinion on it. The Federal Reserve was actually created to control the banks. That's what is. In other words, you had all these private banks, and you had all these crashes that were going on, and basically the Europeans and the American banking systems, the hell with this. We have all these, You know, all these different different banking system, land banks and whatever that are going on, and we have all this disruption, and bankers do not like chaos. So the thing is, they said, okay, we're gonna start this Federal Reserve System to control the banking system and take control of it. So that, you know, that's why you had a lot of the land banks closed. And so you get pluses and you get minuses with it. Okay, minuses, you're gonna lose. You know, the government is going to lose some control of the bank, which they never had anyway, of the banking system. But if the Federal Reserve does its job, then you won't have these big swings. You know, you don't have these every 5 or 6 years. You have a banking crash, and then you have to rebuild it, and another banking crash. You had to rebuild because every 5 to 10 years you were having banking crashes in the United States. So they said, the hell with it. We're gonna pass this. Regardless of what the people say and what the rest of the government says, we're going to get this passed because we need to control the banks. And if they do their job like they're supposed to, like, you know, which a lot of times they don't, which they didn't when they let go of the Glass-Steagall Act. The Federal Reserve didn't step in and do their job. They were supposed to close that crap down.
Yeah.
The thing is, if America goes down the pan, it takes the rest of the world with it.
Yeah, it would. If it does it tomorrow, it will. If China, that's why China and Russia and the rest of the BRICS are building as fast as they can. You know, even against what the United States is doing. They're building as fast as they can. If the United States goes down, they're going to take everybody.
China will be screwed.
Excuse me?
China will be screwed.
Everybody. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, everybody was screwed except for Russia.
No, everybody's going down.
Russia, it wouldn't hit as hard.
Well, the thing is, this whole system for the last 100 years, you got 7 billion people. The only reason you have this many people is because you have this big, complex system that supports it. If that system crashes, how many people are going to be left? Because you won't have a system to support it anymore. I'm just throwing it out there. You know,
my opinion is that in the process of doing a reset, a gradual reset, a transference.
Yes.
From one system to another, and that means, as you pointed out originally, from west to east.
Yes.
And this, can I just bring in something else here? It's the farce of the global warming and the carbon tax. What a farce that is. And I'll give you an example, a perfect example of this. Here in the UK, basically the UK is one big lump of coal. Yeah? It's the Industrial Revolution and everything else, and all our power stations, bar the nuclear ones, were coal, but Europe shut them down through carbon emissions.
Right.
What these environmentalists and others don't tell people is China and Russia and these other places are possibly building 4 or 5 coal-fired power stations per week.
Right.
So you can't have global warming caused by carbon, CO2 emissions, but only in one half of the world. You know, so it's a nonsense. They're basically closing down our capacity for, power generation, jobs, everything else.
Wait on, just quickly. Before I've got to go, guys. It was really nice chatting with you. Thanks for a great night. I'm falling asleep. I'm going to break the keyboard with my head or something.
What time is it out there?
Oh man, it's 2:11 in the afternoon. So I haven't even been to bed or anything. I'm just fucking falling apart. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to. I was going to type in the sidebar, but you deserve a goodbye and stuff. And thanks for chatting. It was nice to meet you, Eli. And look, Mr. Anime, if I don't see, guys, I've got 2 weeks to live. And Mr. Anime, if I don't see you again, I'll be happy.
you remember that, mate. Enjoy yourself.
I will. You've changed my life, buddy. It's a really good philosophy to live by. That honesty, especially. It's very powerful. You've got to be in it to win it. And that's, you could be dead. So, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I won't waste any more time. And thanks it was nice to be able to be myself and not get, broken apart and doxed and fucking have some sort of 10 videos made about me and stuff like that. So, and I'll probably catch you soon because of it. And I'll probably be back here where it's a safe place, for intelligent people. So, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Really enjoyed having you, Sam. Let's talk soon, man.
Yeah, good having you, Sam.
No problem with that.
Take care, Sam.
Take care. Thanks, everyone.
All the best. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and g'day, and put us another shrimp on the barbie, mate.
Cheers, right, Mike. Cheers, right.
For me.
All right, take care, guys. See you.
Take care, buddy.
Good night.
I should have told him to say hi to Jim Jeffers for me.
Jim Jeffers. That's a funny man, isn't it?
Oh, are we going to have another Portuguese break here?
Silent.
So, economics, the collapse. Everybody's screwed.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I
something
just
about
don't
Britain.
believe in the collapse. I just find it hard to believe it.
Yeah, I don't think it's in anybody's interest to collapse. The only way it'll collapse is if egos get in the way. You know, like if they can't settle what's going on in Syria. You know,
in the Middle East.
Yeah, in the Middle East. If they can't, because that's where it's been fought out as a physical war. You know, everything else is economic.
Yeah, proxy war.
It's a proxy war. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's my worry is because history always repeats, and if we look at World War I, World War II,
right,
it was currency wars, trade wars.
I wanted to talk about that too. I mean, because one of the rest has always been ahead of technology, always been ahead of innovation, and to me, I don't really have confidence in the East because I know the history of China, I know the history of Japan. They're not good for innovation. They're not. I mean, Confucianism boxed all that up. It's really the monkey wrench in progress, Confucianism. And the thing is, and that's a big problem. I know with China, they do their best to reject Confucianism, but they still practice it.
Well, the problem with China is that China is basically under a censorship state, so they really do not have the ability to thrive anymore because, just like I was saying earlier, and I was trying to talk to Eli there. I wanted to see what Eli's opinion on this was with CISA. But then, I'm sorry, not CISA, but there's this thing that's now getting, at least in Chinese area, that they're trying to get people to be a part of this thing where it gauges people having a certain kind of point, whether or not they're going to be good citizens of the country, and if they're not, they get thrown out, or if they're a friend, if they say something bad on social media, then their points go down. I mean, what do we see here with this?
Okay, okay.
This is bad.
Go ahead.
Bad. This is economic hell.
It's communism. It's basically.
The way this is working. If you give me like a couple minutes.
Yeah, you got it.
The way this is working, you know, like I said, I've been studying China for like 20 years, and I've been studying this economic, thing for like 10. And the way this, if you read the Tragedy and Hope and the Evolution of Civilization, I think I put up some of it. But the thing is that the way a civilization works, especially with technology, is that technology will start someplace, and the technologies that get squashed by the dinosaurs in that core will automatically drift out to the periphery, and that way that those ideas that you can't get done in the core, it will get done in periphery. The same thing going on in China. Like there's a lot of stuff like biotech that we're not doing because of moral implications. There's a lot of things like take one thing. I'll give you one thing that's significant that nobody ever thinks about, and why Asia rose. Okay, the semiconductor industry was the next great thing back in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
It was supposed to explode, but what stopped it from expanding in the West was what? Ecological laws, right? Because to make those excuse me?
Yeah, I know the problem with the West. It's moral compass. It's always been its problem.
Well, that's human nature. Okay, as you advance, you're not willing to take chances like you were when in the New Age. When Britain first started industrializing, you had a lot of acid rain, you had a lot of industrial smog and stuff like that. In other words, the atmosphere was just ruined, and people there's only so long people will take that, so they had to move those industries someplace else, which was to America. America went through that. With the semiconductor industry, those things were so poisonous to make that they couldn't be made here. In other words, for that industry to grow, it had to move someplace else. So it moved to Taiwan, and then it moved to Hong Kong. Well, Hong Kong moved it to China, and then Korea. So now your computers, your television, anything that has a chip in it, basically is made in Asia, because Asia was willing to accept the pollution and the dirt and stuff that went along with it.
I have a question for you there.
Go ahead.
My question is, who discovered the semiconductor first?
Well, the semiconductors were discovered in America first.
Exactly. See, the thing is...
But it couldn't be built here. It couldn't expand here, though. That's the problem.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The West has always had a capital monopoly on innovation.
Right.
And that's the problem with China.
Not necessarily.
Doesn't have that...
That's not always true.
Eli, I had speaking about the smog stuff that's going on in Asia, I mean, did you know recently that Smithsonian just came out and said that basically chemtrails are real? I mean, I know that's the conspiracy shit, but this is serious. I mean, we need to start looking at things on a whole other perspective, I think. I've been doing this for some years now, but the Smithsonian came out and said this.
But the thing is, anybody with half a brain that looked up in the sky knew chemtrails are real.
Yeah.
Well, I think
how many conspiracies have been proved to be correct? I mean, there's a long list of them. There's a long list of them.
Right. They're just not admitting it. Yeah, they admitted that 10 years ago.
What is a chemtrail?
Well, chemtrail is a weather modification for the most part. It's weather modification, and they said that they said that 10 years ago. I think that they did a special on PBS, and they call it global reflectance, where they showed you them spraying these chemicals to reflect light back to the back in space to keep
the
the
other
Earth
thing
warm.
about chemtrails is that chemtrails apparently, I mean, it modifies the weather and it makes everything pretty much irradiate. They attach it to the end.
What's that thing called? Is it HARP? Something called HARP?
Well,
HARP, they shut it down. They shut HARP down. They shut HARP down about 6 or 7 years ago. Well, the British Petroleum bought it, but for the most part, HARP is pretty much shut down.
Well, I have a question about that, and I wanted everybody's opinion on this. I don't know, because it's now that we're on the subject, but speaking of HARP, I mean, Eli, this is because I think I have a feeling that you're kind of into the, I guess, it's not really conspiracy, but that's just the best way to call what it is. It's just the truth, to be honest. But I see that, you know, like right now where I'm at, it's about 75 degrees, and it's December. All right? And they're trying to push the whole shit about global warming, which has been a scam, and it's been proven to be a scam. So under this circumstance, is HARP really still active? I mean, this kind of shit, it makes you wonder, why is it that it's 75 here and everybody's trying to push this global warming shit? I mean, how deep does the rabbit hole really go here, you know?
Well, the thing is, it's the transference of all these shitty industries back over to the east, you know, from, as it has been pointed out, from Britain to America, from America now over to Asia, where they've got all the pollution and all the, you know, acid rain and God knows what else. Just a small point here, just so that HARP, I mean, it was what they call it, weaponized weather.
Right. Yeah.
A very interesting point. Most of you probably never heard of this or unaware of it. Prior to the D-Day landings in the UK, the British government, believe it or not, even employed druids and white witches.
Yep. I believe it.
And that is not conspiracy, because they wanted seriously. They had white witches and druids and various other people doing all sorts of weird rituals and God knows what else. On the off chance they could influence the weather for the D-Day landings. And that's the truth.
Wow. To be honest with you, Betty, working in the entertainment industry, do you know what these people are really into? They're really into Satanism. I've seen this with my own eyes.
Oh, yeah.
No. Fucking eyes. These people are into Satanism. The CEO of the company I work for was talking about a script that he worked on. And basically, he said, what?
No, go ahead and finish.
After you're done, I want to comment.
Go ahead and finish. No, go ahead and finish.
What I was saying is that I mean, I see this with my own two eyes. The CEO of the production company that I work with I mean, this is how real this gets. I'm going to expose it right now because I'm sick of this shit. It's been on my mind for years and years and years. But the CEO of the company that I work with, we discuss scripts, we break down scripts. He sat there and he says, let me show you something. He pulls out a piece of paper. He draws the character symbolization of each and every character that's going to be in the script that we're trying to produce and get to market. He sits there and draws all the characters, and then he draws a pentagram around all the characters that fit perfectly. These people are into Satanism. The company logo itself is a double-headed eagle, which results back to Freemasonic and Satan, devil worship. Mm-hmm. This is who Hollywood is. I mean, I know some shit on the inside that that goes on in Hollywood that I don't know if I can even talk about here, but it's not what people think it is. I'm telling you right now.
Here's my comment on it. Well, how people actually perceive this is that Yahweh is actually an evil God. I mean, he lies to everyone to do this, to do that, to do that. Not basically to be a sheep. That's basically he tells everyone. But yet in other places he says to be evil, to do evil things. And if you look at the real world, doing the necessary evil things, or doing evil things, actually grants you power. It does. Doing the pragmatic thing gives you power.
When the CEO of this company, when the fucking shit I see is into devil worship and blood sacrifice, and they actually fucking kill people because of what they believe in, that's where I fucking draw the line. I mean, at that point, it's enough. This stuff does go on. They literally sacrifice fucking people. And this is what you see in the music industry, the entertainment industry. Miley Cyrus is not who she says she is. Miley Cyrus is nothing more than a fucking change agent for some shit that gets people to influence the general population.
Yep.
Miley Cyrus is not... The devil industry... I mean, literally, people have said in the music industry that they have signed their name to the devil. Like, I don't know if people have ever seen that movie, The Eyes Wide Shut. That is literally what fucking goes on. I've seen this with my own fucking eyes.
Cool. Here's the thing. It's in their eyes, God is evil because God lets you get killed, not let you accomplish anything. He basically turns you into a sheep, and that's the teaching of Yahweh. That's the teaching of Jesus. And why they worship the devil is because the devil is trying to tell you in the Bible. This is not my opinion. I don't believe in this shit, but the devil tells you what's actually going on.
Well, yeah, that Star Wars does a really good job of that, talking about the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force.
Hey, just on that point about Star Wars, how many of you have heard of Stephen Molyneux?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, well, he's just done an amazing video. I think it's about 2 days old, talking about Darth Vader and the Star Wars. And how it symbolises, the struggle between the sexes. No, the struggle between the sexes.
Oh, okay. Because
it can, but the thing is, it symbolizes control. Well, male is always the light side, which is control.
Okay, no.
And the feminine is always.
Have a listen to it. Have a listen to it. You'll be amazed.
The light side is communism.
Listen, gentlemen, sorry for interrupting. It's now 3:30 in the UK, and I'm going to retire. So it's been very nice chatting with you all, and hope to do it again sometime.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Take care. Have a good one.
Have a good sleep.
Yeah. Good night, lads.
All right, back to Star Wars.
Finish your thought.
Okay, so basically, my opinion, and I think Carefully Monkey does like a response to this about Dark Bane and Apocalypse.
Right.
I think many of us have seen it, but the thing is, like, the way he describes the dark side, the dark side is basically, it's very similar to Mgtow. It's individualistic. It's about competition. It's basically capitalism. And like the dark side is cutthroat, or basically, and in the dark side there is emotion, but there's passion, and passion gives man strength. Passion goes into like it goes into building things. It's very a capitalistic idea. But the thing is, the light side, where it says there's no emotion, there is order, and also he says like also there's a video called the Jedi are actually evil, and basically the Jedi, they're kind of like the communists. They censor everything. They're only for about their good intentions, not about what actually the consequences of their actions. and it looks like the Jedi are and they have a library. Everyone has seen the Jedi library. They know about the archives, but the thing is, the archives can only be accessed by the Jedi themselves. Why would you? Why the hell would you basically lock that information up?
Oh, that's easy. Well, that's an easy question, but go
so
finish
they have
your thought.
monopoly on knowledge.
Well, the thing is that the reason this is just Gnostic principles. All information is not shouldn't be accessed by everybody. Just like you don't it's people that you don't make you don't try. What I'm saying is it has to be controlled, because if you let everybody access every piece of information that they're not ready for, you're gonna have a destructive society. In other words, if everybody
you can't have a free society.
Let me finish myself. Let me finish my thought. If everybody knew how to build an atomic bomb, what kind of chaos would we wrought?
Yeah, I mean, you can't just.
I'm answer my question. Just answer my question.
Everybody knows how to make an atomic bomb. It's pretty simple.
What I'm saying, if everybody could do it, everybody can't do it. Most people can't do it without killing themselves.
I think that's why it's called occult information for a reason, is because it's not supposed to be done for secret. This stuff is not supposed to be put out in public. That's why it's secret for a reason. That's why things are top secret.
Yes.
And because if you tell people this stuff, and it's basically somebody that has never understood that kind of level of intense information. I mean, when I first started learning about occult information myself, I'm just going to put it out there, I'm going to be honest, before I knew it, I was like, holy shit, this stuff is insane, it's intense. Because it's not something that you're supposed to be told in the general public about how things really work. And just to touch on what you said earlier, Eli, about Star Wars, is that I think what Star Wars really is nothing more than about invasion. I think it's about actually Nazi propaganda, if you think about it.
Yeah, a lot of it is, yeah.
Okay, well, the nature of women was kept secret from everybody.
I don't know about that.
No. It was indoctrinated into saying that women are this, women are that, this, that. Why would the government do this other than to control us?
Yeah,
well, that's the point. That's why feminism was created.
That's why it's created, for control.
But here's the thing is, isn't there some information that should be in the public domain?
Yeah, a lot of it is. Most of it is.
Yeah.
But you have to look for it. You have to know what to look for, because it's secret. And what most people say is that, like, if you go to church or you're religious or something like that, or just a general person, people are not ready to hear that, hey, maybe everything that you once knew is a complete lie and a construct, and people do rule you, and people do want to kill you, and the whole government is not there for your best interest. Neither is some of these other organizations. That's a very hard thing for people to come to the conclusion to, unless they already know. And it goes even deeper than that, into occult information. That stuff is where people draw the line most of the time, and so they never know the true answers.
Yeah, I know, because some stuff I put up, I talk about how people at the top are managers. Well, I call them managers. I don't even call them rulers. I call them managers. People that manage the society.
Puppets.
A lot of this stuff goes over people's heads. Like the stuff I put up on demographics. It's very powerful, and that's how they measure countries, and that's how they adjust female population, female fertility, and all that. But the thing is, most people don't understand it enough to actually grasp what it is. So even though I put it out there, and I gave them the keys to it, they don't understand it.
The thing is, if they're talking to you, they don't know you. I mean, the thing is, you could have told this in the public domain, but the thing is, there's so much censorship. They created feminism to censor the nature of women. The government did this.
Well, the thing is, if people knew me, and people knew me, and people were following me, that's the only reason I'm probably still alive, because really nobody listens to me.
Society today.
I can't hear you.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I think
this is something I've been curious about in terms of power dynamics and psychology.
Right.
I can't remember who exactly it was that was discussing this, but it was revolving around the presidential election going on right now in terms of Donald Trump.
Right.
And basically, there was a psychology dynamic at which basically you give people that never had power before power, and of course, it's going to corrupt them because they're not going to be able to know what to do with it.
Right.
Nonetheless, I think what we see here is a psychological
degradation of the male species here, because you give women all the ability to basically favor them, and psychologically speaking, that messes with men and messes with the species, because when the government gets all the power, they're never going to expect that. What is it, women that are going to dominate and run the world now? It's like, what the fuck is that shit? That psychologically will break your will, because you never saw that coming. So do you think that that's a war, that's a psyop?
No, you know what? I think it's them. One is them controlling the narrative, and number two, it's just a cycle of history. You know, a lot of people don't study history as you know as a roadmap. You know, they would study history as, oh, this just happened to happen and this happened to happen. The thing is that if you know about demographics, you have the same conditions that you had now that you had during the '60s, because you have the second largest population of people.
You had the same conditions.
Yeah, you had basically the same conditions you had in the '60s. So basically, what we're So what you having is a repeat of the '60s and a repeat of the '30s, because what do you have running in the elections in the Democrats? Look, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Rome, Athens, Sparta.
What?
All of them went the same thing.
If you let me finish for a second, you have the same thing that you had in the '30s. You have a socialist person running on the Democratic side, just like you had Eugene Debs. And on the right side, you have what you call is a populist candidate in Donald Trump. So you Bernie Sanders is a socialist, Donald Trump is a populist. So you have basically the same reset during a depression. So we might have another downturn economically, or they see another downturn. So that's why they're putting up those two candidates. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a serious question here, Eli. I just want your opinion on this. Is that I personally think that the election process is completely staged. In my personal opinion, I think it's bullshit. I think it's the illusion to give people the choice of choice. I think that's really what it comes down to. So, I mean, let's be honest here. Do you see Hillary Clinton? And I know that we're getting into politics, but fuck it, because it's important. It really is important. But do you honestly believe that Hillary Clinton's going to be your next candidate? Because I do not see that happening. And if it does happen, that will only reconfirm how insane our government is.
Okay, go ahead. Who's next?
Okay, well,
go ahead.
I'm not next, but the thing is, I think they will sign Hillary no matter what, because the thing is, like, they don't have a strong enough candidate after Hillary. They don't.
What I'm scared of is that. What I'm really scared of is that if this whole thing really is staged and they do want to bring down America, then they will put Hillary Clinton involved, because they know that she's a woman. They know that she can't control herself. They know that she's a complete wreck. So why on earth, if you want to destroy a country, why not put somebody that's completely psychotic in? You know what I'm saying?
Well, if in my opinion, if Hillary Clinton gets elected, which I seriously doubt she will, that means somebody has to pull an awful lot of strings, and it went against everybody. I mean, everybody. The military, the Department of Defense, the CIA, everybody, all those people hate her guts.
That's true. That is very true.
Since what she did when her and Bill did when they were in the White House, and also what she did with Benghazi, she basically threw the CIA under the bus. Yeah,
I know what Benghazi really is. It's not what people think it is.
Yeah. Well, Benghazi was just basically Stevens was there to run the guns and transfer the weapons, the stockpiles of Libyan weapons that Gaddafi had bought over the last 30 years, and transfer them into the war to fight against Assad in Syria, because
Eli, I think it goes much deeper than that, to be honest, dude. I think Benghazi was a mind control programming center, and I know that people here in general don't really know what that really means, because I've done some pretty weird research. Because what it is that the bombing with the Doctors Without Borders thing was basically they had all these doctors and they just bombed the hospital. I think what Benghazi really was a place where they could traumatize people into becoming. And I know this is crazy because people that don't know about this kind of stuff, like I said, I'm into some pretty crazy stuff. But they can traumatize somebody to the point where they can do what they say. I mean, this is done with what they were trying to do with the Nazis and all this other shit. I think that's what Benghazi really was. Benghazi and Hillary Clinton's attachments with Disney are questionable. And I know what goes on at Disney. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but because we were following the stuff right before Libya. Because right before Libya, I was listening to a Council of Foreign Relations airing. They were interviewing people. And they were taking questions, and one guy took a question. I forget who he worked for, but he was talking about how China was basically taking over all of Africa, and they were pushing all the West out of Africa. They're buying up all the contracts. They were paying a lot of money, and they were pushing everybody of France and everybody out of Africa, right? And Libya was basically the last stop. Libya and basically Cote d'Ivoire, which was the Ivory Coast. And in my group, we're saying, are the Europeans going to allow China to push them out of Africa? We were debating with that, and we said, okay, then they came up with the rebels, and we thought that the rebels would get put down pretty easily, right, by Gaddafi. He had too many weapons. He was too popular. Thought that wasn't going to go on very long, right? And then they said the only chance they had was a no-fly zone, and we thought that Russia and China would block that in the UN, and they didn't, and we were shocked. And that's because nobody liked Gaddafi. Even most of the African countries didn't like Gaddafi. Gaddafi was very unpopular in Africa. So basically, they voted to allow the no-fly zone to go through. And once they allowed the no-fly zone to go through, and that allowed Obama to come in and basically use all the cruise missiles to take out the air defenses, and it allowed the British and French jets to basically fly cover for the rebels. And that's how
basically. Yeah, I've heard that basically the reason why they wanted to take out Gaddafi was because he knew that the Afghanistan was basically getting out of control, and he was actually trying to stop them. But whenever you want to try to destroy a country, you basically put in a psyops agent, you throw them in there, and you basically create influence of change.
Well, the way we do research is we come up with a prediction, or we come up with a theory, and we see how that plays out, and we play that thread out. And as long as that thread plays out, then we know we're on the right course. I learned that from doing commodities back, about 25 years ago. If you have a theory and it plays out, that means you're in line with the market. So we had that theory. It played out exactly what we thought it was, and we also knew that the next area they were going to try was Syria, because they needed a buffer zone. So basically, this whole thread since 2010, we basically predicted right down to Putin coming in and standing with Assad. We knew that Putin wasn't going to allow Syria, the West, to come in and do to Syria what they did to Libya for a lot of different reasons.
I see.
Yeah. So
what's interesting is,
go ahead.
What's interesting, and something I've always wanted to talk about, and I knew it's extremely controversial, but fuck it at this point, because it really does. I mean, it really matters. But being, having experience in the entertainment industry,
right,
and seeing exactly how things are conducted, right, one of the things that I wanted to bring up today is, I don't know, maybe some people pay attention to the pop culture world. I really don't, but because I work in the industry, I kind of am, involved in it. But something that is going on that most people don't realize within the entertainment business is that it's not what people think it is, number one. Everybody knows that. The second thing is that, do you know who Amanda Bynes is?
Who? No, I don't think so.
Amanda Bynes. She was on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I remember her.
She was on All That. She was a young child star. Basically, she was in the news recently, as of 2 years ago, basically going crazy.
Okay.
This is what she said. She said basically that somebody had, her parents including, are part of it probably, and I have a huge file on it right now, but basically she says that somebody in the CIA planted a microchip in her brain and that it was controlling everything. Here's what's funny about all this. She's 30 years old, or around the age of 30. All of the people in Hollywood have gone crazy, and there's Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Amanda Bynes. They've all gone crazy at the age of 30. The reason why this is, and by the way, all of them have been a product of Disney. Disney is an evil fucking corporation. They produce pornography, snuff films, witchcraft, you name it. They're evil. And I've seen it because I've worked in the business, and I know people that have exposed these fucking people to what they do. They're the most powerful corporation on earth, and they can do whatever they want. Not to mention the RFID chip technology that you now are required to wear is a wristband that has your room key in it as well as your credit card information. nonetheless, all of these stars, from Justin Timberlake down to Britney Spears, have all lost their minds at the age of 30.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's because they've been traumatized by mind control programming, Mgtow. It still goes on. It's always gone on, and that's the reality. I mean, I could go real deep. I've done much research into it, and I actually have a couple people inside that know about what that's going on. But I think that needs to be said because these are the kind of people that are, especially Miley Cyrus. I mean, there's no need to prove that one. Go and type in on YouTube, Baby Talk, BB and then Talk. It's a recent music video that she put out. It's encouraging child pornography and pedophilia. Now, and she also smokes a bong out of a bottle. Now, explain that to me. Why on earth is that going on, and why the fuck is that being promoted? It's because everybody has an agenda, and these people are mind-controlled fucking people. And it's hard for people to believe that, but I feel like you're a person that can understand what I'm talking about.
I believe it. I believe it.
I mean, they have the power. One expression of power. I know Eli was talking. Eli discussed it was money, and that was one part of it was persuasion, and the other was violence.
Force, yeah.
Yeah.
We
disagreed on culture.
Oh, you're the one. Okay, I was trying to remember where somebody disagreed with me that on. Yeah. Well, culture encompasses all of it. That's one thing. You know, culture is all these instruments all put together. You know, military, political, entertainment, religion, all that stuff. Yeah, that's culture. You know, there's.
So basically, Disney's power versus.
Well, Disney is. Well, I'll tell you what about Disney. Disney is.
Okay.
Disney basically.
It happened. They have so much money, man.
Well, Disney works for the CIA. I'll just say that Disney works for the CIA because they have. Why is it that Hillary Clinton has been attached to Disney? Why is it?
Because Disney put out a bunch of propaganda, anti-Nazi propaganda things back in the 30s.
You know, Disney is Disney.
It's not beneath them. I know that.
Well, no. When it comes to power, nothing is beneath any people in power. You know, what is it? Power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, or whatever. You know.
Yeah, I know. I was a school president. I know.
Yeah. I can't remember the quote, but yeah. Well, the thing is that Disney does control the Western sphere as far as, or they're one of the controllers. They're not the only ones because there's people that are way above them or way above them. You know,
and
China.
Here's the interesting.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, here's the interesting thing about all this is I know most people, like, if you tell people this, like, oh, you're completely insane. It's like, no. I've seen this. I've seen this with my own two eyes, and I know this stuff goes on because you have to be able to be open and pay. And the thing is, people don't pay attention. They just think, oh, they're on drugs, or they're crazy. Well, being inside the business, I know what goes on. The way that these people end up becoming famous is they either suck a lot of dick or they get chosen. That's it. Because in a business of corruption that's run by some very evil fucking people, in terms of just, I mean, all you have to do is look at what kind of movies are promoted.
Oh, it's just I was talking about earlier that.
You look at Will Smith. You know, you look at you know, a lot of guys. You know, Will Smith is very famous for being, you know, on the dark side. So
yeah, and all you have to do is just look at what kind of movies come out. I mean, I was mentioning this earlier. Why is it that there's like mainstream movies? Like I was saying earlier, recently here in the podcast, there's a movie that's coming out right now. I can't remember the name of it exactly, but it's about a guy and a girl. I think it's a time period piece where the guy ends up becoming a transsexual because the girl wants him to.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the kind of shit that's being promoted. Now, there's a very specific reason to that, because when you promote transsexualism and all this other stuff, I mean, it's satanic to be honest, but the reason why you promote that is because it destabilizes the population. When people don't reproduce anymore, then who controls the reproduction? Well, the state does.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see exactly why they're doing it.
And the funny thing is, the people who do reproduce are the ones at top. You see where I'm going?
Well, the thing is, you can talk like he's talking, but the thing is proving it. Who's going to listen to him? You know, because of the propaganda, because of the conditioning that we've gone through.
Element. Okay. Element. I want your opinion. What's your opinion on Trainwreck and its implications? Yes, Trainwreck.
Well, I've seen that movie. Yeah, I mean, I mean, let's just think about it. It's a bunch of people doing drugs and heroin. I mean, what it's promoting. I mean, it just. Let me just give you an example, and I'll get back to your point there. But I need to talk about this to basically answer your question. Is that movies are not, I mean, there's more to movies than this meets the eye than entertainment. I mean, do you really think that they would put all that money into just entertainment? No, there's a much more bigger reason behind movies than just entertainment, believe me. The reason why movies are, I mean, why you see all these bad actors in movies, why you see all this money put into movies, part of it's propaganda. Hollywood is nothing more than propaganda. Miley Cyrus is propaganda. So the esoteric meaning behind how these movies really work is basically, I'll give you an example, 007 James Bond. The guy that Ian Fleming, he used to be an MI6 agent, and he was actually trying to tell people what was really going on in the government by making those movies James Bond. So James Bond was actually, all those movies were replicating what was actually happening in the United States government. And the recent movie that came out, was the most recent James Bond movie, where it exposes like the all-seeing eye and trying. Spectre, that's it. That movie is about exposing false flag operations. That's what that movie is really about. Because he's talking about, I control how hard you fall, I control where I take you. It's all about a shadow government controlling shit. And that is the reality. So just getting back to what you were saying. So you take a perception of a movie, and you tell the public, hey, look, this is entertainment. That's all it is. Well, so is Miley Cyrus, but she's also promoting people to have sex with anybody they want. She's also identifying as an asexual. Why is she identifying as an asexual? You want to know why? It's because when you promote people to become droneless asexual people, then they become workless people. Have you ever seen a movie called THX 1130 or 1133? Yeah.
Right.
It's basically training people to become sexless, asexual drone workers. And it's promoting the idea of all that. So, I mean, sorry for the rant, but that's really it's a lot of information to cover.
Okay, on your comment on asexuality, making people asexual, so you think Mgtow might be a part of that plan? Or do you think they didn't, or do you think, because the thing is, like, you could have, like, looked at the records from Rome, you can look at the records from Athens, you could have looked up all that stuff, and said, okay, if we give women power, this will happen. So
well, the problem is that if you do not, I think the problem is that, and I want to hear, I don't know if Eli could join on this as well. I hear his take, but I think the problem is when you're trying to destroy the culture, when you're trying to put people in power and corrupt the nation, it doesn't matter whether or not your reasoning was something that is completely on a whole nother spectrum. You know what I'm saying? So even if you can say, hey, look, why would somebody do this? Why would somebody go after this and completely destroy something? Can we fix this? Can we not? Well, I tell you something, when they're promoting this kind of garbage in mainstream media, there is no way that anybody is going to be able to be a rational, sane person and then expect to come out on the other end fine. I don't think that's going to work. I think that if you're promoting this garbage, then you're going to see garbage. I mean, this whole thing, from Hollywood down to government, whatever you want to call it, was not designed to work for the American people. They are designed to corrupt the American people so that they become workers. These people in power are psychopaths.
Yeah, well, they're basically, I mean, they're managers like they've always been, and they've always viewed us as workers. Like, you know, this is nothing more than the Brave New World, the book Brave New World that was written 100 years ago. Coming to life.
No, I've seen it. Well, I haven't read it, but the thing is, like, I know the Thug Notes version of it.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, if you look at if you homogenize the workforce, basically the population, and then you give assignments alpha, beta, and whatever, you know, you control the sex, you control what they consume, and basically, you know, once you control all that, the person that sits on top, you give them the pleasures that they desire within a framework, and everything else within the framework, as long as you fit into that great machine. And the people that don't fit into the great machine, whether they do, they send them to the outcast. The Mgtow are the savages. The Mgtows are the people that don't want to conform to the system. And so they want to keep this population as small as possible, because Mgtow, above anything else, is about independent thinking. Okay, we see a system, we don't like it, we know what you're doing, and we're not going to go for it. It's okay. You're going to offer us sex. You're going to offer us jobs. You're going whatever it is. No, we don't like the way we're treated. We don't like our position, and we're we're not going to be like the MRAs or the PUAs. We're going to opt out, and we're going to be the savages.
Okay, so what's the whole point of the BBC documentary? Because that whole BBC documentary
to expose you. To expose you. I mean, if you look at my video predicted what you was going to do. They were going to expose you. They're going to drag. In other words, they can't get rid of you. So but what they're going to do is they're going to mainstream you, or they're going to expose you to the rest of the population in a way in their own way. In other words, okay, we can't stop them. The message from spreading and Mgtow from spreading. So basically, we're going to try to get ahead of the narrative.
And that's the magic of cut and edit. That's the magic of cut and edit, because all they have to do is go in there and say, you know what, we're going to create the storyline and saying, okay, well, these guys can be all honest as they want. Well, Reggie Yates, the guy that went in there and did the thing, works for BBC. In addition to that, he does what BBC says. So if BBC wants to come in there and say, you know what, if these guys want to project a certain kind of narrative, you're going to counteract any kind of question they have with what we say you're going to say. So automatically, they're going with trying to influence and disregard and basically break up the whole narrative of any kind of reconciliation of it being reasonable, so that it does not influence, because they know if that catches on, they're fucked. That is why they have to change it. And that's why I find it kind of irritating why all these people make all these channels. It's just because they don't know, but they don't know that the whole BBC documentary is nothing more than trying to demonize. But all these people are trying to come out and say, oh, well, I don't agree with that. It's like, of course it's bullshit. Of course it's bullshit. You're trying to reasonalize with BBC. They're not going with you.
Evidently, it must be causing a whole lot more disruption in the UK than we actually think it is for the BBC to actually come out and do a documentary, but actually pay attention to it. So it must be growing faster than we think it is.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, you know, because it's a lot smaller than the United States. So evidently, they think it's important enough to actually come out and actually do, you know, call it out by name and do half the show on Mgtow, which I thought was unusual.
I agree. I mean, I think it's just so interesting to see all this going down.
The problem is, man. I mean, at the same time, it's kind of like they're promoting us, but yet they're tearing us down.
Well, that's how you psychologically destroy somebody. Right. Is you basically give them, you say, hey, look, you're doing a good job, but on the other end, you suck.
Yeah.
It's playing both sexes against each other. This is why they call it the war of the sexes. Is because on one end they make you think that you're getting some kind of power, but they're always going to control that. They're just always going to do that. So feminism and all of the women's behavior, in a sense, is nothing more than, number one, to break up the family so that they can control you more. In addition to that, number two, they'll always keep people against each other because they'll never be able to figure out where things really stem from.
Oh, divide and conquer.
Exactly.
Yeah, divide and control. Divide and control. I mean, that's been a tactic. You can go all the way back to Machiavelli.
No, you can go farther than that.
Well, I'm saying he got it from Rome. No, that's where he got it from Rome.
I'd say, I mean, if people really want to study how America is just in the culture, study Rome. Study where things are, because that's where we're at. We have a saturation of information, saturation of toxic food and toxic entertainment and toxic people. The whole country is toxic, toxic rulers, toxic politicians, corruption and evil everywhere. And so the only way for us to be able to fix this problem is if we wake up and realize what is really going down. Like I said, that's a whole other red pill.
For me, I think the only weapon is against all this is because the problem is we have abundance of everything. That's the biggest issue. If we basically say, okay, we don't have an abundance and it is real, we have to kill. These guys aren't going to be able to survive, because the thing is, they know the family unit is going to have to thrive. I mean, it's like that life thing. I mean, that monkey.
Yeah,
the environment.
That remains to be. Yeah, that remains to be seen, because, like I say, you know, the Industrial Revolution has never happened before in the history of human beings. So the thing is, we actually don't know how it's going to play out. Nobody does.
Yeah, but here's
we
the thing.
advance further, or we recycle the mean.
Mgtow's video.
Yeah.
About Spain, about what happened in Greece, about the marriage, the family unit actually growing stronger because the economics are fucked.
Yeah, that will happen. That will happen. But the thing is,
that will happen.
Yeah, but that will happen. But the thing is, we don't know because technology is still evolving and the environments is still evolving that surround us. We actually have no idea because just like it's crashing right now, and we have to adapt to it. You know, in 10 years, um, it could completely change, and we start another reaction to it. In other words, the environment is changing faster than we are, so we have no way of predicting this. Neither does the government.
So basically, you're saying the artificial womb.
It's already here. It's just not.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to talk about. Yeah, I mean, the whole transhumanism thing, I think, is that, like, because let's think about this honestly. So I know that everybody has brought up the whole idea thousands of times about the sex bots, and that we try to have that thing so that we can have that other option, and that we could possibly, I don't know, maybe the psychology of certain people is that we could show them and scare them enough so that they change, or that we have an option out. Nonetheless, the whole debate upon that, I mean, people like Elon Musk have described how he is actually against the whole virtual reality AI, artificial intelligence, because the problem with artificial intelligence and the robotics and whole transhumanism technology, man-to-man with machine stuff, is that you create an artificial intelligence program that is smart enough to be able to learn things at such an incredible rate, because it is a computer, it's a supercomputer. And if a supercomputer can learn what humans took hundreds of thousands of years to learn in less than a second, then you're in trouble, because then it can predict what you're going to do. So what happens if you put a chip into a female robot that these guys are then into, and it's being programmed by the company that the chip is made by, and then you end up with the feminism shit, then you're in trouble.
So basically, you have women 2.0.
Exactly. You have the feminist ideology of a robot, and they have actually tried to make that happen and failed. But it's something very kind of freaky to think about.
Well, the thing is about an AI, since human production is not tied to human labor anymore, and basically machines basically run the world. If you put an AI, then that's what the managers are afraid of AIs. Most of the regular people don't really care one way or the other. But the managers, remember that Twilight Zone episode where this guy that ran a factory fired all his employees and basically had robots do all the labor, and then at the very end he was replaced by a robot.
The Rod Serling version, Black
Yeah,
Plastic?
Rod Serling. Yeah.
Yeah. The one in the 60s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah, and that's what they're afraid of. If you create this thing, you're going to have the ultimate control over everybody. But the thing is, what happens when that machine becomes smarter than you and replaces you, and you become
I don't think whoever our managers are going to allow that to happen.
That's why you haven't. That's why you don't have it yet.
Yeah.
They're talking about it in the background.
They don't want to be replaced. And the thing is, they don't want to be replaced. And the thing is, even if they were to somehow make a cyber brain, transfer their mind to that, I mean, that's the only way for them to live.
Yeah, that's why they're holding. That's why they're pulling back all this technology. They're scared. That's why they're pulling. That's why they pull back. A lot of things that they could have done, like male contraceptive, they could have done already, but they're afraid of the results. Artificial womb, they're afraid of. That's why there's this ongoing debate. Because they have it, but they allow it to grow, the embryo to grow so many days or so many weeks, and then they shut it down.
Basically, so the upper echelon, the managers, they're afraid. Are they afraid of the womb?
Well, here's the thing about this is that
go ahead.
The people that create the chips, the programming, the artificial intelligence, whatever, you better believe that the people with the serious cash are going to make sure that whatever kind of business that they're involved in, it's not going to be affected by it. So that completely excludes that answer.
Yeah.
But what I want people's opinions on is that, if we think about this honestly, I mean, what I think, I don't know, Eli or anybody else here
involved. I know the male contraceptive is deadly because it kills feminism.
Well, here's the thing: is that why is it that these women are being pushed into combat? And I don't think it's because they're trying to, promote the female thing. I think it's because they want to bring in robots. I think that's really what it is. Because if you think about it, I mean, Google just rolled out some of this shit. I mean, this is a serious deal here. They just rolled out a robot that was purchased by a private defense company. that Google created. So I mean, we're approaching the technology age at some point here. When are we going to be able to transition into that? Is what I'm curious about.
Yeah, well, yeah. I would say about 15 to 20. I would say 15 to 20 years. You know, if you go by Kurzweil, we're talking about 10. And
Are you referring to the Boston Dynamics robotic systems, like the Atlas robot and the Big Dog and the Alpha Dog?
Exactly. Yeah.
Those there are many companies involved. Just recently, there was the DARPA robot challenge, where a lot of they were first doing the whole simulation of the robotic systems for was it nuclear power plant rescue mission kind of thing, and then the winning group got, like, there were two winning groups that were given the $2 million Atlas robots, and then the ones that could afford and build their own ones, they all competed with using the real robotic systems. But those robotic systems, they're not yet as powerful as they think.
Yeah, but they're not that far away.
The other thing is that what are they not telling you? You know, what is the government hiding that they really have under the secrets?
Yeah,
they
that's
probably
true.
have a machine they could roll out very easily that's hyper efficient.
I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised when we have power armor. And I think many of you, I don't know if your older guys know what power armor is, but it's basically Iron Man armor.
Actually, there is already Berkeley Robotics is working on one. They have it for about 10 years. The lower body armor, and there's the Exo suit, Exo 2, I think now, by Raytheon.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I remember that.
Send me a link to that.
Yeah, because they're doing a lot of things, especially, you know, if you notice what they're doing with robotics, as far as people that have no limbs, where they're actually hooking it into nerves.
Yeah.
And
I know they're not successful with that, but I'm just wondering about the power armor, the exoskeleton.
Well, listen, if you can hook it into the nervous system, that's 90% of your work. But the thing is, how do you control an exoskeleton?
Well, James was saying there.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, the exoskeleton.
With regards to prosthetics, I just linked you guys to the prosthetic one. This is the most advanced one, and the guy who's working on it. He's a double leg amputee, and he was one of the first ones. Their company is actually the one that's developing the ones that are attaching directly to your nerves rather than muscles.
Right.
All right.
Well, I mean, you're saying there, James, that DARPA, which is basically a top secret technology company, has created a program which they can actually embed microscopic hair-like fibers into a rat's brain and drive it around like a car.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's not very new, and it's not very secret. You can buy little cockroaches with little inserted tetros that you can control right now. They're kind of like little toys.
Wow.
I can actually link you to where you can buy them, and we've been doing research on inserting tetros into red brains about 7 years ago to gather signals of what kind of it produces when it's running around the little cage. I was involved in that. That's not really that big of a deal.
So are textuals basically nothing more than a receiving device that you can
we were just recording it 7 years ago. That's correct. Yeah. We were just recording 7 years ago, but right now you can buy little cockroaches with the LC inserted to control them.
The thing is that it's simple if you marry organic science, where you can take out somebody's brain cells, replicate it, attach it to an electrode, or attach it to a little micro transceiver, put it back in somebody's brain, it won't reject. In other words, it'll be embedded naturally. So the thing is, this technology is advancing so quickly, we don't know where it's going to be in 10 years. Nobody does.
My question is, how many years is it going to take to do, like, basically remote-controlled rat into the remote-controlled human?
You probably already have.
It's already here. It's already here. I mean, people have just recently, I don't know if anybody's heard about it, but, you know, Disney, I'll just go back to Disney for a second, but Disney now has these bracelets which you wear into the park, which has your room key on it, your credit card information, and also it picks up, it's a GPS tracker. So in case you get lost in the park, they could find you. Now, this is questionable, of course. So if they can create, and this is nothing more than an RFID technology, now they have injectables, which Eli, I don't know if you were talking about currency, but I don't know how deep you want to go with it. They're talking about how they want to implant people with RFID chips where they can turn them off in case they're protesting. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So So basically, is this for the people who come to Disneyland, or is this the people who are actually employed?
It's the people that like the anybody. Well, here's the thing. It's like you buy it. It's like $50 or $100 or whatever. But it's nothing more. The way that they're selling it is they're saying, oh well, if you want to get into Disney free without having to wait in line, then you buy this little Mickey Mouse bracelet that basically you wear, and you hold it up to this little machine that they have at the entry of the parks, or your room key, and it scans it like wirelessly. So anybody that holds that, and they're eventually going to get everybody to wear it because it's more efficient, now they can get your room key, your credit card information, and where you are. It's a GPS tracker. And so once they switch everybody over to an RFID chip wearable technology, now they can monitor where you go in the park and what you do. So this is now going to transfer into the money aspect of things.
By the way, with regards to simulating the human brain with high fidelity, that was done about 10 years ago. They simulated 10,000 neurons from a cat, a cortical column. It's in a blue brain supercomputer. That's not really even that big of a deal these days. Right now, robotic systems are actually not the issue. The issue is vision processing and machine learning. That's where we're currently having any difficulties. I specialize in machine learning. That's actually what my startup does, and that's what I did my education in, and graduate school PhDs. So I specialize in neural networks.
So is that basically virtual reality, if we're talking about that?
No, we're just talking about virtual consciousness. That's what that's what they're trying to crack. Kurzweil he said that's the problem that's sticking. They cannot figure out where consciousness is in the brain.
But the problem is, here's the question on consciousness. Are even we conscious? Because right now,
that's what they don't know, and that's what they're trying to figure it out.
That's the thing, because even as human beings, we're just programs of 1,000.
That's an assumption. That's not
We react to environment. We all react to environment differently.
Well, no, what Kurzweil has found out is that any decision you make is a collection of 5 points in the brain. In other words, there's 5 decision makers, and they all come to a consensus about what you're getting ready to do. So in other words, he said there's five different triggers that are reacting to the same thing, and they can't figure out what in the brain is actually making that decision. In other words, you have 5 different options. What in the brain is making that decision? They cannot figure that out. He said
it's funny that you mentioned that. It's funny that you mentioned that because there was this game called Soma that was made recently about that very thing, which was they're trying to replicate scanning your consciousness onto a hard drive so that you're basically inputted into a computer. This was the whole theory of the thing. And what they found out was, and I think what some of the top secret black budget shit that is that they're trying to be able to take the technology and upload it into a computer form so they can launch it into space. I mean, honestly, I think that's what really it gets down to, because if you think about virtual reality, it's all about perception. Your perception is your reality. So if you can control, the way that you control reality is you control the perception. So at that point, that's where you see wearable headsets and this whole Oculus Rift stuff. And, at that point, it's like you can become immersed into that, because everybody nowadays is looking at everything through a filter of technology, almost literally. I mean, if you go to concerts, people are holding up their phones in front of their eyes, and you're wondering what's going to happen next. So I think that's what we see with control perception.
Okay, you know what? I'm waiting for the Oculus Rift. I can't wait until every Mgtow gets one. So basically, when we get into the chat, we can all be in like a little space and all chat together.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Just imagine us. Once making your own icons, and we're just all walking around in just one little area, talking to each other, and seeing it's just like the one Mgtow hangout.
Yeah.
And there's like thousands of us.
Ray Kurzweil is just a futurist. He is not a researcher. The research currently is done by Andrew Ng, Jeff Hinton, and their colleagues. I mean, they're...
All right. Well, I can't
Ray Kurzweil is not really doing anything. Other than just leading and sort of writing sort of this futuristic thing and, in a sense, guiding them. This is why Google hired him, just to give them kind of new ideas, and then the researchers take over and see if it's possible or not. But they basically already extracted Andrew Ng, which was obviously at Stanford. He's the one who did Coursera, by the way. Hinton from Canada. That's the guy who did Belief Networks. Pretty much.
Yeah, but the thing they're coalescing all this information, and everything's filtered through him. And they asked him what is the problem that they were having. He said that's the problem that they're having. They cannot figure out where consciousness is in the brain that makes the decision. I have a theory. That consciousness itself is a projection. Like your brain, like your nervous system projects almost like a hologram, and your brain is like a hard drive. When you shut down a computer, some certain things are stored into the hard drive, but the thing is you can't. The thing is the system doesn't work till you boot it up, and that almost like a hologram, the systems come together and form whatever you're running on the computer. I think that's what happens when you go to sleep. You shut it down. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, it's funny that you say that because if you think about it, everything is pretty much a light. Yeah. Everything is pretty much on a light spectrum. Everything has light reflecting off of it. They say that in terms of, I don't know, some kind of physics, that most of the stuff that you see is light. So it's just funny that you say that, because if you create the light spectrum, then you pretty much are pretty much influencing what consciousness is in a way, because it is certain kinds of light. I know that's a very complicated thing to get into, but that's my kind of theory on it. Is I think it's a lot of light, has to do with light and the spectrum of light, how to manipulate it.
Yeah, I think it's...
Go
ahead.
Ellie, what did you hear about this, what you just said, that they were asking Ray Kurzweil about these questions?
Right.
I'm just curious. I missed that.
I'd have to find it. I mean, I saw it because I did it because I found it when I was doing my Mgtow and culture and what the future of Mgtow was going to be, and I researched it. I remember I can't remember exactly what notes. I have to go back and look for it again. But they were asking him about the brain and actually downloading it, making it a conscious machine, the AI machine. And he said the problem they're having is not how the brain is constructed, how it records memory and all that stuff. He said a lot of that stuff has been worked out. The algorithms have been worked out. The problem they're having is they don't know what in the consciousness or what in the brain is actually making the decision. They know the algorithms where the decisions come together. Yeah.
The algorithms have not been worked out. Ray Kurzweil does not have a lot of peer-reviewed published work. Like I said, he's mostly a futurist. We are still working on neural networks, hence why the deep learning is such a very hot topic. If you look right now at published works within machine learning, artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, actually what it's called, AI is now considered the old-fashioned approach. Majority of it is basically deep learning.
Right.
But we're constantly coming up with new layers and approaches. But the simulated cat cortical column, that was based strictly on the slicing of the neural tissue and then duplicating the whole thing with high fidelity. And that, by the way, that cortical column simulation worked exactly like the 10,000 real biological cells from the cat. But what we're doing now is looking for something really more efficient. The reason we're actually using algorithms that are very old. The reason there has been such a huge boost more recently is not because we came up with something new. We're still using backpropagation learning algorithm. We're still using energy-based algorithm by Hinton. We're still using Hebbian learning. Everything is pretty much the same. What's pushing everything forward is GPUs.
Right.
General GPU programming. That's accelerated things. So now, where before we were only able to, train, let's say, 3 layers using backpropagation learning algorithm for neural networks, now using GPUs we can train deeper networks, and it allows us to train much faster, some 10,000 times faster, and that's really pushing everything forward and allowing us to have much better classification system and everything else.
So it's doing it by brute force. You're doing it by brute force rather than streamlining it. So in other words,
that's right. The most recent paper said that even the pre-training things we used 5 years ago are completely useful when you have a GPUs at your power, and you can get the same or even better classification, image classification, and three-dimensional object classification results when simply using GPUs and training a little longer and having larger networks. And of course, making them kind of specific to the problem domain.
James, I have a question for you. And speaking of the way that the brain works, at least as much as you know or you can tell me on your end, in terms of influencing somebody, basically brainwashing somebody, is that basically what this is here? Because are you using the same techniques to influence that kind of dramatic change in the brain in order to find out exactly what's going on, or am I way off?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch the question.
Oh, he's asking the question: are the techniques, the process and techniques you're using, is that being used, or could it be used to brainwash people?
Well, no, that's not exactly what I was saying. But
okay, repeat. Okay.
No, basically what I'm saying is that basically the ways that you are influencing or trying to figure out how the brain works. The way that people brainwash people is that's similar to the way that
training
the
kind of
influence works in terms of that, or am I wrong?
No, it's very different.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I think they more focus on more like replicating what the brain does, so that you can scale it up. You know,
okay,
if you can figure out how a human brain actually works, you know, down to 100%, then you can use machines. Basically, you can scale it up. In other words, you can from a human brain to a super brain.
Yeah, some of the most recent research is basically deep Q learning, where they combined Q learning with, as mentioned, deep networks, and there they taught a computer to play Super Mario Brothers and win from nothing.
Is that similar with that I can't remember what it was, but there was like this study or article that came out about saying that there was somebody that like they basically created this brain and it was going against a chess game or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, wait. That's not Watson. Watson is the one that played Jeopardy, and then it was trained to do diagnostics. The chess-playing computer, that's a very old one. That's the one that played against the Russian chess player.
That was Watson, right?
No, Watson played Jeopardy.
Okay.
So this was basically
Deep Blue was the one that played chess.
Right, and that was more of a brute force. That was not artificial intelligence. I mean, you can consider it as old-fashioned artificial intelligence, but that was basically just optimized search.
Right.
That was not anything.
Is that
like
basically what Google? I guess if you were to put Google search capacities against a machine like that, it'd surpass in every way, I'm assuming.
Yes, but that's not AI. Watson, on the other hand, that's deep learning.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, Watson is the one that won with Jeopardy, where you literally ask questions and it would give you the proper answers. It won against human, and then it was sent to basically do to be trained on database for various diseases to do diagnostics.
Yeah.
That's what's used for right now.
So basically that's...
A lot of AI is used for, like right now, Google uses AI for language translation.
Well, everybody has it on their phones now, you know, like the Safari thing. You just click on it and say Google, and then you say Google, and then whatever you want to say, and then it just searches it. You know, that's pretty much one level.
Well, the thing is, what they're using it for, say if you reading Chinese on a search engine, on a search page, Google will use that AI deep learning actually to translate that page, which language is very difficult for computers.
It's very accessible now too, because almost automatically, like if you ever do a search for a web page or something like that, that it is translated, automatically says you want to translate the page, and boom, there you go. I mean, the other thing that's very scary about this on the other end is that a lot of studies have been done where people have done the research and the side effects as to what happens when you automatically Google everything. Because automatically you don't learn how to spell, you don't learn how to find the information in other sources. So Google then becomes the main transit of information, and then you could really control people that way if you really wanted to, which Google has been doing. But I think it's something that people don't realize how much control can really go into a power corporation such as Google.
Yeah, every time we make an advance, we lose something. Like saying our memories aren't as good as they were, say, like 200 years ago, because we rely on written word and things like computers. You know, most children do not know basic arithmetic because they have calculators and they have a bunch of other things, so their arithmetic is not as good. Mine isn't as good anymore because I rely on for the same reason. But what is, if you can tell us what is the basic sticking point, James? What is the basic sticking point that you guys are having as far as AI now? What's the main sticking point everybody's having?
General intelligence. That's really it. Just doing something more general. All the algorithms, all the training that we do, it has to be for a very simple problem. That's why you always find the benchmarks there. It's either image classification, object classification. Like, you know, if you're really popular, you'll do something like a game playing AI, but that's for you know, that's using the Q-learning,
For
reinforcement
specialized
learning
purposes.
approaches.
Okay.
Yeah, for everything is specialized purpose based. Of course, G does also audio analysis using deep learning, so he was able to do that. Everything is very specialized. To do something bigger, they slap them together to produce something like a translator and so on. They slap together, you know, image classifier to learn to be able to look at the camera image of the characters, put it into actual text, and then transform it, and then use standard translator to do translation, and then give you the output, as opposed to actual AI. It's really just, you know, like one thing feeds into the other.
Okay.
But there's
It's
no
interesting that
real general intelligence.
Can someone catch me up on what's happening?
Right now we're talking about artificial intelligence, and James was basically telling us.
We were talking about economics. Then we went into I have to say conspiracy theories about control, and then basically we talked about robots replacing us. And that went into AI.
I just wanted to say one other thing real quick, and I guess we could, you know, if somebody wanted to move on, we certainly can. I'm sorry for holding us back. I mean, if I'm ranting on or too much or whatever, but nonetheless, I wanted to see one other thing, just because I'm making notes about certain things in my own research, is that I think that the gaming industry particularly is a very interesting front, because what I've seen in the entertainment division of things, that celebrities are now replacing themselves into basically copying their face and applying it to, you know, whatever video game character they want to put it in. So now what we have is they realize that gaming and the virtual reality sense of things are starting to move towards that. The technology is increasing. Of course, the Silicon Valley people are starting to realize this as well. So the celebrities in the entertainment industry, like the film business, is in big trouble. Anybody that is insane enough to invest in the film business, and I'll be the first one to say this, is an idiot, because it's changing so quickly, and unless you know the right people in terms of the big studio systems, you're not going to get in and make very much money. So the next biggest thing that people are looking at in terms of what can be viable of producing profits is the gaming industry. It's the fastest growing industry, as well as the Call of Duty that really took off and really set the precedent. But my whole point is that these celebrities and actors and now people are starting to incorporate their lives into virtual reality because they know it's coming. So James and Eli and everybody else here, that I don't know, whoever wanted to chip in on this and maybe put their thoughts in, is that, do you guys think that virtual reality is the next thing that's coming? I personally think it is, simply because technology is coming.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I mean, you have, I mean, the thing, I know in manga and anime, you already have stories about virtual reality games. You can look at SAO. I mean, SAO, it has shit story, but the concept of virtual reality is so huge and so interesting that even though the story is all shit as hell, it's so popular. So I think yes, there is a big I want this, because the thing is, like, now I'm seeing there's all these other copycats in the entertainment industry with in anime and manga like this. Yeah, I can say there is already a buying market. There's already a market for this. If you're really
just alone, I mean, just to speak on my behalf in terms of the distribution companies that I've seen, the distribution companies basically work with production companies or independent producers, whatever. The whole point is that they get the film out there into the general public. What the distribution companies are really worried about is that everything is starting to move online. So people like Netflix and Hulu are dominating like nobody's business, because they control online, basically the online distribution of film, television, entertainment, etc. So what we have is the distribution companies are realizing that their money is no longer safe in the hands of selling DVDs and maybe putting a movie out in festivals. This is not going to happen. So what they're trying to do is...
Are you familiar with Oculus Rift?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So Elman, I have a question.
Well, I mean, so there are a lot of startups that are doing this. I guess also you're probably familiar with a novel called Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
yes,
to be perfectly honest, it might be. I mean, it might be a popular area, but right now, what's really taking off are the quadcopters. They just started a racing league, and that is kind of like, it's not virtual reality, obviously, but it's first-person view, right? Because they have cameras on the quadcopters and they're flying through the whole thing. That's kind of what's taking off right now. They just recently got invested a couple of million, I think, what, $2 million to start the whole racing league, and that's really taking off.
Wait, so what kind of racing league is this? So basically, you get in a cockpit and you drive a car or something like that?
No, quadcopter. We call them quad drones. With cameras in virtual in first-person virtual reality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just first-person view because it's happening in real. It's not virtual reality. You're just seeing through the camera of the quadcopter that you're flying with a controller.
Right.
Oh yeah, and also, what's the new law they put in for like you have to register now?
Yeah,
now that happens. Like you register your gun.
Yeah, so, I think the easiest thing to do, in my opinion, is just put a program in the chip that a kill switch in the chip, so anything within a couple of miles of an airplane just gets shut down. So in other words, if you get within a couple of miles of a plane landing, the plane just sends out a beam, and anything within a couple of mile range just gets shut down, and all the drones will just fall out of the sky. That's what I would do. I wouldn't even worry about people. I would just say, okay, just build it into the drone. If it goes up, if it's near a plane, it's going to get shut down. You're going to lose your drone. People will stop doing that.
You know the thing is,
Go ahead, finish, James.
I think people will get too upset about that because the thing is they can't control the
not
signal,
really.
and people will get pissed off so easily.
You know, it's better than going to jail for bringing down an airliner.
But the thing is, your response, I don't think they'll
not bring down an airliner. Primarily, there have been the drone thing and the airlines that has been popular in news, but it never really done any kind of damage. You have to understand that thousands of birds, which are larger, hit the airplane and get sucked in much more often than drones. It's just a very popular kind of piece of news that they're currently doing. But the small drones that we're using, they do nothing, even get sucked into the engine. They're just too small, and most of them are completely almost made out of plastic. I mean, the birds are larger and can do more damage, and they get sucked in all the time.
I mean, to me, I don't think. Well, maybe there are dumbasses who are actually going to fly their drone onto the airport. But come on, man.
They do it. They do it all the time.
I know.
They do it all the time.
Well, a group of dumbasses who do it, but if they do it, fingerprints, all that other kind of shit. I mean,
well, there's an
old. Come on, you guys.
There's an old joke.
You're gonna go to jail.
There's an old joke by Flip Wilson. He said it takes 1,000 nuts to hold an automobile builder together. It takes one nut to spread it all over the freeway. But you know what? As far as virtual reality, I think what James is working on is actually going to be the what they call the gold standard when it finally comes on. Remember the old movie called Brainstorm? I think it was like 30 years ago.
I remember Brainstorm. Yeah.
You remember
who was that starring with?
Christopher Walken and.
That's right. Yeah. Christopher Walken.
What's her name?
Not Drew. No, not Drew Barrymore.
Hey,
no. Not Drew Barrymore.
If you die in the game, do you die in real life?
If you die now, in real life?
you can because it's direct nerve.
Common sense, dude. Common sense.
Yeah, it's direct neural stimulation.
So that's where SAO got that concept from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's direct neural stimulation. So in other words, it's direct sensory stimulation. So you hear it, you feel it, you see it. You know, everything. You know, if you have sex, you know, in your brain you're having sex. So in other words, as far as you're concerned, that whatever's played through that device, you actually experience. So it's better than virtual reality.
It's funny they say that, Eli, because now, if you think about it, I mean, just looking at here's a funny thing. If you look at the porn industry, now they have devices at which they hook up to the computer, and the other person on the other line can now basically replicate any kind of, they have this device that's, it's like, what do you call it? Cylindrical shape, and anything that you do to that, the other person can feel that, so it's a receptor. So basically, this is incorporating the technology at which you can then, do whatever you want and get the actual physical reaction, simulating the technology on the other end.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm so curious about? I wonder how many women are going to do that. Actually, going to get how much? I wonder how much money they're going to get that just to do that. How much money?
Well, it's already happened. Here's the thing. They make hundreds. Some of them make thousands of dollars a month doing this shit. And it's funny because all this time, people around the general public trying to think that that's the way that things work and that you go and physically do something. With all the technology now, that this is the real frightening thing, and that things that we really have to analyze is that if the technology keeps advancing the way it's going, then everybody is going to be incorporated in the technology and live their life via the filter of technology, via whether it's sexual reproduction, entertainment, family relations, all of this stuff. So at what point is it that the whole society in itself becomes technologically ingrained? Literally.
That's a good question.
Well, I'm kind of actually wondering about gaming. Basically, like all this online stuff. How much power do governments and like those management guys have on gaming and have on
a whole lot.
A lot, yeah, a
lot.
lot.
Because because the internet. Look, we're right here, man.
Well, let me just give you an example. Here's something I heard about. Basically, that game called Black Ops by Call of Duty. They say that was done by the CIA to make people more adapted to first-person shooters so that they learn how to handle weapons better. And what's funny about that whole storyline of the Black Ops, the Call of Duty Black Ops game, was that it was about mind control.
Warfare.
It was about mind control because the guy opens up in the scene sitting in a chair being shocked to death and having an IV bag dripped. And the whole thing was behind the CIA and the war upon the 60s in Vietnam and the Bay of Pigs and all this shit.
Right.
So, we do have a lot
They're also doing propaganda with... I know they put the Russians in there just as an enemy. They put the Chinese in there at Ghosts. They even put a private company, a private military company, as an enemy in Advanced Warfare. Well,
the thing is...
that was with Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. Which one was that? Which movie was it?
No, it's a game. Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty.
Kevin Spacey, he was the bad guy in that.
Yeah, he was playing Frank Underwood, the President of the United States.
No, he was. Yeah, well, no, he's not playing Frank Underwood. He's playing a different character.
Okay.
So, but it's pretty much the same character, but he's basically he runs basically a military. He owns privately owned military.
Oh, okay.
And basically, the storyline is basically he takes over the world because he takes over the world with his private army. And that's,
So basically, was that? I think that was Call of Duty. Was that Call of Duty Black Ops 2 or Call of Duty Hardline?
I think it was Advanced Warfare.
Advanced Warfare.
It's only recent. Yeah, that was recent, man.
Yeah, it was last year. I think it was. Yeah, early this year. Right after the.
It was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah, it was last year because I remember it came out when I was first year freshman, first year of college.
What's really interesting though is that, like we were saying earlier, we identified pretty much that the character was Kevin Spacey, right? Because he looked like him in the game. So, if they can make people think that that character is the person in real, what is stopping people from then copying people's images and placing them on virtual game characters? Here's the next step.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think people just, I don't know. A lot of people know all this shit, all this stuff in the game world is fake.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter though.
I know, but the thing is, I know with the virtual reality, I know people are saying like this has actually real world implications because you're actually.
Yeah.
But
the guy from Hollywood can tell you your subconscious mind is way more powerful than your conscious mind. Yeah. And if they can get to that, they got you.
Well, that's what we were saying, I think, earlier here in the chat, is that television, they don't call it TV programming for no reason, because perception is how you interpret your reality. Like, let's say, for example, if I sat in a chair in a room that was pitch black dark, then obviously I'm not going to have enough information visually to see what's around me. But if I sit in a room with 4 blank white walls all day long, it's going to drive me crazy. So if you basically harness literally the perception of your eyesight, so basically a wearable device, then you alter people's perception. And what's been found, interestingly enough, is that when people take off the headsets, they start experiencing headaches. And when they put them back on, they feel better. This is scary because that means that people then no longer want to take off the headsets, and we're literally living in the matrix where people no longer. This is I forgot what kind of a thing this was, but they did a study on saying, and this is a study I curiously want to know, what might happen is that once you put something like that in terms of countering people's perspective and harnessing it, people no longer need a big mansion anymore. They basically live in a pod because what they're seeing is their whole world. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's the Matrix in a
Exactly.
nutshell. Yeah, that's the Matrix in a nutshell. The thing is, can it be done? Eventually, it can be done. Like I said, James is working on that stuff. Eventually, it can be done. The thing is, will it be done? And I think a lot of things that's the whole thing that they're wondering about. Things that we can do, should we do? Like I say, if we want to extend people's lives, right now they can probably extend your life another 50 years, 56 years if they want to. The thing is, what are ramifications for them doing that? It's like I said, they can replace all your teeth, with the stem cells. They can actually grow new teeth in your mouth. What implications is that going to have as far as the medical industry?
That's amazing.
Yeah, they can already do that if they want to. I heard about that 20 years ago, where they could just basically take out your teeth, open up a gap in your gums, put a ball of stem cells in, and in 3 months you have new teeth.
Cool.
Oh my God! Sooner or later, picture if they could regrow complete limbs, man.
They're already doing that.
They're already doing that, yeah.
The bioengineering, my family is, like my father and people from my mother's side of the family are all doctors, and they've been, my father's told me, he subspecializes in interventional radiology, and he says that basically they can input nanotechnology into somebody's veins to destroy cancer. It's crazy.
Yeah, if they want to.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wait a second.
Well, actually,
sorry.
There's actually an easier way to fix that. You could just raise your pH level above 7. You kill off your cancer cells.
Well, this is specifically regarding advanced
that was
stages.
just recently shared in moderates.
Well, what you're discussing is actually a more precise delivery system of the drugs to counter the cancer, not exactly simply better cancer treatment. Not like a drug to cure all cancer. It's simply a better delivery system, because right now, as radiation therapy and chemotherapy, it's a general attack. That's why you get so much damage to general parts of your body, because chemotherapy just goes throughout your entire body, and radiation therapy, whether you're radiating a particular zone or embedding little droplets that produce radiation, they radiate larger area than just that particular place where you have cancer.
Oh no, I'm talking about raising the pH level in your body.
Yeah,
well, that's also Mgtow moderates, or Mgtow. I don't know. It's in one of the Google Plus communities. I saw the article.
Yeah. There's a lot of things they can do, but the thing is, will they do it for whatever reason?
That's the question.
That's the question.
This is the big elephant in the room again, is that, the medical companies, at least the pharmaceutical companies, are trying. Of course, they don't want to go out of business. They make billions upon trillions of dollars selling pharmaceutical medications to people. And what has been shown is that, if you basically come up with a cure for cancer, you better believe that the government's going to be breathing down your neck to better believe that they're going to know about it.
Yeah, but to me,
already know about it already.
To me, it looks like basically, though, isn't the whole thing about capitalism? If there's something better, it's going to shut your business down.
By the way, guys, just to clear out some things, you guys keep thinking that the government or military or DARPA or DoD have substantially higher technology level with regards to robotics or AI. That's not correct. I work for them. We're trying to get quadcopters off the ground. They're getting the same. That's why they're recruiting, PhD students and so on. That's why they have so many fellowship programs. They're at the same level. In fact, one would even say they're not quite as high as Google is.
All right. Hey, I have a question. Hey, are they hiring math majors?
As many as they can find.
Nice. All right. Something.
Yeah,
that
if you're a math major, if you get a PhD in math, you can probably write your own ticket.
No, I mean I'm getting a bachelor's in math.
So James, just one other thing, and I think just as far as right now, this is the only other thing I can think about. But in terms of, you said that you do some governmental work. Going back to what we were talking about earlier.
I did.
You did, okay.
Okay, just going back to what we were saying earlier in terms of the gender dynamic, what have you seen there in terms of the efforts upon which that is being focused upon?
In the lab that I was, there was no issues really. Everybody just stuck to themselves. Men worked. They actually tried to make the whole environment more startupish, as they said. They started using standing rather than sitting desks, but there was really no. It was completely calm. There was no issues there, but there were very few women, and the kind of guys that were working there, they were not really interested in any of that. Anyway.
Well, I think I see what you're saying. I actually, my mistake, I didn't clarify enough, but I was basically saying in terms of studying the gender dynamics, how has that been going on, at least from your experience, like studying the sexes and studying how things are going, studying how they are moving or where they're going from. Have you done any research on that before?
No, that's not my area. My area is machine learning, strictly machine learning and robotics.
I see, okay, I see.
And yeah, neural network based and biologically inspired machine learning systems.
How fast is this research advancing? Because here it's advancing exponentially. Is it accelerating? Is it slowing down? Is there roadblocks? What?
It's moving slowly. It's moving at the speed of the hardware.
Okay.
In fact, if you Google neocognitron, and then you Google deep learning, which is what's currently being used, and Q-learning, you will see that deep learning is basically a version of neocognitron. Neocognitron was invented in Japan by a Japanese researcher 2 decades ago, and Q-learning and difference learning is also very old. And like I said, everything is right now being faster because primarily advances of hardware, and people are slapping together more stuff. But it's really we're just poking at different places in hopes that it will work better, and we're realizing some parts we can do better classification, but it's nothing more advanced. Yeah.
Where do you think the breakthrough is going to come through? Where do you think the breakthrough is actually going to come? Is it going to come with the algorithms or just the hardware?
Algorithms. They're pushing quite hard with regards to combining together reinforcement learning and deep learning. Deep learning is sort of how the brains work, and it has a lot of power, and the reinforcement learning is how you would train an animal.
Okay.
So James, I'm curious to know, I'm just curious to know
the computer to play Super Mario Brothers, like I said.
Oh, okay.
Whereas the Watson is strictly a classifier based on deep learning.
James, I'm curious to know, are there companies because I'm very interested in the whole technology advancement phase of things and how that's being incorporated with humans, but are there companies basically, I don't know if monopolizing is the right word, but realizing that basically this is becoming a thing or preparing a thing to become the future where they're selling things like chips to be upgraded, that people, if they have certain kinds of devices, that they'll sell them and upgrades their hardware that's been embedded if they were to do so. Are there things like that going on as much as you can talk about?
Yeah. There's actually companies start popping up doing that for quite some time. In fact, universities can be considered companies as well, to be perfectly honest. For example, Google Brains in Silicon at Stanford. They're developing neural networks already in hardware, which are rather than standard CPUs where you use software to do neural networks. And of course, Google is coming up with its own stuff, and so is Microsoft.
So basically, if you had any, like let's say, for example, if you bought Google's implant versus Apple's implant, you'd get different kinds of specs, just as if you were to buy an Apple computer versus a Windows computer.
Right. Yes, but I mean, like I said, they're just basically right now working on, instead of doing things in software, they're doing it in hardware.
I see.
Brute force. In other words, you just find a faster
Yeah, I will get you. I will post the link to the Stanford research group on the site where I posted the links to the robotic systems.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Yale was involved as well. Because Yale is a main priority in terms of education throughout the United States. So it's funny because if you see what Yale is doing, you can kind of see what the educational pattern is going as well.
Well, Stanford and Berkeley are deeply connected with DARPA, so that's why a lot of that stuff, so California is probably where you're going to see it first, is because they're deeply connected with the Defense Department, which is what DARPA is, and also Caltech down in California, down in Pasadena, which is deeply connected with the military. Yeah.
Well, there's many companies working at it. I'm just giving an example here.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the oldest ones. I mean, but there are companies strictly dedicated rather than universities.
Do you think are the universities basically working on the educational sector of things, or is that something that, like, I guess they're experimenting on what could further the technology as well as how the students interact with it, type of thing?
Labs, all the labs are being funded by grants, and grants are NSF, DoD. I mean, it's fedbiz.gov. You get grants there, which means whatever they have solicitations, and you apply for a particular solicitation. They say they want something to do in bioinformatics, you do in bioinformatics. They say they want to do something in machine learning applied to cyber warfare. You apply for that, and the best research group wins and gets $5 million to do the research, and then the professors hire the graduate students and so on.
So basically, I wouldn't be surprised if the people that hand out the grant finances are also connected with the technology firms.
Yeah.
Sure, but you have to understand that everything the universities do, they also publish. So you are at the cutting edge. So they don't really, the government doesn't really have that much more advanced. They're not 20 years ahead of us. They're not 10 years or 5 years. They're sometimes quite behind. They have so much paperwork when it comes to ordering even a single part that sometimes just bite on their own. A lot of people there. That's some of the stories.
That's very interesting.
So in other words, we can't come to that crossover point where they can't do it by themselves. They distribute it out. They farm it out.
Yeah, it's not really the government you need to worry about. It's Google and Microsoft. They're the ones who have the Google bought flotillas offshore to do their servers. I mean, that's the interesting part. Not what the government does. The government outsources everything. They don't have anything
Google
special.
pretty much owns. I mean, what I've seen Google do is they buy up small companies and offer them a shit ton of money because they can afford it, so that they can then own the land, the property, and the company, and then influence their company along the smaller sectors of cities or small towns or whatever. But it's interesting because I mean, I hardly agree, because Google at this point is a massive company that has information on just about everybody that does a search on the search engine Google.com. So at that point, then you can influence and figure out what the analytics are between the people and what they search. So if you were to roll out the artificial intelligence, I mean, these people, and I know for a fact that they're gathering all these complex, algorithms and stuff like that, help create this artificial intelligence. They're basically creating a supercomputer by the search engine that they're doing, right? I mean,
Which is why they're pissed off at James Snowden, because all the back doors that were built in. When he went over to the Chinese and the Russian, he basically gave them the keys to it. So they're just sucking. They're basically taking a big vacuum cleaner and they're sucking all this information back to China for free that they didn't even pay for.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Which is why if Snowden comes anywhere within the West, they're going to put a bullet through his head.
I mean, I think when he came out, and I know some stuff about Snowden that I think Snowden's not actually who he says he is, but nonetheless, I think that he defected to Russia so that he could evade prosecution. But he definitely exposed a lot of stuff that Google was doing.
Yeah, well, he was getting paid. Snowden's a mercenary, man. So
he
was getting paid. And as soon as they got onto him, I said that nobody would run to China, basically to China unless somebody was on his tail. He knew he was going to get caught, and they couldn't protect him in China, so they sent him to Moscow, where Putin's going to protect him. Say, well, give me all you got. So basically, he gave all the keys.
What's funny about Snowden is I did a search engine on Snowden one night, and there was modeling pictures of Snowden doing some kind of suggestive modeling photos. I mean, he was nothing more than a CIA propaganda arm. I mean, the thing about the movie that came out on Snowden, the documentary about Citizen 4, is he was claiming that he exposed everything, but it was all filtered through the media, and they only released certain things. I mean, this guy was claiming to come out and expose everything, but he really couldn't expose everything. You know what I'm saying? Because it was all filtered through the media as to what was going to be talked about and what wasn't going to be talked about. And what I found out on Snowden was that he was just, working with the people instead of actually exposing anything real. But he did expose things. And what was interesting, what I ended up learning from some people about Snowden, was that Snowden knew that the people that were working in the intelligence communities he actually exposed them because in some capacities they were doing stuff good. And he knew that they knew info on him. So they wanted to kind of expose him as well as the whole thing because it was kind of like a revenge act. I don't know how true that is, but at least from what I've seen in the research I've done on it, I think that he is not who he says he is. But nonetheless, it made people awake for sure.
Yeah. I guess we put everybody to sleep.
Yeah, because everybody went silent. I was trying to figure out what the heck.
I'm listening. I'm just looking at that. Looking at that exoskeleton.
I see his
Hey guys, you got 7 more minutes.
I was thinking.
Okay, got 7 more minutes, guys.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's almost.
I mean, hopefully we could still stay on because this is very entertaining for me. I'm just sucking in all the information.
Yeah, I don't know when the actual when we actually started. It's probably 20. We were talking for a little while before we pressed the button.
That's right. That was 24 hours ago, Joe.
Yeah, but I pressed the button 24 hours ago.
Hey,
so are we gonna
16?
Yeah,
this is
an interesting conversation, though.
It is. I'm just taking in all the information right now.
Yeah.
So I think it's an important conversation, though. I really do. I think that these are the things that this is Mgtow that I'm really, just on a side note, that I came into the community for was because I knew that this was a place for men, particularly, to bounce back ideas between people and to really think about things on a side that people might think are too controversial or whatever, but nonetheless, I mean, this is the reality that we face, and anybody that is not, honestly thinking about that and where are we going, those are the very questions that we really seriously need to think about.
So James, how long do you think before we go from soldiers with exoskeletons and the virtual reality headgear and all this kind of stuff to actually building cyberbots where non-human cyberbots actually go out and fight wars and whatnot, or do control missions?
Well,
which James?
Oh, the guy. I think the guy that does the. Go ahead.
Down the drones for quite some time now. The Predator Reapers, they, because those don't require a lot of locomotion, so we can just set them to waypoint, do some image analysis, and shoot. The problem is actually political rather than technological for that type of drones.
Okay.
With regards to exoskeletons and so on, that's going to take a lot more time. I mean, the joke in the community is, how the fusion power has been 50 years away for the past 50 years, right?
Yeah. It's going to be 60 years away, huh? So in other words, we get an actual breakthrough,
Power, yeah.
I think it all goes back to the fact
slowly. I mean, in 20 years, you're going to see more and more autonomous systems. Like I said, the Reapers and that type of drones can already, do their missions autonomously. They can already sort of, go against, piloted systems.
There's a kid
obviously not one-to-one because they're still going to be much worse, but they're cheaper. They're, $200,000 to build as opposed to, a couple of million.
Yeah.
So you can always
see. There was a kid that basically made a flying drone that was a attachment for a Glock.
I have a question. How far are we from Ender's Game?
What's that?
All we have to do is basically sit back, send a program into a country, and then we just make a drone just fight all our battles. How far are we from that?
I think that's what the military, honestly, I mean, if we think about it, I think that's what they're trying to accomplish because it's more efficient for them as well as they're not having to put the people, the men particularly, in the lines of battle. Whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, I think it's a bad thing because of the true intentions of what it's coming down to. But I think, honestly, they're going to replace it because it's more efficient as well as it's a scare tactic, if you will. Fighting machines against real people, they're undefeatable if you create them right? So you have these people that have invested all this money, like the big tech companies like Apple and Google and all these other Silicon Valley investment companies putting the money into this technology, funded by DARPA, funded by the government, whatever you want to call it, and then before you know it, we have a military force that's armed by robotics. I mean, that's kind of freaky, you know, so I mean, I think that's where things are going. I think that's why they're trying to put women into the combat roles is because they know that women can't support themselves in the combat roles. So then that gives them an excuse to push in the military.
All right. What? That was one idea. I mean, another idea I kind of threw around was basically it was a sneaky idea to basically get the vote off women because they already did the damage. That they did their job, and that was one way to get the women, take away the women vote because they can't serve it in the military anymore in a combat role. But that was hopeful thinking.
Yeah, we're all just pieces, you know, in a puzzle. So the thing is, they just move the pieces around. Yeah, we're just pieces, so they just move us around. So they'll play one against the other, or they'll use whatever human capital they can for whatever objective. The thing is, what happens when they replace human labor
altogether? To me, it doesn't.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem suspicious to me because it doesn't seem that suspicious to me taking away the women's vote because of all these old the amount of old people that are going to come into the U.S.
I think
the amount of old people we're going to have, and like Social Security, we're not going to be able to pay that off.
I think the big question here is how do we prepare and survive for what's coming? Because I think we all here know that the technology is advancing, the gender dynamics are changing. How do we prepare ourselves?
Well,
and how do we?
All right, I guess that's it. Oh, Merry Christmas. Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing is, how can we? We don't. You know, because we don't know what's coming. And the thing is, we can't keep up fast enough. So the thing is, we don't. It becomes a moral question rather than a physical question. Should we? You know, not can we? Should we? It's getting to that point. We can do it, but should we do it?
Yeah.
What do you think, Joe?
We're at the midnight hour here. Jeez, whatever juices we've got left.
It's gone.
No. It's always there. It's always there, Gnostic. It's always there.
Yeah.
It's almost like an endless pool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We could probably do like a 48-hour, probably.
Well, I mean, if I don't know if there's general consensus, guys, continuing. You know,
It'd be nice if we could do it to New Year.
Well, I think Joe's out of gas.
Yeah, Joe's out of gas. I figure that much. So, I mean, if there's anybody that wants to, I unfortunately can't do it.
Who wants the torch?
How can I get the torch?
Basically, after this, set up another hangout. Send out it to everybody, an invite to everybody saying that this is the continuation of the 24-hour hangout. So basically, Throwdown 24-hour hangout part 2.
Okay.
We have to send it to everybody.
All right.
I got nothing better to do, so I'm available. So I really enjoyed the podcast here. I just want to thank Zeta and Joe. I mean, I appreciate you guys really letting me come on and talk. And
always a pleasure, bro. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it.
Good to have you.
Thanks very much. And Merry Christmas, man.
You too.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Been a pleasure, folks.
Absolutely.
I virtually cheers you a beer.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna Try to see if I can find.
Well, Joe, you made the very first 24-hour hangout.
Yeah, I think it was tried a couple years ago with a Psychological Cynic. I'm not sure if they did it.
Well, we can check with him on that. See what. I think there was one.
Yeah, I remember him being like, he started drinking beer too early.
Yeah, that was a drunk fest, that's for sure. In the early days, yeah, that's the hangouts were drunk fests. I think we've pretty much avoided that. Well, Warhorse likes to dip into the beers every now and again, right? And he's come in a little happier than not bad, if you know what I mean. But yeah, we've done very well here. What's that?
I basically was 6 beers into the conversation, so I'm
Space them out, huh?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
All right, so hey James, are you going to pass the torch or not? James, are you still there?
Are you talking to me? Or the other James?
The other James.
The one with the yin-yang. The yin-yang James.
I got no torch. Not the other James.
Okay, well, I mean, if there's somebody who wants to open up another session to continue this, I'm sure, guys, I've noticed last night, I mean, we got 23 guys now watching, so, you might get another buildup of guys of some of the Nighthawks who are still hanging around.
Well,
and keep the dialogue going, so it's up to you guys, right?
It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock somewhere on this planet.
Right. And the guys in England are going to be getting up in about 2 or 3 hours, for their morning Christmas coffee, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
So I know Joe. Joe, you sound beat, and I'm beat too. Like I'm just more into listening in than anything else. But I mean, excellent conversation, though. I mean, this is a really good talk today. 24 hours. I mean, this is history, I guess, guys.
It seems like I missed all the good parts, unfortunately.
Who's gonna carry the torch?
I think I am.
All right, James. Put your name in the comment section. Put your profile name in the comment section. So, like, who you are. Link to your Google Plus page. So this way,
would you like my social as well, or?
You just need a link to your Google Plus page. That's it.
Yeah, of course,
start
buddy.
an on-air hangout and just continue from there. We'll wait.
Are you going to be putting it in the side chat there?
No, put it in the live chat box.
Oh,
okay, so not the group chat.
Yeah, you know what IME and like Mgtow V, put it where they're talking. Put it in there so we get your profile, so we can search you up and look you up.
All right. Put my name in here. Okay.
Yeah.
Put it in there.
There you go.
All right. Now we can all go to your.
Find it?
Yeah, no. We can just click on your name right now, and we will get your YouTube page. And then we can first go to your Google Plus page. We should. All right.
Do you want us to send you a private message there, James, or do you want us to simply?
Yes, please.
I'll send you a private message via Google. I'm sorry, via YouTube.
Okay.
That way it's a little easier.
Okay. Well, I'm going to end this broadcast now. And 24 hours. And what have we learned?
Well, we've definitely made history. That's for sure. We've definitely made history.
Well, we could still make history go on for another weekend. We could go on for the whole weekend if we want to.
Yeah, there you go.
Just pass the torch to the next guy.
Well, I think we might resume again on Sunday, being Boxing Day. Joe?
Yeah, Sunday.
Sunday we'll be back in normal swing, I guess. And, guys were also mentioning in the chat about New Year's Eve. Or into New Year's Day, also doing a throwdown if anybody's around and anybody's interested. And then, of course, we've got International Mgtow Day on February 14th, hint. So, yeah, things to look forward to.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to, honestly, I just wanted to again thank Zayed and Traversable for, having this thing down. Like, I can't thank you guys enough, to be honest, because just everything that we've talked about here pretty much is zoned into allowing people for the ability to come together and meet and, discuss these ideas. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks a lot for coming on. It's always
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
You guys, stuff, element, anime, James. It's great. It's really just good to have you guys around, and you make this thing what it is.
What you said, dumbass?
Okay. Is there any way we can mute the background there?
Oh, sorry. No, I was.
Yeah, if you don't mind, please.
I thought today was Christmas.
Yeah, we're just trying to close up here, so
Well,
okay, guys.
it would be greatly appreciated.
I'm going to go out.
Close this out, and thanks for everybody for showing up. Everybody, and Dr. McCoy, 15 seconds 99. Island Cyclone, Eric. Thanks. You guys are troopers, like always. You guys are troopers, and I appreciate you guys listening in, and everybody that came in for this 24-hour broadcast. Sometimes it got a little lunacy. Sometimes it was really, really good. Sometimes it was really, really deep. But that's Mgtow.
That's Mgtow. It was for real, and that's what the Throwdown's all about. And that's the way we like to keep it. That's pretty much our tradition. We get together. We're just a group of men getting together, and we talk about things that are for real. And that's as simple as I can put it for now. But it was an amazing 24 hours. And, of course, put some comments below, guys. We've got 3 segments that are probably posted right now on YouTube. If you have any suggestions or anything, any topics that haven't been covered over the year, as you know, you can also find a great part of the archive dating back to March of this year. You can check on my channel, which is the Throwdown. It's been renamed. So check that out. There's a lot to be covered there for anybody that's interested in further research about what we cover here. So I'm sounding really tired here. Like I said, I can still handle listening in and maybe sharing a couple of things. But it's been an amazing 24 hours, Joe. Guys, thanks for showing up in the panel. Absolutely amazing job here today.
Yeah,
all right, get some sleep.
Okay.
You guys take care, and good night, all.